Scanners Live in Vain, by Cordwainer Smith. Martel was angry. He did not even adjust his blood away from anger. He stamped across the room by judgment, not by sight. When he saw the table hit the floor, and could tell by the expression on Lucy's face that the table must have made a loud crash, he looked down to see if his leg was broken. It was not. Scanner to the core, he had to scan himself. The action was reflex and automatic. The inventory included his legs, abdomen, chest box of instruments, hands, arms, face and back, with a mirror. Only then did Martel go back to being angry. He talked with his voice, even though he knew that his wife hated its blare and preferred to have him right. "I tell you I must crunch. I have to crunch. It's my worry, isn't it?" he said. When Lucy answered, he saw only a part of her words as he read her lips. "Darling, you're my husband. Right to love you. Dangerous. Do it. Dangerous. Wait." He faced her, but put sound in his voice, letting the blare hurt her again. "I tell you I'm going to crunch." Then, catching her expression, he became rueful and a little tender. "Can't you understand what it means to me to get out of this horrible prison in my own head, to be a man again, hearing your voice, smelling smoke, to feel again, to feel my feet on the ground, to feel the air move against my face? Don't you know what that means?" Her wide-eyed, worrisome concern thrust him back into pure annoyance. He read only a few words as her lips moved. "Love you, your own good. Don't you think I want you to be human? Your own good. Too much. He said, they said." When he roared at her, he realized that his voice must be particularly bad. He knew that the sound hurt her, no less than did the words. "Do you think I wanted you to marry a scanner? Didn't I tell you we're almost as low as the Habermans? We're dead, I tell you. We've got to be dead to do our work. How can anybody go to the up and out? Can you dream what raw space is? I warned you, but you married me. All right. You married a man. Now, please, darling, let me be a man. Let me hear your voice. Let me feel the warmth of being alive, of being human. Let me." He saw by her look of stricken assent that he had won the argument. He did not use his voice again. Instead, he pulled his tablet up from where it hung against his chest, and he wrote on it, using the pointed fingernail of his right forefinger, the talking nail of a scanner, in quick, clean-cut, abbreviated script: "Plistering, where's crunching wire?" or "Please, darling, where's the crunching wire?" She pulled the long, gold-sheathed wire out of the pocket of her apron. She let its field sphere fall to the carpeted floor. Swiftly, dutifully, with the deft obedience of a scanner's wife, she wound the crunching wire around his head, spirally around his neck and chest. She avoided the instruments set in his chest. She even avoided the radiating scars around the instruments, the stigmata of men who had gone up and into the out. Mechanically, he lifted a foot as she slipped the wire between his feet. She drew the wire taut. She snapped the small plug into the high-burden control next to his heart-reader. She helped him to sit down, arranging his hands for him, pushing his head back into the cup at the top of the chair. She turned then, full-faced, towards him, so that he could read her lips easily. Her expression was composed. She knelt, scooped up the sphere at the other end of the wire, stood erect calmly, her back to him. He scanned her, and saw nothing in her posture but grief, which would have escaped the eye of anyone but the scanner. She spoke. He could see her chest muscles moving. Then she realized that she was not facing him, so she turned that he could see her lips. "Ready at last?" He smiled a yes. She turned her back to him again. Lucy could never bear to watch him go under the wire. She tossed the wire sphere into the air. It caught in the force field and hung there. Suddenly it glowed. That was all. All. Except for the sudden red, stinking roar of coming back to his senses, coming back across the wild threshold of pain. When he awakened under the wire, he did not feel as though he had just cranched. Even though it was the second cranching within the week, he felt fit. He lay in the chair. His ears drank in the sound of air touching things in the room. He heard Lucy breathing in the next room, where she was hanging up the wire to cool. He smelled the 1,001 smells that are in anybody's room, the crisp freshness of the germ burner, the sour-sweet tang of the humidifier, the odour of the dinner that they'd just eaten, the smells of clothes, of furniture, of people themselves. All these were pure delight. He sang a phrase or two of his favourite song, "Here's to the Haberman, up and out, up, oh, and out, oh, up and out." He heard Lucy chuckle in the next room. He gloated over the sounds of her dress as she swished to the doorway. She gave him a crooked little smile. "You sound all right." "Are you all right, really?" Even with this luxury of senses he scanned. He took the flash-quick inventory which constituted his professional skill. His eyes swept in the news of the instruments. Nothing showed off scale, beyond the nerve compression hanging in the edge of danger. But he could not worry about the nerve box. That always came through cranching. You couldn't get under the wire without having it show on the nerve box. Some day the box would go to overload, and then drop back down to dead. That was the way a Haberman ended. But you couldn't have everything. People who went to the up and out had to pay the price for space. Anyhow, he should worry. He was a scanner, a good one, and he knew it. If he couldn't scan himself, who could? This cranching wasn't too dangerous. Oh, dangerous, yes, but not too dangerous. Lucy put out her hand and ruffled his hair, as if she'd been reading his thoughts instead of just following them. "But you know you shouldn't have," she said. "You shouldn't." "But I did," he said, grinning at her. Her gaiety still forced, she said, "Oh, come on, darling, let's have a good time. I have almost everything there in the icebox, all your favourite tastes, and I have 2 new records just full of smells. I tried them out myself, and even I like them, and you know me." "Which what, you old darling?" He slipped his hand over her shoulders as he limped out of the room. He could never go back to feeling the floor beneath his feet, feeling the air against his face, without being bewildered and clumsy, as if cranching was real, and being a Haberman was a bad dream. But he was a Haberman and a scanner. "You know what I mean, Lucy, the smells, which you have. Which one did you like, on the record?" "Well," said she, judiciously, "there were some lamb chops that were the strangest things." He interrupted. "What are lamb chops?" "Oh, wait till you smell them, and then guess. I'll tell you this much. It's a smell hundreds and hundreds of years old. They found out about it in the old books." "Is a lamb chop a beast?" he asked. "I won't tell you. You've got to wait." She laughed as she helped him sit down and spread his tasting dishes before him. He wanted to go back over the dinner first, sampling all the pretty things that he'd eaten, and savouring them, this time with his now living lips and tongue. When Lucy had found the music wire and had thrown its sphere up into the force field, he reminded her of the new smells. She took out the long glass records, and she set the first one into a transmitter. "Now," she said, "sniff." A queer, frightening, exciting smell came over the room. It seemed like nothing in the world, nor like anything from the up and out, and yet it was familiar. His mouth watered. His pulse beat a little faster. He scanned his heart-box. Oh, faster, sure enough. But that smell, what was it? In mock perplexity he grabbed her hands, looked into her eyes, and growled, "Oh, tell me, darling, tell me, or I'll eat you up." "Well, that's just right." "What?" "You're right. It should make you want to eat me. It's meat." "Meat? Who?" "Oh, not a person," said she, knowledgeably. A beast which people used to eat. A lamb was a small sheep. Well, you've seen sheep out in the wild, haven't you? And a chop is part of its middle. Here." She pointed at her chest. Martel did not hear her. All his boxes had swung over toward alarm, and some even to danger. He fought against the roar of his own mind, forcing his body into excess excitement. How easy it was to be a scanner when you really stood outside your own body, Haberman fashion, and looked back into it with your eyes alone. Then you could manage the body, rule it coldly, even in the enduring agony of space, but to realize that you were a body, that this thing was ruling you, that the mind could kick the flesh and send it roaring off into panic, well, that was bad. He tried to remember the days before he'd gone into the Haberman device, before he'd been cut apart for the up and out. Had he always been subject to the rush of his emotions from his mind to his body, from his body back to his mind, confounding him so that he couldn't scan? Of course, he hadn't been a scanner then. He knew what had hit him. Amid the roar of his own pulse, he knew. In the nightmare of the up and out, that smell had forced its way through to him, while their ship burned off Venus, and the Habermans fought the collapsing metal with their bare hands. He'd scanned then. All were in danger. Chest boxes went up to overload, and dropped to dead all around him, as he'd moved from man to man, shoving the drifting corpses out of his way as he fought to scan each man in turn, to clamp vices on unnoticed broken legs, to snap the sleeping valve on men whose instruments showed that they were hopelessly near overload. With men trying to work and cursing him for a scanner, while he, professional zeal aroused, fought to do his job and keep them alive in the great pain of space, he had smelled that smell. It had fought its way along his rebuilt nerves, past the Haberman cuts, past all the safeguards of physical and mental discipline. In the wildest hour of tragedy, he had smelled aloud. He remembered it was like a bad crunching, connected with the fury and the nightmare all around him. He'd even stopped his work to scan himself, fearful that the first effect might come, breaking past all Haberman cuts and ruining him with the pain of space. But he had come through. His own instruments stayed and stayed at danger, without nearing overload. He had done his job. He had won a commendation for it. He had even forgotten the burning ship, all except the smell. And here the smell was all over again. The smell of meat with fire. Lucy looked at him with wifely concern. She obviously thought that he'd cranched too much and was about to Haberman back. She tried to be very cheerful. "You better rest, honey." He whispered to her, "Cut off that smell." She did not question his word. She cut the transmitter. She even crossed the room and stepped up the room controls until a small breeze flitted across the floor and drove the smell up and away to the ceiling. He rose, tired and stiff. His instruments were normal, except that the heart was fast, and nerves still hanging on the edge of danger. He spoke sadly. "Oh, forgive me, Lucy. I suppose I shouldn't have cramped. Not so soon again. But, darling, I have to get out from being a Haberman. How can I ever be near you? How can I be a man, not hearing my own voice, not even feeling my own life as it goes through my veins? I love you, darling. Can't I ever be near you?" Her pride was disciplined and automatic. "But you're a scanner." "I know I'm a scanner, but so what?" She went over the words, like a tale told 1,000 times to reassure herself. "You are the bravest of the brave, the most skilful of the skilled. All mankind owes most honour to the scanner who unites the earths of mankind. Scanners are the protectors of the Habermans. They are the judges in the up and out. They make men live in the place where men need desperately to die. They are the most honoured of mankind, and even the chiefs of the instrumentality are delighted to pay them homage." With obstinate sorrow he demurred. "Lucy, we've heard that all before. But does it pay us back? Scanners work for more than pay. They are the strong guards of mankind. Don't you remember that?" she said. "But our lives, Lucy. What can you get out of being the wife of a scanner? Why did you marry me? I'm human only when I crunch. The rest of the time, well, you know what I am. A machine, A man turned into a machine, a man who has been killed and kept alive for duty. Don't you realize what I miss?" "Of course, darling. Of course," she said. He went on, "Don't you think I remember my childhood? Don't you think I remember what it is to be a man and not a Haberman, to walk and feel my feet on the ground, to feel a decent, clean pain, instead of watching my body every minute to see if I'm alive? How will I know if I'm dead? Did you ever think of that, Lucy? How will I know if I'm dead?" She ignored the unreasonableness of his outburst. Pacifyingly, she said, "Sit down, darling. Let me make you some kind of a drink. You're overwrought." Automatically, he scanned himself. "No, I'm not. Listen to me. How do you think it feels to be in the up and out, with the crew tied for space all around you? How do you think it feels to watch them sleep? How do you think I like scanning month after month, when I can feel the pain of space beating against every part of my body, trying to get past my Haberman blocks? How do you think I like to wake the men when I have to, and have them hate me for it? Have you ever seen Habermans fight? Strong men fighting, and neither knowing pain, fighting until one touches overload. Don't you think about that, Lucy?" Triumphantly he added, "Can you blame me if I crunch and come back to being a man just 2 days a month? Oh, I'm not blaming you, darling. Let's enjoy your crunch. Sit down now and have a drink." He was sitting down, resting his face in his hands while she fixed the drink, using natural fruits out of bottles in addition to the secure alkaloids. He watched her restlessly and pitied her for marrying a scanner, and then, although it was unjust, resented having to pity her. Just as she turned to hand him the drink, they both jumped a little as the phone rang. It should not have rung. They turned it off. It rang again, obviously on the emergency circuit. Stepping ahead of Lucy, Martel strode over to the phone and looked into it. Womack was looking at him. The custom of scanners entitled him to be brusque, even with a senior scanner, on certain given occasions, and this was one. Before Womack could speak, Martel spoke 2 words into the plate, not caring whether the old man could read lips or not. "Crunching. Busy." He cut the switch and went back to Lucy. The phone rang again. Lucy said gently, "I can find out what it is, darling. Here, take your drink and sit down." "Leave it alone," said her husband. "No one has a right to call when I'm crunching. He knows that. He ought to know that." The phone rang again. In a fury, Martel rose and went to the plate. He cut it back on. Womack was on the screen. Before Martel could speak, Womack held up his talking nail in line with his heart box. Martel reverted to discipline. "Scanner Martel present and waiting, sir," he said. The lips moved solemnly. "Top emergency." "Sir," said Martel, "I am under the wire." "Top emergency." "Sir, don't you understand?" Martel mouthed his words so he could be sure that Womack followed. "I am under the wire, unfit for space." Womack repeated, "Top emergency, report to central tie-in." "But, sir, no emergency like this." "Right, Martel, no emergency like this ever before. Report to tie-in." With a faint glint of kindliness, Womack added, "No need to decrunch. Report as you are." This time it was Martel whose phone was cut out. The screen went grey. He turned to Lucy. The temper had gone out of his voice. She came to him, she kissed him, she rumpled his hair. All she could say was, "I'm sorry." Then she kissed him again, knowing his disappointment. "Take good care of yourself, darling. I'll wait." He scanned and slipped into his transparent air coat. At the window he paused and waved. She called, "Good luck." As the air flowed past him, he said to himself, "This is the first time I've felt flight in 11 years. Lord, but it's easy to fly, if you can feel yourself live." Central tie-in glowed white and austere far ahead. Martel peered. He saw no glare of incoming ships from the up and out, no shuddering flare of space fire out of control. Everything was quiet, as it should be on an off-duty night, and yet Wehrmacht had called. He had called an emergency higher than space. There was no such thing, but Wehrmacht had called it. When Martel got there, he found about half the scanners present, 24 or so of them. He lifted the talking finger. Most of the scanners were standing face to face, talking in pairs as they read lips. A few of the old, impatient ones were scribbling on their tablets and then thrusting the tablets into other people's faces. All the faces wore the dull, dead, relaxed look of a Haberman. When Martel entered the room, he knew that most of the others laughed in the deep, isolated privacy of their own minds, each thinking things it would be useless to express in formal words. It had been a long time since the scanner showed up at a meeting. Crunched. Wehrmacht was not there. Probably, thought Martel, he was still on the phone, calling the others. The light of the phone flashed on and off. The bell rang. Martel felt odd when he realized that, of all those present, he was the only one to hear that loud bell. It made him realize why ordinary people did not like to be around groups of Habermans or scanners. Martel looked around for company. His friend Chang was there, busy explaining to some old and testy scanner that he did not know why Wehrmacht had called. Martel looked farther and saw Parisiansky. He walked over, threading his way past the others with a dexterity that showed he could feel his feet from the inside and did not have to watch them. Several of the others stared at him with their dead faces and tried to smile. But they lacked full muscular control, and so their faces twisted into horrid masks. Scanners usually knew better than to show expressions on faces which they could no longer govern. Martel added to himself, "I swear I'll never smile again unless I'm crunched." Parisiansky gave him the sign of the talking finger. Looking face to face, he spoke. "You came here crunched?" Parisiansky could not hear his own voice, so the words roared like the words on a broken and screeching phone. Martel was startled, but he knew that the inquiry was well meant. No one could be better-natured than the burly Pohl. "Wehrmacht called," he said. "Top emergency." "You told him you were crunched?" "Yes." "He still made you come?" "Yes." "Then all of this is not for space. You could not go up and out. You are like ordinary men." "That's right." "Then why did he call us?" Some pre-Haberman habit made Parisiansky wave his arms in inquiry. The hand struck the back of the old man behind him. The slap could be heard throughout the room, but only Martel heard it. Instinctively he scanned Parisiansky and the old scanner, and they scanned him back. Only then did the old man ask why Martel had scanned him. When Martel explained that he was under the wire, the old man moved swiftly away to pass on the news that there was a crunched scanner present at the tie-in. Even this minor sensation could not keep the attention of most of the scanners from the worry about this top emergency. One young man, who had scanned his first transit just the year before, dramatically interposed himself between Parisiansky and Martel. He dramatically flashed his tablet at them. "Is Wehrmacht mad?" The older men shook their heads. Martel, remembering that it had not been too long that the young man had been Haberman, mitigated the dead solemnity of the denial with a friendly smile. He spoke in a normal voice, saying, "Wehrmacht is the senior of scanners. I'm sure that he could not go mad. Would he not see it on his boxes first?" Martel had to repeat the question, speaking slowly and mouthing his words, before the young scanner could understand the comment. The young man tried to make his face smile, and twisted it into a comic mask, but he took up his tablet and he scribbled, in abbreviation, "You're right." Chang broke away from his friend and came over, his half-Chinese face gleaming in that warm evening light. It's strange, thought Martel, that more Chinese don't become scanners. Or not so strange, perhaps, if you think that they never fill their quota of Habermans. Chinese love good living too much. The ones who do scan are all good ones. Chang saw that Martel was crunched and spoke with voice. You break precedence, Lucy must be angry to lose you. Oh, she took it well, Chang. That's strange. What? I'm cranched and I can hear. Your voice sounds all right. How did you learn to talk like an ordinary person? Oh, I practice with soundtracks. Funny you noticed it. I think I am the only scanner in or between the earths who can pass for an ordinary man. Mirrors, soundtracks. I found out how to act. But you don't? Oh, no, I don't feel or taste or hear or smell things any more than you do. Talking doesn't do me much good. But I notice that it cheers up the people around me. It would make a difference in the life of Lucy. Chang nodded sagely. My father insisted on it. He said, You may be proud of being a scanner. I am sorry you're not a man. Conceal your defects. So I tried. I wanted to tell the old boy about the up and out and what we did there, but it did not matter. He said airplanes were good enough for Confucius, and they are for me, too. The old humbug, he tries so hard to be a Chinese, when he can't even read old Chinese. But he's got wonderful good sense, and for somebody going on 200, he certainly gets around. Martel smiled at the thought. In his airplane, he said. Chang smiled back. The discipline of his facial muscles was amazing. A bystander would not think that Chang was a Haberman, controlling his eyes and cheeks and lips by cold, intellectual control. The expression had the spontaneity of life. Martel felt a flash of envy for Chang when he looked at the dead, cold faces of Parizyansky and the others. He knew that he himself looked fine, but then why shouldn't he? He was cranched. Turning to Parizyansky, he said, Did you see what Chang said about his father? The old boy uses an airplane. Parizyansky made motions with his mouth, but the sounds meant nothing. He took up his tablet and showed it to Martel and Chang. Bzz, bzz, ha, ha, good old boy. At that moment, Martel heard steps out on the corridor. He could not help looking towards the door. Other eyes followed the direction of his glance. Wehrmacht came in. The group shuffled to attention in 4 parallel lines. They scanned one another. Numerous hands reached across to adjust the electrochemical controls on chest boxes which had begun to load up. One scanner held out a broken finger, which his counter-scanner had discovered, and submitted it for treatment and splinting. Wehrmacht had taken out his staff of office. The cube at the top flashed red light through the room, the lines reformed, and all scanners gave the sign meaning present and ready. Wehrmacht counted the stance, signifying, I am the senior and take command. Talking fingers rose in the counter-gesture, we concur and commit ourselves. Wehrmacht raised his right arm, dropped the wrist as though it were broken, in a queer searching gesture, meaning any men around, any Habermans not tied, all clear for the scanners. Alone of all these present, the cranched Martel heard the queer rustle of feet, as they all turned completely around without leaving position, looking sharply at one another and flashing their belt lights into the dark corners of the great room. When again they faced Wehrmacht, he made a further sign. All clear. Follow my words. Martel noticed that he alone relaxed. The others could not know the meaning of relaxation, with the minds blocked off up there in their skulls, connected only with the eyes, and the rest of the body connected with the mind only by controlling non-sensory nerves, and the instrument boxes on their chests. Martel realized that, cranched as he was, he had expected to hear Wehrmacht's voice. The senior had been talking for some time, but no sound escaped his lips. Wehrmacht never bothered with sound. And when the first men to go up and out went to the moon, what did they find? Nothing, responded the silent chorus of lips. Therefore they went farther, to Mars and to Venus. The ships went out year by year, but they did not come back until the year 1 of space. Then did a ship come back with the first effect. Scanners, I ask you, what is the first effect? No one knows, the scanners answered. No one will ever know. Too many are the variables. By what do we know the first effect? By the great pain of space, came the chorus. And by what further sign? By the need, oh, the need for death. Womack again. And who stopped the need for death? Henry Habermas conquered the first effect in the year 83 of space. And scanners, I ask you, what did he do? He made the Habermans. How, O scanners, are Habermans made? Habermen are made with the cuts. The brain is cut from the heart, the lungs. The brain is cut from the ears, the nose. The brain is cut from the mouth, the belly. The brain is cut from desire and pain. The brain is cut from the world, save for the eyes, save for the control of the living flesh. Again Womack. And how, O scanners, is flesh controlled? By the boxes set in the flesh, the controls set in the chest, the signs made to rule the living body, the signs by which the body lives. How does a Haberman live and live? The Haberman lives by control of the boxes. Whence come the Habermans? Martel felt in the coming response a great roar of broken voices echoing through the room as the scanners, Habermans themselves, put sound behind their mouthings. Habermans are the scum of mankind. Habermans are the weak, the cruel, the credulous, and the unfit. Habermans are the sentenced to more than death. Habermans live in the mind alone. They are killed for space, but they live for space. They master the ships that connect the earths. They live in the great pain, while ordinary men sleep in the cold, cold sleep of the transit. Again Womack asked, Brothers and scanners, I ask you now, are we Habermans or are we not? The chorus came, We are Habermans in the flesh, we are cut apart, brain and flesh, we are ready to go to the up and the out. All of us have gone through the Haberman device. We are Habermans, then? Womack's eye flashed and glittered as he asked the ritual question. Again the chorused answer was accompanied by a roar of voices heard only by Martel. Habermans we are, and more, we are the chosen, who are Habermans by our own free will. We are the agents of the instrumentality of mankind. What must the others say to us? They must say to us, you are the bravest of the brave, the most skilful of the skilled. All mankind owes most honour to the scanner, who unites the earths of mankind. Scanners are the protectors of the Habermans. They are the judges in the up and out. They make men live in the place where men need desperately to die. They are the most honoured of mankind, and even the chiefs of the instrumentality are delighted to pay them homage. Womack stood more erect. What is the secret duty of the scanner? To keep secret our law, and to destroy the acquirers thereof. How to destroy? Twice to the overload, back and dead. If Habermans die, what the duty then? The scanners all compressed their lips for answer. Silence was the code. Martel, who, long familiar with the code, was a little bored with the proceedings, noticed that Chang was breathing too heavily. He reached over and adjusted Chang's lung control, and received the thanks of Chang's eyes. Womack observed the interruption and glared at them both. Martel relaxed, trying to imitate the dead cold stillness of the others. It was so hard to do when you were crouched. If others die, what the duty then? Asked Womack. Scanners together inform the instrumentality. Scanners together accept the punishment. Scanners together settle the case. And if the punishment be severe, then no ships go. And if scanners be not honoured, then no ships go. And if a scanner goes unpaid, then no ships go. And if the others and the instrumentality are not in all ways at all times mindful of their proper obligation to the scanners, then no ships go. And what, O scanners, if no ships go? The earth falls apart, The wild comes back in, the old machines and the beasts return. What is the first known duty of a scanner? Not to sleep in the up and the out. What is the second duty of a scanner? To keep forgotten the name of fear. And what is the third duty of a scanner? To use the wire of Eustace Crunch only with care, only with moderation. Several pairs of eyes looked quickly at Martel before the mouthed chorus went on. To crunch only at home, only among friends, only for the purpose of remembering, of relaxing, or of begetting. What is the word of the scanner? Faithful though surrounded by death. What is the motto of the scanner? Awake though surrounded by silence. What is the work of the scanner? Labor even in the heights of the up and the out. Loyalty even in the depths of the earth. How do you know a scanner? We know ourselves. We are dead though we live, and we talk with the tablet and the nail. What is this code? This code is the friendly ancient wisdom of scanners, briefly put, that we may be mindful and cheered by our loyalty to one another. At this point, the formula should have run, we complete the code. Is there work or word for the scanners? But Womack interrupted and repeated, Top emergency! Top emergency! They gave him the sign, present and ready. He said, with every eye straining to follow his lips, Some of you know the work of Adam Stone? Martel saw lips move, saying, The red asteroid, the other who lives at the edge of space. Adam Stone has gone to the instrumentality, claiming success for his work. He says that he has found how to screen out the pain of space. He says that the up and out can be made safe for ordinary men to work in, to stay awake in. He says that there need be no more scanners. Belt lights flashed on all over the room. As scanners sought the right to speak, Womack nodded to one of the older men. Scanner Smith will speak. Smith stepped slowly up into the light, watching his own feet. He turned so that they could see his face. He spoke. I say that this is a lie. I say that Stone is a liar. I say that the instrumentality must not be deceived. He paused. And then, in answer to some question from the audience, which most of the others did not see, he said, I invoke the secret duty of the scanners. Smith raised his right hand for emergency attention. I say that Stone must die. Martel, still crouched, shuddered as he heard the boos, groans, shouts, squeaks, grunts, moans, which came from the scanners, who forgot noise and their excitement, and strove to make their dead bodies talk to one another's deaf ears. Belt lights flashed wildly all over the room. There was a rush for the rostrum, and scanners milled around at the top, vying for attention, until Paryzianski, by sheer bulk, shoved the others aside and down, and turned to mouth at the group. Brother scanners, I want your eyes. The people on the floor kept moving, with their numb bodies, jostling one another. Finally, Womack stepped up in front of Paryzianski, facing the others, and said, Scanners, be scanners, give him your eyes. Paryzianski was not good at public speaking. His lips moved too fast. He waved his hands, which took the eyes of the others away from his lips. Nevertheless, Martel was able to follow most of the message. Can't do this. Stone may have succeeded. If he has succeeded, it means the end of the scanners. It means the end of the Habermans, too. None of us will have to fight in the up and out. We won't have anybody else going under the wire for a few hours or days of being human. Everybody will be other. Nobody will have to crunch. Never again. Men can be men. The Habermans can be killed decently and properly, the way men were killed in the old days, without anybody keeping them alive. They won't have to work in the up and out. There will be no more great pain. Think of it, no more great pain. How do we know that Stone is a liar? Lights began flashing directly into his eyes. The rudest insult of scanner to scanner was this. Womack again exercised authority. He stepped in front of Parizyansky and said something which the others could not see. Parizyansky stepped down from the rostrum, and Womack again spoke. "I think that some of the scanners disagree with our brother Parizyansky. I say that the use of the rostrum be suspended till we have had a chance for private discussion. In 15 minutes I will call the meeting back to order." Martel looked around for Womack when the senior had rejoined the group on the floor. Finding the senior, Martel wrote script on his tablet, waiting for a chance to thrust the tablet before the senior's eyes. He had written, "I am crunched. I respectfully request permission. I now stand by for orders." Being crunched did strange things to Martel. Most meetings that he attended seemed formal, hearteningly ceremonial, lighting up the dark inward eternities of Habermanhood. When he was not crunched, he noticed his body no more than a marble bust notices its marble pedestal. He'd stood with them before. He had stood with them effortless hours, while the long-winded ritual broke through the terrible loneliness behind his eyes and made him feel that the scanners, though a confraternity of the damned, were none the less forever honoured by the professional requirements of their mutilation. But this time it was different. Coming cranched and in full possession of smell, sound, taste, feeling, he reacted, more or less, as a normal man would. He saw his friends and colleagues as a lot of cruelly driven ghosts, posturing out the meaningless ritual of their indefeasible damnation. What difference did anything make, once you were a Haberman? Why all this talk about Habermans and scanners? Habermans were criminals or heretics, and scanners were gentlemen volunteers. But they were all in the same fix, except that scanners were deemed worthy of the short-time return of the crunching wire, while Habermans were simply disconnected while the ships lay in port, and were left suspended until they should be awakened in some hour of emergency or trouble to work out another spell of their damnation. It was a rare Haberman that you saw on the street, someone of special merit or bravery, allowed to look at mankind from the terrible prison of his mechanified body. And yet, what scanner ever pitied a Haberman? What scanner ever honoured a Haberman, except perfunctorily in the line of duty? What had the scanners as a guild and a class ever done for the Habermans, except to murder them with a twist of the wrist, whenever a Haberman, too long beside a scanner, picked up the tricks of the scanning trade and learned how to live at his own will, not the will that the scanners imposed? What could the others, the ordinary men, know of what went on inside the ships? The others slept in their cylinders, mercifully unconscious until they woke up, on whatever other earth they had consigned themselves to. What could the others know of the men who had to stay alive within the ship? What could any other know of the up and out? What other could look at the biting acid beauty of the stars in open space? What could they tell of the great pain, which started quietly in the marrow like an ache, and proceeded by the fatigue and the nausea of each separate nerve cell, brain cell, touch-point in the body, until life itself became a terrible aching hunger for silence and for death? He was a scanner. All right, he was a scanner. He had been a scanner from the moment when, wholly normal, he had stood in the sunlight before a sub-chief of the instrumentality and had sworn, "I pledge my honour and my life to mankind. I sacrificed myself willingly for the welfare of mankind. In accepting the perilous, austere honour, I yield all my rights, without exception, to the honourable chiefs of the instrumentality and to the honoured confraternity of scanners." He had pledged. He had gone into the Haberman device. He remembered this hell. He had not had such a bad one, even though it had seemed to last 100 million years, and all of them without sleep. He had learned to feel with his eyes. He had learned to see, despite the heavy eye plates set back of his eyeballs to insulate his eyes from the rest of him. He had learned to watch his skin. He still remembered the time he'd noticed dampness on his shirt and had pulled out his scanning mirror, only to discover that he'd worn a hole in his side by leaning against a vibrating machine. A thing like that could not happen to him now. He was too adept at reading his own instruments. He remembered the way that he had gone up and out, and the way that the great pain beat into him, despite the fact that his touch, smell, feeling, and hearing were gone for all ordinary purposes. He remembered killing Habermans and keeping others alive, and standing for months beside the honourable scanner pilot while neither of them slept. He remembered going ashore on Earth 4, and remembered that he had not enjoyed it, and had realized on that day that there was no reward. Martel stood among the other scanners. He hated their awkwardness when they moved, their immobility when they stood still. He hated the queer assortment of smells which their bodies yielded unnoticed. He hated the grunts and the groans and the squawks which they emitted from their deafness. He hated them, and himself. How could Lucy stand him? He had kept his chest box reading Danger for weeks while he courted her, carrying the cranch wire about with him most illegally, and going directly from one cranch to the other without worrying about the fact that his indicators all crept up to the edge of overload. He had wooed her without thinking of what would happen if she did say yes. She had. And they lived happily ever after. In the old books they did, but how could they in life? He had had 18 days under the wire in the whole of the past year, and yet she had loved him. She still loved him, he knew it. She fretted about him through the long month that he was in the up and out. She tried to make home mean something to him, even when he was Haberman, make food pretty when it could not be tasted, make herself lovable when she could not be kissed, or might as well not, since a Haberman body meant no more than furniture. Lucy was patient. And now, Adam Stone. He let his tablet fade. How could he leave now? God bless Adam Stone. Martel could not help feeling a little sorry for himself. No longer would that high, keen call of duty carry him through 200 or so years of the other's time, 2 million private eternities of his own. He could not slouch and relax. He could forget high space and let the up and out be tended by others. He could crunch as much as he dared. He could be almost normal, almost, for 1 year, or 5 years, or no years. But at least he could stay with Lucy. He could go with her into the wild, where there were beasts and old machines still roving the dark places. Perhaps he would die in the excitement of the hunt, throwing spears at an ancient Manchaniaga as it leapt from its lair, or tossing hot spears at the tribesmen of the Unforgiven who still roamed in the wild. There was still life to live, still a good, normal death to die. Not the moving of a needle out in the silence and the agony of space. He had been walking about restlessly. His ears were attuned to the sounds of normal speech, so that he did not feel like watching the mouthings of his brethren. Now they seemed to have come to a decision. Wehrmacht was moving to the rostrum. Martel looked about for Chang, and went to stand beside him. Chang whispered, "You're as restless as water in mid-air. What's the matter? Decrunching?" They both scanned Martel, but the instruments held steady and showed no sign of the crunch giving out. The great light flared in its call to attention. Again they formed ranks. Wehrmacht thrust his lean old face into the glare and spoke. "Scanners and brothers, I call for a vote." He held himself in the stance which meant, "I am the senior and take command." A belt light flashed in protest. It was old Henderson. He moved to the rostrum, spoke to Wehrmacht, and, with Wehrmacht's nod of approval, he turned full face to repeat his question. "Who speaks for the scanners out in space?" No belt light or hand answered. Henderson and Wehrmacht, face to face, conferred for a few moments, and then Henderson faced them again. "I yield to the senior in command, but I do not yield to a meeting of the confraternity. There are 68 scanners and only 47 present, of whom one is cranched, and UD. I have therefore proposed that the senior in command assume authority only over an emergency committee of the confraternity, not over a meeting. Is that agreed and understood by the honourable scanners?" Hands rose in assent. Chang murmured in Martel's ear, "Lot of difference that makes. Who can tell the difference between a meeting and a committee?" Martel agreed with the words, but was even more impressed with the way that Chang, while Habermans, could control his own voice. Wehrmacht resumed chairmanship. We now vote on the question of Adam Stone. First, we can assume he has not succeeded, and that his claims are lies. We know that, from our practical experience as scanners, the pain of space is only part of scanning. But it is the essential part, the basis of it all, thought Martel. And we can rest assured that Stone cannot solve the problem of space discipline. Oh, that tripe again, whispered Chang, unheard, save by Martel. The space discipline of our confraternity has kept high space clean of war and dispute. 68 disciplined men control all high space. We are removed by our oath and our Habermans status from all earthly passions. Therefore, if Adam Stone has conquered the pain of space, so that others can wreck our confraternity and bring to space the trouble and ruin which affects Earth, I say that Adam Stone is wrong. If Adam Stone succeeds, scanners live in vain. Secondly, if Adam Stone has not conquered the pain of space, he will cause great trouble in all the Earths. The instrumentality and the sub-chiefs may not give us many Habermans, not as many as we need to operate the ships of mankind. There will be wild stories and fewer recruits, and, worst of all, the discipline of the confraternity may relax if this kind of nonsensical heresy is spread around. Therefore, if Adam Stone has succeeded, he threatens the ruin of the confraternity and should die. I move the death of Adam Stone. Wehrmacht made the sign. The honourable scanners are pleased to vote. Martel grabbed wildly for his belt light. Chang, guessing ahead, had his light out and ready. Its bright beam, voting no, shone straight up at the ceiling. Martel got his light out and threw its beam upward in descent, and then he looked around. Out of the 47 present, he could see only 5 or 6 glittering. 2 more lights went on. Wehrmacht stood as erect as a frozen corpse. His eyes flashed as he stared back and forth over the group, looking for the lights. Several more went on. Finally, Wehrmacht took the closing stance. May it please the scanners to count the vote. 3 of the older men went up on the rostrum with Wehrmacht. They looked over the room. Martel thought, these damned ghosts are voting on the life of a real man, a live man. They have no right to do it. I'll tell the instrumentality. But he knew that he would not. He thought of Lucy and what she might gain by the triumph of Adam Stone. The heartbreaking folly of the vote was then almost too much for Martel to bear. All 3 of the tellers held up their hands in unanimous agreement on the sign of the number. 15 against. Wehrmacht dismissed them with a bow of courtesy. He turned and again took the stance. I am the senior and take command. Marvelling at his own daring, Martel flashed his belt light on. He knew that any one of the bystanders might reach over and twist his heart-box to overload for such an act. He felt Chang's hands reaching to catch him by the air-coat, but he eluded Chang's grasp and ran, faster than a scanner should, to the platform. As he ran, he wondered what appeal to make. It was no use talking common sense, not now. It had to be law. He jumped up on the rostrum beside Wehrmacht and took the stance. Scanners, an illegality. He violated good custom while speaking, still in the stance. A committee has no right to vote death by a majority vote. It takes 2/3 of a full meeting. He felt Wehrmacht's body lunge behind him. He felt himself falling from the rostrum, hitting the floor, hurting his knees and his touch-aware hands. He was helped to his feet. He was scanned. Some scanner he scarcely knew took his instruments and toned him down. Immediately, Martel felt more calm, more detached, and hated himself for feeling so. He looked up at the rostrum. Wehrmacht maintained the stance, signifying order. The scanners adjusted their ranks. The 2 scanners next to Martel took his arms. He shouted at them, but they looked away and cut themselves off from communication altogether. Wehrmacht spoke again when he saw the room was quiet. A scanner came here crouched. Honourable scanners, I apologize for this. It was not the fault of our great and worthy scanner and friend, Martel. He came here under orders. I told him not to decrunch. I hoped to spare him an unnecessary Haberman. We all know how happily Martel is married, and we wish his brave experiment well. I like Martel. I respect his judgment. I wanted him here. I knew you wanted him here, but he is cranched. He is in no mood to share in the lofty business of the scanners. I therefore propose a solution which will meet all the requirements of fairness. I propose that we rule Scanner Martel out of order for his violation of rules. This violation would be inexcusable if Martel were not crunched. But at the same time, in all fairness to Martel, I further propose that we deal with the points raised so improperly by our worthy but disqualified brother. Womack gave the sign. The honourable scanners are pleased to vote. Martel tried to reach his own belt-light, but the dead, strong hands held him tightly, and he struggled in vain. One lone light shone high. Chang's, no doubt. Womack thrust his face into the light again. Having the approval of our worthy scanners and present company for the general proposal, I now move that this committee declare itself to have the full authority of a meeting, and that this committee further make me responsible for all misdeeds which this committee may enact, to be held answerable before the next full meeting, but not before any other authority beyond the closed and secret ranks of scanners. Flamboyantly this time, his triumph evident, Womack assumed the vote stance. Only a few lights shone, far less patently than a minority of 1/4. Womack spoke again. The light shone on his high, calm forehead, on his dead, relaxed cheekbone. His lean cheeks and chin were half-shadowed, save where the lower light picked up and spotlighted his mouth, cruel even in repose. He was said to be descendant of some ancient lady who had traversed, in an illegitimate and inexplicable fashion, some hundreds of years of time in a single night. Her name, the Lady Womack, had passed into legend, but her blood and her archaic lust for mastery lived on in this mute, masterful body of her descendant. Martel could believe the old tales as he stared at the rostrum, wondering what untraceable mutation had left the Womack kin as predators among mankind. Calling loudly, with a movement of his lips, but still without sound, Womack appealed. The Honourable Committee is now pleased to reaffirm the sentence of death issued against the heretic and enemy Adam Stone. Again the vote stands. Again Chang's light shone lonely in its isolated protest. Womack then made his final move. I call for the designation of the senior scanner present as the manager of the sentence. I call for authorization to him to appoint executioners, one or many, who shall make evident the will and majesty of scanners. I ask that I be accountable for the deed, and not for the means. The deed is a noble deed, for the protection of mankind and for the honour of the scanners. But of the means it must be said that they are to be the best at hand, and no more. Who knows the true way to kill an other here on a crowded and watchful earth? This is no mere matter of discharging a cylindered sleeper, no mere question of upgrading the needle of a Haberman. When people die down here, it is not like the up and out. They die reluctantly. Killing within the earth is not our usual business. Oh, brothers and scanners, as you know well, you must choose me to choose my agent as I see fit. Otherwise the common knowledge will become the common betrayal. Whereas if I alone know the responsibility, I alone could betray us. And you will not have far to look, in case the instrumentality comes searching. And what about the killer you choose? Thought Martel. He too will know, unless you silence him for ever. Womack went into the stance. The honourable scanners are pleased to vote. One light of protest shone, Chang's again. Martel imagined that he could see a cruel, joyful smile on Womack's dead face, the smile of a man who knew himself righteous, and who found his righteousness upheld and affirmed by a militant authority. Martel tried one last time to come free, but the dead hands held. They were locked like vices until their owner's eyes unlocked them. How else could they hold the piloting month by month? Martel then shouted, "Honourable Scanners, this is judicial murder." But no ear heard him. He was crouched and alone. Nonetheless, he shouted again, "You endanger the confraternity." Nothing happened. The echo of his voice sounded from one end of the room to the other. No head turned. No eyes met his. Martel realized that, as they paired for talk, the eyes of the Scanners avoided him. He saw that no one desired to watch his speech. He knew that behind the cold faces of his friends there lay compassion or amusement. He knew that they knew him to be crouched, absurd, normal, manlike, temporarily no Scanner. But he knew that in this matter the wisdom of Scanners was nothing. He knew that only a crouched Scanner could feel, with his very blood, the outrage and anger which deliberate murder would provoke among the others. He knew that the confraternity endangered itself, and knew that the most ancient prerogative of law was the monopoly of death. Even the ancient nations, in the times of the wars, before the beasts, before men went into the up and out, even the ancients had known this. How did they say it? Only the state shall kill. The states were gone, but the instrumentality remained. And the instrumentality could not pardon things which occurred within the earth's, but beyond its authority. Death in space was the business, the right of the Scanners. How could the instrumentality enforce its laws in a place where all men who awakened only to die in the great pain? Wisely did the instrumentality leave space to the Scanners. Wisely had the confraternity not meddled inside the earths. And now the confraternity itself was going to step forth as an outlaw band, as a gang of rogues, as stupid and reckless as the tribes of the unforgiven. Martel knew this only because he was crouched. Had he been Haberman, he would have thought only with his mind, not with his heart and guts and blood. So how could the other Scanners know? Vollmacht returned for the last time to the rostrum. The committee has met, and its will shall be done. Verbally he added, "Senior among you, I ask your loyalty and your silence." At that point the two Scanners let his arms go. Martel rubbed his numb hands, shaking his fingers to get the circulation back into the cold fingertips. With real freedom, he began to think of what he might still do. He scanned himself. The crouching held. He might have a day. Well, he could go on, even if Haberman, but it would be inconvenient, having to talk with finger and tablet. He looked about for Chang. He saw his friend standing, patient and immobile, in a quiet corner. Martel moved slowly, so as not to attract any more attention to himself than could be helped. He faced Chang, moved until his face was in the light, and then he articulated, "What are we going to do? You're not going to let them kill Adam Stone, are you? Don't you realize what Stone's work will mean to us if it succeeds? No more Scanners, no more Habermans, no more pain in the up and out. I tell you, if the others were all cranched, as I am, they would see it in a human way, not with this narrow, crazy logic which they use in the meeting. We've got to stop them. How can we do it? What are we going to do? What does Pereziansky think? Who has been chosen?" Chang said, "Which question do you want me to answer?" Martel laughed. It felt good to laugh, even then. It felt like being a man. "Will you help me?" Chang's eyes flashed across Martel's face as Chang answered, "No, no, no." "You won't help?" "No." "But why not, Chang? Why not? I am a Scanner. The vote has been taken. You would do the same if you were not in this unusual condition." "I'm not in an unusual condition. I'm crouched. That merely means that I see things in the way that the others would. I see the stupidity, the recklessness, this selfishness. It is murder. What is murder? Said Chang. Have you not killed? You are not one of the others. You are a scanner. You will be sorry for what you are about to do if you do not watch out. But then why did you vote against Womack? Didn't you too see what Adam Stone means to all of us? Scanners will live in vain. Oh, thank God for that. Can't you see it? Chang said, No. But you talk to me, Chang. You are my friend. I talk to you. I am your friend. Why not? But what are you going to do? Nothing, Martel, nothing. Will you help me? No. Not even to save Stone? No. Then I will go to Parizyansky for help. It will do you no good. Why not? He is more human than you right now. Oh, he will not help you, because he has the job. Womack designated him to kill Adam Stone. Martel stopped speaking in mid-movement. He suddenly took the stance. I thank you, brother, and I depart. At the window he turned and faced the room. He saw that Womack's eyes were upon him. He gave the stance, I thank you, brother, and I depart, and added the flourish of respect which is shown when seniors are present. Womack caught the sign, and Martel could see the cruel lips move. He thought he saw the words, take good care of yourself, but he did not wait to inquire. He stepped backward and dropped out of the window. Once below the window and out of sight, he adjusted his air coat to a maximum speed. He swam lazily in the air, scanning himself thoroughly, adjusting his adrenal intake down. He then made the movement of release and felt the cold air rush past his face like running water. Adam Stone had to be at Chief Downport. Adam Stone had to be there. Wouldn't Adam Stone be surprised in the night, surprised to meet the strangest of beings, the first renegade among scanners? Martel suddenly appreciated that it was of himself that he was thinking. Martel, the traitor to scanners. That sounded strange and bad. But what of Martel, the loyal to mankind? Was not that compensation? And if he won Lucy. If he lost nothing. An unconsidered and expendable Haberman. It happened to be himself. But in contrast to the immense reward, to mankind, to the confraternity, to Lucy, what did that matter? Martel thought to himself, Adam Stone will have two visitors tonight, two scanners who are the friends of one another. He hoped that Parizyansky was still his friend. And the world, he added, depends on which of us gets there first. Multifaceted in their brightness, the lights of Chief Downport began to shine through the mist ahead. Martel could see the outer towers of the city and glimpsed the phosphorescent periphery which kept back the wild, whether beasts or machines, or the unforgiven. Once more Martel invoked the lords of his chance. Help me to pass for an other. Within the Downport, Martel had less trouble than he thought. He draped his air coat over his shoulder so that it concealed the instruments. He took up his scanning mirror and made up his face from the inside by adding tone and animation to his blood and nerves until the muscles of his face glowed, and the skin gave out a healthy sweat. That way he looked like an ordinary man who has just completed a long night flight. After straightening out his clothing and hiding his tablet within his jacket, he faced the problem of what to do about the talking finger. If he kept the nail, it would show him to be a scanner. He would be respected, but he would be identified. He might be stopped by the guards whom the instrumentality had undoubtedly set around the person of Adam Stone, but if he broke the nail— But he couldn't. He couldn't. No scanner in the history of the confraternity had ever willingly broken his nail. That would be resignation. There was no such thing. The only way out was in the up and out. Martel put his finger to his mouth and bit off the nail. He looked at the now queer finger and sighed to himself. He stepped toward the city gate, slipping his hand into his jacket, and running up his muscular strength to 4 times normal. He started to scan, and then realized that his instruments were masked. Might as well take all the chances at once, he thought. The watcher stopped him with a searching wire. The sphere thumped suddenly against Martel's chest. "Are you a man?" said the unseen voice. Martel knew that, as a scanner in Haberman conditions, his own field charge would have illuminated the sphere. "I am a man," said Martel. He knew that the timbre of his voice had been good. He hoped that it would not be taken for that of a Manchonyaga or a beast or an unforgiven one, who, with mimicry, sought to enter the cities and ports of mankind. "Name, number, rank, purpose, function, time departed," said the voice. "Martel," he said. He had to remember his old number, not Scanner 34. "Sunward, 4234, 782nd year of space, rank, rising sub-chief." That was no lie, but his substantive rank. "Purpose, personal and lawful, within the limits of the city, no function of the instrumentality. Departed chief output, 2019 hours. Everything now depended on whether he was believed or would be checked against chief output. The voice was flat and routine. "Time desired within the city." Martel used the standard phrase, "Your honourable sufferance is requested." He stood in the cool night air, waiting. Far above him, through a gap in the mist, he could see the poisonous glittering in the sky of scanners. "The stars are my enemies," he thought. "I have mastered the stars, but they hate me. Oh, that sounds ancient, like a book. Too much crunching." The voice returned. "Sunward, 4234-782, rising sub-chief Martel. Enter the lawful gates of the city. Welcome. You desire food, raiment, money, companionship?" The voice had no hospitality in it. It was just business. This was certainly different from entering a city in a scanner's role. Then the petty officers came out and threw their belt-lights on their fretful faces and mouthed their words with preposterous deference, shouting against the stone deafness of scanners' ears. So that was the way that a sub-chief was treated. Matter of fact, but not bad. Not bad. Martel replied, "I have that which I need, but beg of the city a favour. My friend Adam Stone is here. I desire to see him on urgent and personal, lawful affairs." The voice replied, "Did you have an appointment with Adam Stone?" "No." "The city will find him. What is his number?" "I have forgotten it." "You have forgotten it? Is not Adam Stone a magnate of the instrumentality? Are you truly his friend?" "Truly!" Martel let a little annoyance creep into his voice. "Watcher, doubt me, and call your sub-chief." "No doubt implied. But why do you not know the number?" "This must go into the record," added the voice. "Oh, we were friends in childhood. He has crossed the—" Martel started to say the up and out, but remembered that the phrase was current only among scanners. He went on, "He has leapt from earth to earth, and has just now returned. I knew him well, and I seek him out. I have word of his kith. May the instrumentality protect us." "Heard and believed," said the voice. "Adam Stone will be searched." At a risk, though a slight one, of having the sphere sound an alarm for non-human, Martel cut in on his scanner speaker within his jacket. He saw the trembling needle of light await his words, and he started to write on it with his blunt finger. That won't work, he thought, and had a moment's panic until he found his comb, which had a sharp enough tooth to write. He wrote, "Emergency none, Martel scanner calling Paritsiansky scanner." The needle quivered, and the reply glowed and faded out. "Paritsiansky scanner on duty, and DC calls taken by scanner relay." Martel cut off his speaker. Paritsiansky was somewhere around. Could he have crossed the direct way, right over the city wall, setting off the alert and invoking official business when the petty officers overtook him in mid-air? Well, scarcely. That meant that a number of other scanners must have come in with Paritsiansky, all of them pretending to be in search of a few of the tenuous pleasures that could be enjoyed by a Haberman, such as the sight of the news pictures or the viewing of beautiful women in the pleasure gallery. Frederik was around, but he could not have moved privately, because Scanner Central registered him on duty and recorded his movements city by city. The voice returned. Puzzlement was expressed in it. Adam Stone is found and awakened. He has asked pardon of the Honourable, and says he knows no Martel. Will you see Adam Stone in the morning? The city will bid you welcome. Martel ran out of resources. It was hard enough mimicking a man without having to tell lies in the guise of one. Martel could only repeat, "Tell him I am Martel, the husband of Lucci." "It will be done." Again the silence, and the hostile stars, and the sense that Frederik was somewhere near and getting nearer. Martel felt his heart beating faster and faster. He stole a glimpse at his chest box, and he set it down a point. He felt calmer, even though he'd not been able to scan with care. The voice this time was cheerful, as though an annoyance had been settled. "Adam Stone consents to see you. Enter Chief Downport and welcome." The little sphere dropped noiselessly to the ground, and the wire whispered away into the darkness. A bright arc of narrow light rose from the ground in front of Martel, and swept through the city to one of the highest towers, apparently a hostel, which Martel had never entered. Martel plucked his air-coat to his chest for ballast, stepped heel and toe on the beam, and felt himself whistle through the air to an entrance window, which sprang up before him as suddenly as a devouring mouth. A tower guard stood in the doorway. "You are awaited, sir. Do you bear weapons, sir?" "None," said Martel, grateful that he was relying on his own strength. The guard led him past the check screen. Martel noticed the quick flight of a warning across the screen as his instruments registered and identified him as a scanner, but the guard had not noticed it. The guard stopped at a door. "Adam Stone is armed," he said. "He is lawfully armed by authority of the instrumentality and by the liberty of this city. All those who enter are given warning." Martel nodded in understanding at the man and went in. Adam Stone was a short man, stout, benign. His grey hair rose stiffly from a low forehead. His whole face was red and merry-looking. He looked like a jolly guide from the pleasure gallery, not like a man who had been at the edge of the up and out, fighting the great pain without Habermans protection. He stared at Martel. His look was puzzled, perhaps a little annoyed, but not hostile. Martel came to the point. "You do not know me, I lied. My name is Martel. I mean you no harm, but I lied. I beg the honourable gift of your hospitality. Remain armed, direct your weapon against me." Stone smiled. "I am doing so," he said. And Martel noticed the small wire point in Stone's capable plump hand. "Good," he said. "Keep on guard against me. It will give you confidence in what I shall say, but do, I beg you, give us a screen of privacy. I want no casual lookers. This is a matter of life and death." "First, whose life and death?" Stone's face remained calm. His voice was even. "Yours and mine and the world's." "You are cryptic, but I agree." Stone called through the doorway, "Privacy, please." There was a sudden hum, and all the little noises of the night quickly vanished from the air of the room. Said Adam Stone, "Sir, who are you? What brings you here?" "I am Scanner 34, said Martel. "You a scanner? I don't believe it." For answer, Martel pulled his jacket open, showing his chest box. Stone looked up at him, amazed. Martel explained, "I am crunched." "Have you never seen it before?" "Well, not with men." "On animals?" "Amazing, but what do you want?" "The truth." "Do you fear me?" "Not with this," said Stone, grasping the wire point. "But I shall tell you the truth." "Is it true that you have conquered the great pain?" asked Martel. Stone hesitated, seeking words for an answer. "Quick! Can you tell me how you have done it, so that I may believe you?" "I have loaded the ships." "With life," said Stone. "Life?" "Life. I don't know what the great pain is, but I did find that in the experiments, when I sent out masses of animals or plants, the life in the centre of the mass lived longest. I built ships, small ones of course, and sent them out with rabbits, with monkeys. But those are beasts. Yes, with small beasts. And the beasts came back unhurt. They came back because the walls of the ships were filled with life. I tried many kinds, and finally I found a sort of life which lives in the waters, oysters, oyster beds. The outermost oysters died in the great pain, but the inner ones lived. The passengers were unhurt. But they were beasts, said Martel. Oh, not only beasts. Myself. You? I came through space alone. Through what you call the up and out, alone. Awake and sleeping. I am unhurt. If you do not believe me, ask your brother scanners. Come and see my ship in the morning. I will be glad to see you then, along with your brother scanners. I am going to demonstrate before the chiefs of the instrumentality. Martel repeated his question. You came here alone? Adam Stone grew testy. Yes, alone. Go back. Check your scanner's register if you do not believe me. You never put me in a bottle to cross space. Martel's face was radiant. I believe you now. It is true. No more scanners, no more Habermans, no more crunching. Stone looked significantly towards the door. Martel did not take the hint. I must tell you that, sir, tell me in the morning. Go, enjoy your crunch. Isn't it supposed to be pleasure? Medically, I know it well, but not in practice. It is pleasure. It's normality for a while, but listen. The scanners have sworn to destroy you and your work. What? They have met. They have voted and sworn. You will make scanners unnecessary, they say. You will bring the ancient wars back to the world if scanning is lost and the scanners live in vain. Adam Stone was nervous, but he kept his wits about him. You're a scanner. Are you going to kill me or try? No, you fool, said Martel. I have betrayed the confraternity. Call guards the moment I escape. Keep guards around you. I will try to intercept the killer. Martel saw a blur in the window. Before Stone could turn, the wire point was whipped out of his hand. The blur solidified and took form as Paryziansky. Martel recognized what Paryziansky was doing. High speed. Without thinking of his crunch, he thrust his hand to his chest, set himself up to high speed too. Waves of fire, like the great pain, but hotter, flooded over him. He fought to keep his face readable as he stepped in front of Paryziansky and gave the sign, top emergency. Paryziansky spoke, while the normally moving body of Stone stepped away from them as slowly as a drifting cloud. Get out of my way. I'm on a mission. I know it. I stop you here and now. Stop, stop, stop. Stone is right. Paryziansky's lips were barely readable in the haze of pain which flooded Martel. He thought, oh, God, God, God of the ancients, let me hold on. Let me live under overload just long enough. Paryziansky was saying, get out of my way. By order of the confraternity, get out of my way. And he gave the sign, help I demand in the name of my duty. Martel choked for breath in the syrup-like air. He tried one last time. Paryziansky, friend, my friend, stop, stop. No scanner had ever murdered scanner before. Paryziansky made the sign, you are unfit for duty, and I will take over. Martel thought, for the first time in the world, as he reached over and twisted Paryziansky's brain box up to overload. Paryziansky's eyes glittered in terror and understanding. His body began to drift down towards the floor. Martel had just strength to reach his own chest box. As he faded into Haberman or death, he knew not which, he felt his fingers turning on the control of speed, turning down. He tried to speak, to say, get a scanner, I need help, get a scanner. But the darkness rose about him, and the numb silence clasped him. Martel awakened to see the face of Lucy near his own. He opened his eyes wider and found that he was hearing the sound of her happy weeping, the sound of her chest as she caught the air back into her throat. He spoke weakly. "Still crunched? Alive?" Another face swam into the blur beside Lucy's. It was Adam Stone. His deep voice rang across immensities of space before coming to Martel's hearing. Martel tried to read Stone's lips, but could not make them out. He went back to listening to the voice. "You're not crunched. Do you understand me? You're not crunched." Martel tried to say, "But I can hear. I can feel." The others got his sense, if not his words, and Adam Stone spoke again. "You have gone back through the Haberman. I put you back first. I didn't know how it would work in practice, but I had the theory all worked out. You don't think that the instrumentality would waste the scanners, do you? You go back to normality. We are letting the Habermans die as fast as the ships come in. They don't need to live any more, but we are restoring the scanners. You are the first. Do you understand? You are the first. Take it easy now." Adam Stone smiled. Dimly, behind Stone, Martel thought that he saw the face of one of the chiefs of the instrumentality. That face, too, smiled at him. And then both faces disappeared upward and away. Martel tried to lift his head, to scan himself. He could not. Lucy stared at him, calming herself, but with an expression of loving perplexity. She said, "My darling husband, you're back again to stay." Still, Martel tried to see his box. Finally, he swept his hand across his chest with a clumsy motion. There was nothing there. The instruments were gone. He was back to normality, but still alive. In the deep, weak peacefulness of his mind, another troubling thought took shape. He tried to write with his finger the way that Lucy wanted him to, but he had neither pointed fingernail nor scanner's tablet. He had to use his voice. He summoned up his strength and he whispered, "Scanners?" "Yes, darling," she said. "What is it?" "Scanners?" "Scanners? Oh, yes, darling, they're all right. They had to arrest some of them for going into high speed and running away, but the instrumentality caught them all those on the ground, and they're happy now. Do you know, darling," she laughed, "and some of them didn't want to be restored to normality, but Stone and the chiefs persuaded them." "And Womack?" "Oh, he's fine, too. He's staying cranched until he can be restored. Do you know, he has arranged for scanners to take new jobs. You're all to be Deputy Chiefs for Space. Isn't that nice? But he got himself made Chief for Space. You're all going to be pilots, so that your fraternity and guild can go on. And Chang's getting changed right now. You'll see him soon." Her face turned sad. She looked at him earnestly and then said, "I might as well tell you now. You'll worry otherwise. There has been one accident, only one. When you and your friend called on Adam Stone, your friend was so happy that he forgot to scan, and he let himself die of overload." "Called on Stone?" said Martel. "Yes, don't you remember, your friend?" He still looked surprised. So she said, "Pereziansky." Scanners live in vain, under the wire with the Habermans. One essential component of great science fiction is strangeness. The story must take the reader someplace new and show him something that he has never seen before. The strangeness may reside in the landscape, as in the Aldiss story Hothouse in the pages ahead. It may lie in the situation that generates the plot, as in Fondly Fahrenheit or 4 in 1. It may be found in the seriocultural assumptions of the story, as in The Monsters. It may lie in the emotional nature of the protagonist, as in No Woman Born. It may even be a linguistic strangeness. The Kleinstadt-Biedemung scene of Common Time exemplifies that, but it must be there. Cordwainer Smith's Scanners Live in Vain, one of the classic stories of science fiction, provides that essential degree of strangeness in two ways, by a sheer originality of concept, and by a deceptive and eerie simplicity of narrative. It was the first published story of a remarkable man, and a remarkable writer. When it appeared in 1950 in what was little more than an amateur magazine, it set off reverberations that opened the way for an extraordinary career. For me, it was a revelation. I read it over and over, astonished by its power. It had for me the fundamental science fiction quality that I'd been searching for ever since I discovered Wells' Time Machine and Lovecraft's Shadow Out of Time, and for which I continue to search to this day, some 40 years later. It thrust me into a place that was utterly new to me, and imbued me with a residue of haunting images and impressions and feelings that I knew would never leave me. Within the close-knit world of science fiction, the story and its mysterious author caused an immediate sensation. Cordwainer Smith was plainly a pseudonym, but the identity behind it remained a well-kept secret for a dozen years. Because the story showed such mastery, it seemed unlikely that it was the work of a novice, and so there were those who speculated that it had been done by the versatile Henry Kuttner, or perhaps Theodore Sturgeon, or A. E. Van Voort. But none of those writers owned up to it, and it was only in the 60s that we learned that the true author of Scanners Live in Vain was one Pohl M.A. Leinbarger, who had been a linguist, a psychiatrist, a professor of Asian politics at Johns Hopkins University, an advisor to U.S. intelligence in the Far East during World War II, and to President Kennedy 20 years later, and a great many other things in a crowded life, cruelly shortened to 53 years. More so than any other science fiction writer I can think of, Leinbarger had close experience with alien cultures from childhood on. And I think the power of his science fiction sprang primarily from that. His father was an international financier and diplomat, and young Pohl attended schools in Hawaii, China, and Germany before he was 10 years old. When he was 13, he returned to China, remaining there throughout his adolescence. It was that country that seems to have had the most profound influence on him. He grew up fluent in 6 languages, and he was at home both in Oriental and Occidental cultures. Somehow, science fiction caught his fancy along the way, and he began writing stories for his own amusement, mainly, drawing on his knowledge of Chinese literary techniques. The earliest of these went unpublished and have been lost, but in 1945, while serving at the Pentagon, he produced Scanners Live in Vain, and started it on its journey through the science fiction magazines. The only magazine of that period that had risen above the slam-bang pulp magazine tradition of action fiction was John Campbell's Astounding, but the very strangeness that makes Scanners such an important story must have made it unpalatable to the conservative Campbell. So it bounced around from amazing stories to planet stories to thrilling wonder stories, before finding a home in Fantasy Book, a West Coast magazine published by a long-time SF hobbyist in an edition of a few thousand copies. There I came upon it. For I was so voracious in my quest for science fiction then that I hunted down even such obscurities as Fantasy Book, but only a fluke brought Cordwainer Smith to the attention of a wider audience. The writer, editor, and literary agent, Frederik Pohl, happened to have a story in the same issue of Fantasy Books, and, leafing through the magazine, he discovered Scanners to his great astonishment. A year or so later, he included it in Beyond the Edge of Time, an anthology that he edited for a major paperback house, and nothing was quite the same again in science fiction. For Scanners proved to be the first story in a history of the future spanning thousands of years, and coming eventually to fill 10 volumes. And Cordwainer Smith, though in fact fundamentally inimitable, came to be one of the most widely imitated science fiction writers of that fertile period that began in the late 1960s. I am unable to think in Chinese, and probably so are you, and most of us lack Paul Linebarger's intimate acquaintance with the Far East. Therefore we are unable really to attain that quality of non-Westernness that made Cordwainer Smith's fiction seem almost like the work of a visitor from the far future, dwelling in our midst. We can aspire after strangeness, and perhaps we can find some of our own to use in our work, but Linebarger's unique tone and method, though easy enough to copy, loses all vitality and power when employed by other hands. Still, we can study what he did and try to learn from his example. The title is immediately arresting. Scanners live in vain. What are scanners? Well, we don't know, of course, but they live in vain. Why? Most story titles are descriptive in nature. A Martian Odyssey, Nightfall, The Weapon Shops, The 9 Billion Names of God, First Contract, but scanners live in vain is a statement. It is a complete sentence. In the present indicative, it's telling us something, but what? We have no idea what it means, but we want to find out. So we begin to read, and are plunged instantly into mystery and tension. Martel was angry. He did not even adjust his blood away from anger. 2 sentences, and we have the initial announcement of conflict that every effective storyteller since Homer has known to be the best way of starting a story, followed by an indication he did not even adjust his blood away from anger, that we are entering an unfamiliar frame of reference, a strange science fiction world. In the paragraphs that follow, Smith builds and reinforces a sense of strangeness by introducing unknown and unexplained terminology, first scanner, and then crunch, then Habermans, up and out, under the wire. These concepts are utterly familiar to his characters, of course, as much so as policeman and telephone and newspaper are to us, and they are familiar to the author, too, probably because he has devised them first while sketching the outline of his story and has come to know them well during the planning stage. Now he can throw them at us with confidence. He sees nothing bewildering about the term crunching, and because he's so self-assured, we will stick around to find out what it means. When a science fiction writer seems to be making up his terminology as he goes along, blithely tossing in this or that ad hoc coinage whenever he finds the need, readers quickly sense it, and their willingness to accept the invented world as a real one rapidly wavers. The trick is to work it all out ahead of time and internalize it thoroughly, so that the writer appears to be reporting the movements of his characters through a solid and plausible and fully experienced world that happens not to be this one. Now, if it's done right, the reader will quickly come to feel at home. Of course, there are limits to how far this technique can be carried. A story that presents the reader with 50 strange terms on the first page, for instance, it was mid-sneal, the quonking season, calmly Blagalon thrickled his blotch, and a smile slowly spread across his face as the git-snuff effect awakened in him. Across the room, the baggy blog uncoiled his or her flimsy snabbish and began to walken. Well, this will probably arouse annoyance rather than fascination, but Smith is restrained. Though he gives us little background information, he allows us to establish hierarchies among the unknowns. Scanners, whoever they are superior to Habermans, whoever they are, and crunching, whatever that is something done with the aid of a crunching wire. The up and out, though we've never heard of it before, seems clearly to be a term for space, and sets everything forth in spare, simple prose. Here his early training in Chinese probably served him in good stead. Chinese, after all, is a language in which complex terms are reduced to simple component terms, so that they can be dealt with in an ideographic form of writing. Thus we find things like 1 chicken 3 flavors and hot and sour soup on the menus of Chinese restaurants, and up and out sounds to me like a translation of a perfectly good Chinese metaphor, both for space and the process of reaching it. His knowledge of Chinese also may be behind Smith's extreme sparseness and simplicity of style, which is so valuable both in helping the reader absorb all this unexplained material and in creating the mood of strangeness. Adverbs and adjectives are rare in his prose, sentences are short, rhythms are insistent and often choppy. Note the paragraphs near the beginning of the story, from He saw by her look of stricken assent through to she turned her back to him again, when nearly every sentence begins with a personal pronoun. There are few subordinate clauses. Most sentences are simply declarative announcements of external events. She snapped the small plug into the high-burden control. She helped him to sit down. She turned then, full-faced, toward him. There are odd but always comprehensible locutions, too, which aid in setting the mood. Smith speaks of calling an emergency, of making food pretty, of faces that disappeared upward and away. These unexpected turns of phrase ring startlingly out of Smith's unadorned prose to brilliant effect. He also understands how to create drama. The 13-paragraph prologue begins with anger and ends with pain, a powerful emotional progression. In that short span, Martel has awakened in Haberman condition. He has struggled to regain contact with his wife, and he has crashed. That is, he has returned to the world of ordinary mortals. We have been launched into the bizarre world of the scanners, and are intensely eager to know more about it. So now the story proper can begin. We know we are somewhere in the far future. Lamb chops have never forgotten. Mankind is ruled by something called the instrumentality, never described in detail. The iceberg technique, by which 9/10 of a story's background remains submerged and is not allowed to surface, is an important mood-creating device in science fiction. Space travel is an established fact, but those who go forth into the up-and-out experience what is known as the great pain of space. That's a startling and original concept. What causes it? Cosmic radiation? Psychic vibrations between the worlds? Smith feels no need to tell us. It's there. This story is about mankind's way of dealing with it. When he begins to move into the heart of his story, the gathering of scanners at Central Tie-In and the decision to kill Adam Stone, Smith makes a brilliant choice of narrative strategy that allows him to portray the scanner society both from within and without, while using only one character's viewpoint. Womack makes Martel come to the meeting while he is still crunched. There's no time for him to return to normal scanner mode, and so he finds himself in the role of a detached observer among his own people. It's a magnificently effective device. Martel is a legitimate member of the group, but he looks at his fellow scanners from the outside in, as we must. As a result, our identification with Martel is tightened. Scanners, when they are in Haberman mode, are rigid, austere, robotic figures, more dead than alive, alien and remote to us. But we perceive Martel as a human being, complex and troubled. What might have been an impossibly cold and uninvolving story is made accessible to us. We care about Martel, we believe it when he rebels against his fellow scanners and he sets out to save Adam Stone. Gradually, as the main narrative that centres about the scanner's fears of obsolescence unfolds, Smith drops in a few more far-future terms, none of which he tries to explain. Manchon-Jaggers and the others, the unforgiven, the old machines, the beasts. Some we can work out from the context, but some are left mysterious. There are not so many of them that they overwhelm the narrative, and they are always secondary to the initial set, scanners and Habermans and crunching. Smith has introduced that basic set of strange terms in the first few pages, and the story, if it is to satisfy the reader, must be devoted to manipulation and development of the substance behind those initially given terms. Additional ones, as they appear, serve only as embellishments and decorations. A writer who has invented Habermans, scanners, and the great pain of space in the first few pages of his story has enough on his hands. It would be a technical mistake to try to throw in yet another major concept midway through. But Smith's secondary embellishments and decorations have an important purpose. By hinting throughout at other things going on outside the immediate focus of the story, the Manchon-Jaggers, say, or the times of the wars before the beasts, and the up and out, Smith gives it breadth and scope with just a few quick strokes. A short story does not have to be a total history of everything that has happened in the writer's imagined future world, but it gains in power if it seems to be a brief episode against a much larger background. The stark and sometimes exotic rhythms of the prose often allow Smith to get away with things that would appear to be technical errors in the hands of another writer. By adopting a deliberately primitive tone, as if his story were a translation from some other language used in a remote era in another land, he shrewdly forestalls the criticism that might have been appropriate had he used a more contemporary, realistic mode. For instance, it is irritating when a writer forces one of his characters to tell another something that both of them already know, simply to get the information across to the reader. Yet Smith does just that in the scene between Martel and Lucy. Having Lucy tell Martel the scanner, all mankind owes most honour to the scanner, who unites the earths of mankind. Scanners are the protectors of the Habermans. They are the judges in the up and out. Well, of course, none of this is news to Martel, and no one, writing a piece of realistic fiction, could safely indulge in such a speech. Smith justifies it by telling us that she is reciting these things like a tale told 1,000 times to reassure herself. And because his prose, while simple, is actually highly mannered in its stylized simplicity, he manages to bring it off by making the passage seem almost a ritualistic litany. In the scene at central tie-in that follows, he does the same thing on a much greater scale, and this time it actually is a ritualistic litany, a sort of responsory, chanted by Wehrmacht and the scanners. It is tremendously effective. We suspend not only disbelief, but our annoyance over this sort of technical flaw in storytelling, and the chanting of the scanners both gives us all manner of useful background information and adds significantly to the haunting tone of the story. Smith is aware, of course, that having characters tell each other things that they already know is generally regarded as undesirable in fiction. He signals this a couple of pages later by having Martel show irritation at the long-winded ritual of the scanners, whom he sees as a lot of cruelly driven ghosts. And when he needs to convey even more information at that point, he simply offers it in straightforward and conventional exposition. Habermans were criminals or heretics, and scanners were gentlemen volunteers. Great hunks of flat-footed exposition can be horrendously boring in a science fiction story, however necessary the information they contain may be, but at this stage, midway through the story, Smith has already hooked the reader with his cunning and tantalizing display of unexplained material. Now he knows he can abandon that sly technique and safely lay out the explanations he still needs to convey. No one would be bored. The plot is in motion, and we are all desperately eager to know what's going on. It is the right moment for a welcome bit of straightforward exposition. The ending of the story is perhaps its one weak point. Martel, awakening from unconsciousness to hear Lucy and Stone telling him that all remaining strands of the plot have been tidied up while he was out cold. Do you know he has arranged for scanners to take new jobs? You're all to be deputy chiefs for space. Isn't that nice? Well, here and only here, we realize that we are reading the work of a beginner. A more experienced practitioner would probably have brought the story to its close with some or all of the restructuring of scanner society still undone, and Martel looking forward to the changes yet to come, but no matter. It's a small failing in a story otherwise so strong. The use of such an array of strikingly original narrative strategies to create a unique and unforgettable view of the future is what made some of us think, back in 1950, that we were reading some well-known master of the craft who was hiding behind false whiskers. Even in his first published story, Cordwainer Smith was an astonishingly adept storyteller. But we must remember that he had been writing fiction privately for many years, doubtless learning the tricks of his trade very well indeed during that secret apprenticeship. And we should remember also that this man was an authority on Asian politics, and on the tactics of revolution, and that about the same time as Scanners Live in Vain, he was writing Psychological Warfare, Infantry Journal Press, 1948, which is still considered a basic text on that subject. He was a man who knew how to hold the interest of an audience because he understood the art of manipulating the intellects and emotions of human beings, which is, after all, what writing fiction really is. Hothouse by Brian W. Aldiss. My vegetable love should grow vaster than empires, and more slow. Andrew Marvell. The heat, the light, the humidity. These were constant, and had remained constant for, but nobody knew for how long. Nobody cared. Nobody cared any more for the big questions that began, how long, or why? It was no longer a place for mind. It was a place for growth, for vegetables. It was like a hothouse. In the green light, some of the children came out to play. Alert for enemies, they ran along the branch, calling to each other in soft voices. A fast-growing berry-whisk moved upwards to one side, its sticky crimson mass of berries gleaming. Clearly it was intent on seeding, and would offer the children no harm. They scuttled past it. Beyond the margin of the group strip, some nettle moss had sprung up. During their period of sleep, it stirred as the children approached. "Kill it," Toy said simply. She was the head child of the group. She was 10. The others obeyed her. Unsheathing the sticks that every child carried in imitation of every adult, they scraped at the nettle moss. They scraped at it, and they hit it. Excitement grew in them as they beat down the plant, squashing its poisoned tips. Clat fell forward in her excitement. She was only 5, the youngest of the group's children. Her hands fell among the poisonous stuff. She cried aloud, and she rolled aside. The other children also cried, but did not venture into the nettle moss to save her. Struggling out of the way, little Clat cried again. Her fingers clutched at the rough bark, and then she was tumbling from the branch. The children saw her fall onto a great spreading leaf several lengths below. She clutched it. She lay there quivering on that quivering green. She looked up pitifully. "Fetch Lilio," Toy told Gren. Gren sped back along the branch to get Lilio. A tiger-fly swooped out of the air at him, humming its anger deeply. He struck it aside with a hand, not pausing. He was 9, a rare man-child, very brave already, and fleet and proud. Swiftly he ran to the head woman's hut. Under the branch, attached to its underside, hung 18 great homemaker nuts, hollowed out as they were and cemented into place with the cement distilled from the acetyl plant. Here lived the 18 members of the group, 1 to each homemaker's nut, the head woman, her 5 women, their man, and the 11 surviving children. Hearing Gren's cry, out came Lilio from her nut hut, climbing up a line to stand on the branch beside him. "Clat falls!" cried Gren. With her stick, Lilio rapped sharply on the bar before running on ahead of the child. Her signal called out the other 6 adults, the woman, Flor, and the others, Dafe, High, Ivan, and Jury, and the man, Harris. They hastened from their nut huts, weapons ready, poised for attack or flight. As Lilio ran, she whistled on a sharp split note. Instantly to her from the thick foliage nearby came a dumbler, flying to her shoulder. The dumbler rotated, a fleecy umbrella whose separate spokes controlled its direction. It matched its flight to her movement. Both children and adults gathered around Lilio when she looked down at Clat, still sprawled some way below on her leaf. "Lie still, Clat, do not move," called Lilio. "I will come to you." Clat obeyed that voice, though she was in pain and fear. Lilio climbed astride the hooked base of the dumbler, whistling softly to it. Only she of the group had fully mastered the art of commanding dumblers. These dumblers were the half-sentient spores of the whistle-thistle. The tips of their feathered spokes carried seeds. The seeds were strangely shaped, so that a light breeze, whispering in them, made them into ears that listened to every advantage of the wind that would spread their propagation. Humans, after long years of practice, could use these crude ears for their own purposes and instructions, as Lilio did now. The Dumbler bore her down to the rescue of the helpless child. Clat lay on her back, watching them coming, hoping to herself. She was still looking up when green teeth sprouted through the leaf all about her. "Jump, Clat!" Lilio cried. The child had time to scramble to her knees. Vegetable predators are not as fast as humans. Then the great green teeth snapped, shut about her waist. Under the leaf, a trapper-snapper had moved into position, sensing the presence of prey through that single layer of foliage. It was a horny, case-like affair, just a pair of square jaws hinged, and with many long teeth. From one corner of it grew a stalk, very muscular, thicker than a human. It looked like a neck. Now it bent, carrying Clat away, down to its true mouth, which lived with the rest of the plant far below on the unseen forest ground, slobbering in darkness and wetness and decay. Whistling, Lilio directed her Dumbler back up to the home bough. Nothing now could be done for Clat. It was the way. Already the rest of the group were dispersing. To stand in a bunch was to invite trouble from the unnumbered enemies of the forest. Besides, Clat's was not the first death that they had witnessed. Lilio's group had once been of 7 underwomen and 2 men. 2 women and 1 man had fallen to the green. Among them the 8 women had borne 22 children to the group, 4 of them being man-children. Deaths of children were many, always. Now that Clat was gone, over half the children had fallen to the green, and only 2 man-children were left, Gren and Veggie. Lilio walked back along the branch in the green light. The Dumbler drifted from her unheeded, obeying the silent instructions of the forest air, listening for word of a seeding place. Never had there been such an overcrowding of the world. No bare places existed. The Dumblers sometimes drifted through the jungles for centuries, waiting to alight. Coming to a point above one of the nut huts, Lilio lowered herself into it by the creeper. This had been Clat's nut hut. The head woman could hardly enter it, so small was the door. Humans kept their doors as narrow as possible, enlarging them as they grew. It helped to keep out unwanted visitors. All was tidy in the nut hut. From the interior, soft fibre, a bed had been cut. There the 5-year-old had slept, when a feeling for sleep came across the unchanging forest green. On the cot lay Clat's soul. Lilio took it and thrust it into her belt. She climbed out onto the creeper, took her knife, and began to slash at the place where the bark of the tree had been cut away and the nut hut was attached to the living wood. After several slashes, the cement gave. Clat's nut hut hinged down, hung for a moment, and then fell. As Clat's nut hut disappeared among huge coarse leaves, there was a flurry of foliage. Something was fighting for the privilege of devouring that huge morsel. Lilio climbed back onto the branch. For a moment she paused to breathe deeply. Breathing was more trouble than it had been. She'd gone on too many hunts. She'd borne too many children, fought too many fights. With a rare and fleeting knowledge of herself, she glanced down at her bare green breasts. They were less plump than they had been when she first took the Man Harris tour. They hung lower. Their shape was less beautiful. By instinct she knew her youth was over. By instinct she knew it was time to go up. The group stood near the hollow, awaiting her. She ran to them. The hollow was like an upturned armpit, formed where the branch joined the trunk. In the hollow collected their water supply. Silently the group was watching a line of termites climb the trunk. One of the termites now and again signaled greetings to the humans. The humans waved back. As far as they had allies at all, the termites were their allies. Only 5 great families survived here in this all-conquering vegetable world. The tiger-flies, the tree bees, the plant ants, and the termites were social insects, mighty and invincible. And the 5th family was man, lowly, easily killed, not organized as the insects were, but not extinct. The last animal species remaining. Lilio came up to the group. She too raised her eyes to follow the moving line of termites until it disappeared into the layers of green. The termites could live on any level of the great forest, in the tips or down on the ground. They were the first and the last of insects. As long as anything lived, the termites and the tiger-flies would. Lowering her eyes, Lilio called to the group. When they looked, she brought out Clat's soul, lifting it above her head to show it to them. "Clat has fallen to the green," she said. "Her soul must go to the tips, according to the custom. Flor and I will take it at once, so that we can go with the termites. Daff, Hai, Evan, Yuri, you guard well the man, Harris, and the children till we return." The women nodded solemnly, and then they came one by one to touch Clat's soul. The soul was roughly carved of wood into the shape of a woman. As a child was born, so with rites its male parent carved it a soul, a doll, a totem soul. For in the forest, when one fell to the green, there was scarcely ever a bone surviving to be buried. The soul survived for burial in the tips. As they touched the soul, Gren adventurously slipped from the group. He was nearly as old as Toy, as active and as strong. Not only had he power to run, he could climb, he could swim. Ignoring the cry of his friend Veggie, he scampered into the hollow and dived into the pool. Below the surface, opening his eyes, he saw a world of bleak clarity. A few green things, like clover leaves, grew at his approach, eager to wrap around his legs. Gren avoided them with a flick of his hand as he shot deeper. Then he saw the crocksock, before it saw him. The crocksock was an aquatic plant, semi-parasitic by nature. Living in hollows, it sent down its saw-toothed suckers into the tree's sap. But the upper section of it, rough and tongue-shaped like a sock, could also feed. It unfolded, wrapping around Gren's left arm, its fibres instantly locking to increase the grip, but Gren was ready for it. With one slash of his knife, he clove the crocksock in two, leaving the lower half to thrash uselessly at him. Before he could rise to the surface, Daff, the skilled huntress, was beside him, her face angered, bubbles flashing out silver-like fish from between her teeth. Her knife was ready to protect him. He grinned at her as he broke surface and climbed out onto the dry bank. Nonchalantly he shook himself as she climbed beside him. "Nobody runs or swims or climbs alone," Daff called to him, quoting one of the laws. "Gren, have you no fear? Your head is an empty burr." The other women, too, showed anger, yet none of them touched Gren. He was a man-child. He was taboo. He had the magic powers of carving souls and bringing babies. Or he would have, when fully grown, which would be soon now. "I am Gren the man-child," he boasted to them. His eyes sought Harris's for approval. Harris merely looked away. Now that Gren was so big, Harris did not cheer as once he had, although the boy's deeds were braver than before. Slightly deflated, Gren jumped about, waving the strip of crocksock still wrapped around his left arm. He called and boasted at the women to show how little he cared for them. "You are a baby yet," hissed Toy. She was 10, his senior by 1 year. Gren fell quiet. Scowling, Lilio said, "The children grow too old to manage. When Flor and I have been to the tips to bury Clat's soul, we shall return and break up the group. Time has come for us to part. Guard yourselves." It was a subdued group that watched their leader go. All knew that the group had to split. None cared to think about it. Their time of happiness and safety, or so it seemed to all of them, would be finished, perhaps forever. The children would enter a period of lonely hardship, fending for themselves. The adults embarked on old age, trial, and death when they went up into the unknown. Lilio and Flor climbed the rough bark easily. For them it was like going up a series of more or less symmetrically placed rocks. Now and again they met some kind of vegetable enemy, a thin pin or a pluggy rug, but these were small fry, easily dispatched into the green gloom below. Their enemies were the termites' enemies, and the moving column had already dealt with the foes in its path. Lilio and Flor climbed close to the termites, glad of their company. They climbed for a long while. Once they rested on an empty branch, capturing 2 wandering birds, splitting them and eating their oily white flesh. On the way up they glimpsed 1 or 2 groups of humans on different branches. Sometimes these groups waved shyly, sometimes not. But now they were too high for humans. Nearer the tips, new danger threatened. In the safer middle layers of the forest the humans lived, avoiding the perils of the tips or of the ground. "Now we move on," Lilio told Flor, getting to her feet when they'd rested. "Soon we will be at the tips." A commotion silenced the 2 women. They looked up, crouching against the trunk for protection. Above their heads leaves rustled as death struck. A leafy creeper flailed the rough bark in a frenzy of greed, attacking the termite column. The leafy creeper's roots and stems were also tongues and lashes. Whipping around the trunk, it thrust its sticky tongues into the termites. Against this particular plant, flexible and hideous, the insects had little defence. They scattered, but kept doggedly climbing up, each perhaps trusting in the blind law of averages to survive. For the humans, the plant was less of a threat, at least when met on a branch. Encountered on a trunk, it could easily dislodge them and send them helplessly falling to the green. "We will climb on another trunk," Lilio said. She and Flor ran deftly along the branch, once jumping a bright parasitic bloom, around which tree bees buzzed, a forerunner of the world of colour above them. A far worse obstacle lay waiting in an innocent-looking hole in the branch. As Flor and Lilio approached, a tiger-fly zoomed up at them. It was all but as big as they were, a terrible thing that possessed both weapons and intelligence, and malevolence. Now it attacked only through viciousness, its eyes large, its mandibles working, its transparent wings beating. Its head was a mixture of shaggy hair and armour-plating, while behind its slender waist lay the great swivel-plated body, yellow and black, sheathing a lethal sting on its tail. It dived between the women, aiming to hit them with its wings, but they fell flat as it sped past. Angrily, it tumbled against the branch as it turned on them again, its golden-brown sting flickering in and out. "I'll get it," Flor said. The tiger-fly had killed one of her babes. Now the creature came in fast and low. Ducking, Flor reached up and seized its shaggy hair, swinging the tiger-fly off balance. Quickly she raised her sword. Bringing it down in a mighty sweep, she severed that chitinous and narrow waist. The tiger-fly fell away in 2 parts. The 2 women ran on. The branch, a main one, did not grow thinner. Instead, it ran on for another 20 yards and grew into another trunk. The tree, vastly old, the longest living organism ever to flourish on this little world, had a myriad of trunks. Very long ago, 2,000 million years past, trees had grown in many kinds, depending on soil, climate, other conditions. As temperatures climbed, they proliferated and came into competition with each other. The banyan, thriving in the heat, using its complex system of self-rooting branches, gradually established ascendancy over the other species. Under pressure, it evolved and adapted. Each banyan spread out farther and farther, sometimes doubling back on itself for safety. Always it grew higher and crept wider, protecting its parent stem as its rivals multiplied, dropping down trunk after trunk, throwing out branch after branch, until at last it learned the trick of growing into its neighbour banyan, forming a thicket against which no other tree could strive. Their complexity became unrivalled, their immortality established. On this great continent where the humans lived, only one banyan tree grew now. It had become first king of the forest, and then it had become the forest itself. It had conquered the deserts and the mountains and the swamps. It filled the continent with its interlaced scaffolding. Only before the wider rivers or at the margins of the sea where the deadly seaweeds could assail it, did the tree not go. And at the terminator, where all things stopped and night began, there, too, the tree did not go. The women climbed slowly now, alert as the odd tigerfly zoomed in their direction. Splashes of colour grew everywhere, attached to the tree, hanging from lines or drifting free. Lianas and fungi blossomed. Dumblers moved mournfully through the tangle. As they gained height, the air grew fresher, and the colour rioted, azures and crimsons, yellows and mauves, all the beautifully tinted snares of nature. A dipper-lip sent its scarlet dribbles of gum down the trunk. Several thin pins with vegetable skill stalked the drops, pounced, and died. Lilio and Flor went on, side by side. Slashweed met them. They slashed back and climbed on. Many fantastic plant forms there were, some like birds, some like butterflies. Ever and again whips and hands shot out. "Look," Flor whispered. She pointed above their heads. The tree's bark was cracked, almost invisibly. Almost invisibly a part of it moved. Thrusting her stick out at arm's length, Flor eased herself up until stick and crack were touching, and then she prodded. A section of the bark gaped wide, revealing a pale, deadly mouth. An oyster maw, superbly camouflaged, had dug itself into the tree. Jabbing swiftly, Flor thrust her stick into the trap. As the jaws closed, she pulled with all her might, Lilio steadying her. The oyster maw, taken by surprise, was wrenched from its socket. Opening its maw in shock, it sailed outward through the air. A ray plane took it without trying. Lilio and Flor climbed on. The tips was a strange world of its own, the vegetable kingdom at its most imperial and most exotic. If the banyan ruled the forest, was the forest, then the traversers ruled the tips. The traversers had formed the typical landscape of the tips. Theirs were the great webs trailing everywhere, theirs the nests built on the tips of the tree. When the traversers deserted their nests, other creatures built there, other plants grew, spreading their bright colour to the sky. Debris and droppings knitted these nests into solid platforms. Here grew the burn-urn plant, which Lilio sought for the soul of Platt. Pushing and climbing, the two women finally emerged onto one of these platforms. They took shelter from the perils of the sky under a great leaf, and they rested from their exertions. Even in the shade, even for them, the heat of the tips was formidable. Above them, paralyzing half the heaven, burned a great sun. It burned without cease, always fixed and still at one point in the sky, and so it would burn until that day, now no longer impossibly distant, when it burned itself out. Here in the tips, relying on that sun for its strange method of defence, the burn-urn ruled among stationary plants. Already its sensitive roots told it that intruders were near. On the leaf above them, Lilio and Flor saw a circle of light move. It wandered over the surface, paused, contracted. The leaf smouldered and burst into flames. Focusing one of its urns on them, the plant was fighting them with its terrible weapon, fire. "Run!" Lilio commanded, and they dashed behind the top of a whistle-thistle, hiding beneath its thorns, peering out at the burn-urn plant. It was a splendid sight. High reared the plant, displaying perhaps half a dozen cerise flowers, each flower larger than a human. Other flowers, fertilized, had closed together, forming many-sided urns. Later stages still could be seen, where the colour drained from the urns as seed swelled at the base of them. Finally, when the seed was ripe, the urn, now hollow and immensely strong, turned transparent as glass and became a heat weapon the plant could use even after its seeds were scattered. Every vegetable and creature shrank from fire, except humans. They alone could deal with the burn-urn plant and use it to advantage. Moving cautiously, Lily-O stole forth and cut off a big leaf which grew through the platform on which they stood. A pluggy-rug launched a spine at her from underneath, but she dodged it. Seizing the leaf, so much bigger than herself, she ran straight for the burn-urn, hurling herself among its foliage and shinning to the top of it in an instant before it could bring its urn-shaped lenses up to focus on her. "Now!" she cried to Flor. Flor was already on the move, sprinting forward. Lily-O raised the leaf above the burn-urn, holding it between the plant and the sun. As if realizing that this ruined its method of defence, the plant drooped in the shade as though sulking. Its flowers and its urns hung down limply. Her knife out, ready, Flor darted forward and cut off one of the great transparent urns. Together the two women dashed back for the cover of the whistle-thistle, while the sunburn came back to furious life, flailing its urns as they sucked in the sun again. They reached cover just in time. A veg bird swooped out of the sky at them and impaled itself on a thorn. Instantly a dozen scavengers were fighting for the body. Under cover of the confusion, Lily-O and Flor attacked the urn they had won. Using both their knives and all their strength, they prized up one side far enough to put Clat's soul inside the urn. Then the side instantly snapped back into place again, an airtight join. The soul stared woodenly out at them through the transparent facets. "May you go up and reach heaven," Lily-O said. It was her business to see the soul stood at least a sporting chance of doing so. With Flor, she carried the urn across to one of the cables, spun by a traverser. The top end of the urn, where the seed had been, was enormously sticky. The urn adhered easily to the cable and hung there in the sun. Next time a traverser climbed up the cable, the urn stood an excellent chance of sticking like a burr to one of its legs. Thus it would be carried away to heaven. As they finished the work, a shadow fell over them. A mile-long body drifted down towards them, a traverser. A gross, vegetable equivalent of a spider was descending to the tips. Hurriedly the women burrowed their way through the platform. The last rites for Clat had been carried out. It was time to return to the group. Before they climbed down again to the green world of middle levels, Lily-O looked back. The traverser was descending slowly, a great bladder with legs and jaws, fibery hair covering most of its bulk. To her it was like a god, with the powers of a god. It came down a cable, floated nimbly down the strand, trailing up into the sky. As far as could be seen, cables slanted up from the jungle, pointing like slender, drooping fingers to heaven. Where the sun caught them, they glittered. They all trailed up in the same direction, toward a floating silver half-globe, remote and cool, but clearly visible, even in the glare of the eternal sunshine. Unmoving, steady, the half-moon remained always in the same sector of the sky. Through the aeons, the pull of this moon had gradually slowed the axial revolution of its parent planet to a standstill, until day and night slowed, and began fixed finally forever. Day always on one side of the planet, night on the other. At the same time, a reciprocal braking effect had checked the moon's apparent flight. Drifting farther from Earth, the moon had shed its role as Earth's satellite, and rode along in Earth's orbit, an independent planet in its own right. Now the two bodies, for what was left of the afternoon of eternity, faced each other in the same relative position. They were locked, face to face, and so would be, until the sands of time ceased to run, or the sun ceased to shine. And the multitudinous strands of cable floated across the gap, uniting the worlds. Back and forth the traversers could shuttle at will, vegetable astronauts, huge and insensible, with Earth and Luna both enmeshed in their indifferent net. With surprising suitability, the old age of the Earth was snared about with cobwebs. The journey back to the group was fairly uneventful. Lilio and Flor travelled at an easy pace, sliding down again into the middle levels of the tree. Lilio did not press forward as hard as usual, for she was reluctant to face the break-up of the group. She could not express her few thoughts easily. "Soon we must go up, like Clat's soul," she said to Flor, as they climbed down. "It is the way," Flor answered. And Lilio knew she would get no deeper word on the matter than that. Nor could she frame deeper words herself. Human understandings trickled shallow these days. The group greeted them soberly when they returned. Being weary, Lilio offered them a brief salutation and retired to her nut hut. Yuri and Evin soon brought her food, setting not so much as a finger inside her home, then that being taboo. When she'd eaten and slept, she climbed again onto the home strip branch, and she summoned the others. "Hurry!" she called, staring fixedly at Harris, who was not hurrying. Why should a difficult thing be so precious? Or a precious thing so difficult? At that moment, while her attention was diverted, a long green tongue licked out from behind the tree trunk. Uncurling, it hovered daintily for a second. It took Lilio around the waist, pinning her arms to her side, lifting her off the branch. Furiously she kicked and cried. Harris pulled a knife from his belt, leapt forward with eyes slitted, and hurled the blade. Singing, it pierced the tongue and pinned it to the rough trunk of the tree. Harris did not pause after throwing. As he ran toward the pinioned tongue, Daff and Yuri ran before him, while Flor scuttled the children to safety. In its agony, the tongue eased its grip on Lilio. Now a terrific thrashing had set in on the other side of the tree trunk. The forest seemed full of its vibrations. Lilio whistled up 2 dumblers, fought her way out of the green cords around her, and was now safely back on the branch. The tongue, writhing in pain, flickered about meaninglessly. Weapons out, the 4 humans moved forward to deal with it. The tree itself shook with the wrath of the trapped creature. Edging cautiously around the trunk, they saw it, its great vegetable mouth distorted. A wiltmilt stared back at them with the hideous palmate pupil of its single eye. Furiously it hammered itself against the tree, foaming and mouthing. Though they had faced wiltmilts before, yet the humans trembled. The wiltmilt was many times the girth of the tree trunk at its present extension. If necessary, it could have extended itself up almost to the tips, stretching and becoming thinner as it did so. Like an obscene jack-in-the-box, it sprang up from the ground in search of food, armless, brainless, gouging its slow way over the forest floor on wide and rooty legs. "Pin it!" Lilio cried. Concealed all along the branch were sharp stakes, kept for such emergencies. With these they stabbed the writhing tongue that cracked like a whip about their heads. At last they had a good length of it secured, staked down to the tree, and though the wiltmilt writhed, it would never get free now. "Now we must leave and go up," Lilio said. No human could ever kill a wiltmilt. But already its struggles were attracting predators, the thin pins, those mindless sharks of the middle levels, ray planes, trapper-snappers, gargoyles, and smaller vegetable vermin. They would tear the wiltmilt to living pieces and continue until nothing of it remained. And if they happened on a human at the same time, well, it was the way. Lilio was angry. She had brought on this trouble. She had not been alert. Alert. She would never have allowed the wiltmilt to catch her alert. Her mind had been tied with thought of her own bad leadership, for she had caused 2 dangerous trips to be made to the tips where one could have done. If she had taken all the group with her when Clat's soul was disposed of, she would have saved this second ascent. What ailed her brain that she had not seen this beforehand? She clapped her hands. Standing for shelter under a giant leaf, she made the group come about her. 16 pairs of eyes stared trustingly at her. She grew angry to see how they trusted her. "We adults grow old," she told them. We grow stupid. I grow stupid. I am not fit to lead you any more. The time has come for the adults to go up and return to the gods who made us. Then the children will be on their own. They will be the group. Toy will lead the group. By the time you are sure of your group, Gren and soon Veggie will be old enough to give you children. Take care of the man-children. Let them not fall to the green, or the group dies. Better to die yourself than let the group die. Lily-O had never made, the others had never heard so long a speech. Some of them did not understand it all. What of this talk about falling to the green? One did or one did not. It needed no talk. Whatever happened was the way. Talk could not touch it. May, a girl child, said cheekily, "On our own we can enjoy many things." Reaching out, Flor clapped her on an ear. "First you make the hard climb to the tips," he said. "Yes, move," Lily-O said. She gave the order for climbing. Who should lead, who follow? About them the forest throbbed. Green creatures sped and snapped as the wilt-milt was devoured. "The climb is hard. Begin quickly," Lily-O said, looking restlessly about her. "Why climb?" Gren asked rebelliously. "With dumblers we can fly easily to the tips, suffer no pain." It was too complicated to explain to him that a human drifting in the air was far more vulnerable than a human shielded by a trunk, with a good rough bark nodules to squeeze between in case of attack. "While I lead, you climb," Lily-O said. She could not hit Gren. He was a taboo man-child. They collected their souls from their nut huts. There was no pomp about saying goodbye to their old home. Their souls went into their belts, their swords, the sharpest, hardest thorns available, went into their hands. They ran along the branch after Lily-O, away from the disintegrating wilt-milt, away from their past. Slowed by the younger children, the journey up to the tips was long. Although the humans fought off the usual hazards, the tiredness growing in small limbs could not be fought. Halfway to the tips they found a side branch to rest on, for there grew a Fuzzypuzzle, and they sheltered in it. The Fuzzypuzzle was a beautiful disorganized fungus. Although it looked like nettle moss on a larger scale, it did not harm humans, drawing in its poisoned pistils as if with disgust when they came to it. Ambling in the eternal branches of the tree, Fuzzypuzzles desired only vegetable food, so the group climbed into the middle of it and they slept. Guarded among the waving viridian and yellow stalks, they were safe from nearly all forms of attack. Flor and Lily-O slept most deeply of the adults. They were tired by their previous journey. Harris, the man, was the first to awake, knowing something was wrong. As he roused, he woke up Yuri by poking her with his stick. He was lazy besides. It was his duty to keep out of danger. Yuri sat up. She gave a shrill cry of alarm and jumped at once to defend the children. 4 winged things had invaded the Fuzzypuzzle. They'd seized Veggie, the man-child, and Bane, one of the younger girl-children, gagging and tying them before the pair could wake properly. At Yuri's cry, the winged ones looked around. They were fly-men. In some respects they resembled humans, that is to say, they had one head, 2 long and powerful arms, stubby legs, and strong fingers on hands and feet. But instead of smooth green skin, they were covered in a glittering, horny substance, here black, here pink, and large, scaly wings, resembling those of a veg bird, grew from their wrists to their ankles. Their faces were sharp and clever. Their eyes glittered. When they saw the humans waking, the flymen grabbed up the 2 captive children. Bursting through the Fuzzypuzzle, which did not harm them, they ran towards the edge of the branch to jump off. Flymen were crafty enemies, seldom seen, but much dreaded by the group. They worked by stealth. Though they did not kill unless forced to, they stole children. Catching them was hard. Flymen did not fly properly, but the crash glides they fell into carried them swiftly away through the forest, safe from human reprisal. Yuri flung herself forward with all her might, and Irwin behind her. She caught an ankle, seized part of the leathery tendon of wing where it joined the foot, and clung on. One of the flymen, holding Veggie, staggered with her weight, turning as he did so to free himself. His companion, taking the full weight of the boy-child, paused, dragging out a knife to defend himself. Irwin flung himself at him with savagery. She had mothered Veggie. She would not be taken away. The flyman's blade came to meet her. She threw herself on it. It ripped her stomach till the brown entrails showed, and she toppled from the branch with no cry. There was a commotion in the foliage below as trapper-snappers fought for her. Deciding that he had done enough, the flyman dropped the bound Veggie and left his friend still struggling with Yuri. He spread his wings, taking off heavily after the two who had borne Vane away between them into the green thicket. All the group were awake now. Lilio silently untied Veggie, who did not cry, for he was a man-child. Meanwhile, Harris knelt by Yuri and her winged opponent, who fought without words to get away. Quickly, Harris brought out a knife. "Don't kill me, I will go," cried the flyman. His voice was harsh, his words hardly understandable. The mere strangeness of him filled Harris with savagery, so that his lips curled back, and his tongue came thickly between his bared teeth. He thrust his knife deep between the flyman's ribs, 4 times over, till the blood poured over his clenched fist. Yuri stood up gasping and leaned against Irwin. "I grow old," she said. "Once it was no trouble to kill a flyman." She looked at the man Harris with gratitude. He had more than one use. With one foot she pushed the limp body over the edge of the branch. It rolled messily and then dropped. Its old, wizened wings tucked uselessly about its head. The flyman fell to the green. They lay among the sharp leaves of 2 whistle-thistle plants, dazed by the bright sun, but alert for new dangers. Their climb had been completed. Now the 9 children saw the tips for the first time, and were struck mute by it. Once more Lilio and Flor lay siege to a burn urn, while Daff helped them. As the plants slumped defencelessly in the shadow of their upheld leaves, Daff severed 6 of the great transparent pods that were to be their coffins. Hi helped her carry them to safety, after which Lilio and Flor dropped their leaves and ran for the shelter of the whistle-thistles. A cloud of paper wings drifted by, their colours startling to eyes generally submerged in green, sky blues and yellows and bronzes, and a viridian that flashed like water. One of the paper wings alighted, fluttering, on a tuft of emerald foliage near the watchers. The foliage was a dripolip. Almost at once the paper wing turned grey as its small nourishment content was sucked out. It disintegrated like ash. Rising cautiously, Lilio led the group over to the nearest cable of traverser web. Each adult carried her own urn. The traversers, largest of all creatures, vegetable or otherwise, could never go into the forest. They spurted out their line among the upper branches, securing it with side strands. Finding a suitable cable with no traverser in sight, Lilio turned, signalling for the urns to be put down. She spoke to Toy, Gren, and the 7 other children. "Now, help us climb with our souls into our burn urns. See us tight in. Then carry us to the cable and stick us to it, and then goodbye. We go up. You are the group now." Toy momentarily hesitated. She was a slender girl, her breasts like pear fruit. "Do not go, Lilio," she said. "We still need you." "It is the way," Lilio said firmly. Prizing open one of the facets of her urn, she slid into her coffin. Helped by the children, the other adults did the same. From habit, Lilio glanced to see that Harris was safe. They were all in now and helpless. Inside the urns it was surprisingly cool. The children carried the coffins between them, glancing nervously up at the sky. Meanwhile, they were afraid. They felt helpless. Only the bold man-child, Gren, looked as if he were enjoying their new sense of independence. He, more than Toy, directed the others in the placing of the urns upon the traverser's cable. Lilio smelled a curious smell in the urn. As it soaked through her lungs, her senses became detached. Outside, the scene, which had been clear, clouded and shrank. She saw that she hung suspended on a traversa cable above the treetops, with Flor, Harris, Daff, High, and Yuri and other urns nearby, hanging helplessly. She saw the children, the new group, run to shelter. Without looking back, they dived into the muddle of foliage on the platform, and then they disappeared. The traversa hung 10.5 miles above the tips, safe from its enemies. All about it, space was indigo, and the invisible rays of space bathed it and nourished it. Yet the traversa was still dependent on Earth for some food. After many hours of vegetative dreaming, it swung itself over and climbed down a cable. Other traversas hung motionless nearby. Occasionally one would blow a globe of oxygen or hitch a leg to try and dislodge a troublesome parasite. Theirs was a leisureliness never attained before. Time was not for them. The sun was theirs, and would ever be, until it became unstable, turned nova, and burned both them and itself out. The traversa fell fast. Its feet twinkling, hardly touching the cable, fell straight to the forest, plunging towards that leafy cathedral of the forest. Here in the air lived its enemies, enemies many times smaller, many times more vicious, many times more clever. Traversas were prey to one of the last families of insect, the tiger-flies. Only tiger-flies could kill traversas, kill in their own insidious, invincible way. Over the long, slow eons, as the sun's radiation increased, vegetation had evolved to undisputed supremacy. The wasps had developed too, keeping pace with the new developments. They grew in numbers and size as the animal kingdom fell into eclipse and dwindled into that rising tide of green. In time they became the chief enemies of the spider-like traversas. Attacking in packs, they could paralyze the primitive nerve centers, leaving the traversas to stagger to their own destruction. The tiger-flies also laid their eggs in tunnels, bored into the stuff of their enemies' bodies. When the eggs hatched, the larvae fed happily on living flesh. This threat it was, more than anything, that had driven the traversas farther and farther into space, many millennia past. In this seemingly inhospitable region they reached their full and monstrous flowering. Hard radiation became a necessity for them. Nature's first astronauts, they changed the face of the firmament. Long after man had rolled up his affairs and retired to the trees whence he came, the traversas reconquered that vacant pathway that he had lost. Long after intelligence had died from its peak of dominance, the traversas linked indissolubly the green globe and the white, with that antique symbol of neglect, a spider's web. The traversa scrambled down among the upper leaves, erecting the hairs on its back, where patchy green and black afforded it a natural camouflage. On its way down it had collected several creatures caught fluttering in its cables. It sucked them peacefully. When the soupy noises stopped, it vegetated. A buzzing roused it from its doze. Yellow and black stripes zoomed before its crude eyes. A pair of tiger-flies had found it. With great alacrity the traversa moved. Its massive bulk, contracted in the atmosphere, had an overall length of over a mile, and yet it moved lightly as pollen, scuttling up a cable back to the safety of vacuum. As it retreated, its legs brushing the web, it picked up various spores, burrs, and tiny creatures that adhered there. It also picked up 6 burn urns, each containing an insensible human, which swung unregarded from its shin. Several miles up, the traversa paused. Recovering from its fright, it ejected a globe of oxygen, attached it gently to a cable. It paused. Its palps trembled. And then it headed out toward deep space, expanding all the time as pressure dropped. Its speed increased. Folding its legs, the traverser began to eject fresh web from the spinnerets under its abdomen. So it propelled itself, a vast vegetable, almost without feeling, rotating slowly to stabilize its temperature. Hard radiations bathed it. The traverser basked in them. It was in its element. Daff roused. She opened her eyes, gazing without intelligence. What she saw had no meaning. She only knew that she had gone up. This was a new existence. She did not expect it to have meaning. Part of the view from her urn was eclipsed by stiff, yellowy wisps that might have been hair or straw. Everything else was uncertain, being washed either in blinding light or deep shadow. Light and shadow revolved. Gradually, Daff identified other objects. Most notable was a splendid green half-ball, mottled with white and blue. Was it a fruit? To it trailed cables, glinting here and there, many cables, silver or gold, in that crazy light. 2 traversers she recognized at some distance, travelling fast, looking mummified. Bright points of light sparkled painfully. All was confusion. This was where gods lived. Daff had no feeling. A curious numbness kept her without motion or the wish to move. The smell in the urn was strange. Also the air seemed thick. Everything was like an evil dream. Daff opened her mouth, her jaw sticky and slow to respond. She screamed. No sound came. Pain filled her. Her sides in particular ached. Even when her eyes closed again, her mouth hung open. Like a great, shaggy balloon, the traverser floated down to the moon. It could hardly be said to think, being a mechanism or little more, and yet somewhere in it the notion stirred that its pleasant journey was too brief, that there might be other directions in which to sail. After all, the hated tiger-flies were almost as many now and as troublesome on the moon as on the earth. Perhaps somewhere there might be a peaceful place. Another of these half-round places with green stuff, in the middle of warm, delicious rays. Perhaps sometime it might be worth sailing off on a full belly and a new course. Many traversers hung above the moon, their nets straggled untidily everywhere. This was their happy base, better liked than the earth, where the air was thick and their limbs were clumsy. This was the place they had discovered first, except for some puny creatures who had been long gone before they arrived. They were the last lords of creation, largest and lordliest. They enjoyed their long, lazy afternoon's supremacy. The traverser slowed, spinning out no more cable. In leisurely fashion it picked its way through a web and drifted down to the pallid vegetation of the moon. Here were conditions very unlike those on the heavy planet. The many-trunked banyans had never gained supremacy here. In the thin air and the low gravity they outgrew their strength and collapsed. In their place monstrous celeries and parsleys grew, and it was into a bed of these that the traverser settled. Hissing from its exertions, it blew off a great cloud of oxygen and then relaxed. As it settled down into the foliage, its great sack of body rubbed against the stems. Its legs, too, scraped into the mass of leaves. From legs and body a shower of light debris was dislodged, burrs, seeds, grits, nuts and leaves caught up in its sticky fibres back on the distant earth. Among this detritus were 6 seed casings from a sunburn plant. They rolled over the ground. They came to a standstill. Harris, the man, was the first to awaken. Groaning with an unexpected pain in his sides, he tried to sit up. Pressure on his forehead reminded him of where he was. Doubling up knees and arms, he pushed against the lid of his coffin. Momentarily it resisted him, and then the whole urn crumbled into pieces, sending Harris sprawling. The rigours of total vacuum had destroyed its cohesive powers. Unable to pick himself up, Harris lay where he was. His head throbbed. His lungs were full of an unpleasant odour. Eagerly he gasped in fresh air. At first it seemed thin and chill, and yet he sucked it in with gratitude. After a while he was well enough to look about him. Long yellow tendrils were stretching out of a nearby thicket, working their way gingerly toward him. Alarmed, he looked about for a woman to protect him, but none was there. Stiffly, his arms so stiff, he pulled his knife from his belt, rolled over on one side, and lopped the tendrils off as they reached him. Oh, this was an easy enemy. Harris cried. He screamed. He jumped unsteadily to his feet, yelling in disgust at himself. Suddenly he noticed he was covered in scabs. Worse, as his clothes fell in shreds from him, he saw that a mass of leathery flesh grew from his arm, his ribs, his legs. When he lifted his arms, the mass stretched out almost like wings. He was spoiled. His handsome body was ruined. A sound made him turn, and for the first time he remembered his fellows. Lilio was struggling for the remains of her burn-urn. She raised a hand in greeting. To his horror, Harris saw that she bore disfigurements like his own. In truth, at first he scarcely recognized her. She resembled nothing so much as one of the hated flymen. He flung himself to the ground and wept as his heart expanded in fear and loathing. Lilio was not born to weep. Disregarding her own painful deformities and breathing laboriously, she cast about, seeking the other 4 coffins. Floor's was the first she found, half buried though it was. A blow with a stone shattered it. Lilio lifted up her friend, as hideously transformed as she, and in a short while Floor roused. Inhaling the strange air raucously, she too sat up. Lilio left her to seek the others. Even in her dazed state she thanked her aching limbs for feeling so light. Daff was dead. She lay stiff and purple in her urn. Though Lilio shattered it and called aloud, Daff did not stir. Her swollen tongue stayed dreadfully protruding from her mouth. Daff was dead. Daff who had lived, Daff who had been the sweet singer. Hi also was dead, a poor shriveled thing lying in a coffin that had cracked on its arduous journey between the 2 worlds. When that coffin shattered under Lilio's blow, Hi fell away to powder. Hi was dead. Hi, who had been born a man-child. He always so fleet of foot. Yuri's urn was the last. She stirred as the head woman reached her. A minute later she was sitting up, eyeing her deformities with a stoical distaste, breathing the sharp air. Yuri lived. Harris staggered over to the women. In his hand he carried his soul. 4 of us, he explained. Have we been received by the gods, or no? We feel pain, so we live, Lilio said. Daff and Hi have fallen to the green. Bitterly, Harris flung down his soul and trampled it underfoot. Oh, look at us, it better be dead, he said. Before we decide that, we will eat, said Lilio. Painfully they retreated into the thicket, alerting themselves once more to the idea of danger. Floor, Lilio, Yuri, Harris, each supported the other. The idea of taboo had somehow been forgotten. No proper trees grow here, Floor protested, as they pushed among giant celeries whose crests waved high above their heads. Take care, Lilio said. She pulled Floor back. Something rattled and snapped like a chained dog, missing Floor's leg by inches. A trapper-snapper, having missed its prey, was slowly reopening its jaws, baring its green teeth. This was only a shadow of the terrible trapper-snappers spawned on the jungle floors of Earth. Its jaws were weaker, its movements far more circumscribed. Without the shelter of the giant banyans, the trapper-snappers were disinherited. Something of the same feeling overcame the humans. They and their ancestors for countless generations had lived in the high trees. Safety was arboreal. Here there were only celery and parsley trees, offering neither the rock steadiness nor the unlimited boughs of the giant banyan. So they journeyed, nervous, lost, in pain, knowing neither where they were nor why they were. They were attacked by leafy creepers and sawthorns and beat them down. They skirted a thicket of nettle moss, taller and wider than any to met with on earth. Conditions that worked against one group of vegetation favoured others. They climbed a slope and came on a pool fed by a stream. Over the pool hung berries and fruits, sweet to taste, good to eat. "This is not so bad," Harris said. "Perhaps we can still live." Lilio smiled at him. He was the most trouble, the most lazy, yet she was glad he was still here. When they bathed in the pool, she looked at him again. For all the strange scales that covered him, and the two broad sweeps of flesh that hung by his side, he was still good to look on, just because he was Harris. She hoped she was also comely. With a burr, she raked her hair back. Only a little of it fell out. When they had bathed, they ate. Harris worked then, collecting fresh knives from the bramble bushes. They were not as tough as the ones on earth, but they would have to do. And then they rested in the sun. The pattern of their lives was completely broken. More by instinct than intelligence they had lived, within the group, without the tree, without the earth. No pattern guided them. What was the way, or what was not, became unclear, so they lay where they were, and they rested. As she lay there, Lilio looked about her. All was strange, so that her heart beat faintly. Though the sun shone brightly as ever, the sky was as deep blue as a bandleberry, and the half-globe in the sky was monstrous, all streaked with green and blue and white, so that Lilio could not know it for somewhere that she had once lived. Phantom silver lines pointed to it, while near at hand the tracery of traverser webs glittered, veining the whole sky. Traversers moved over it like clouds, their great bodies slack. All this was their empire, their creation. On their first journeys here, many millennia ago, they had literally laid the seeds of this world. To begin with, they had withered and died by the thousand on the inhospitable ash, but even the dead had brought their little legacies of oxygen, soil, spores, and seed, some of which later sprouted on the fruitful corpses. Under the weight of dozing centuries, they gained a sort of foothold. They grew. Stunted and ailing in the beginning, they grew. With vegetal tenacity, they grew. They exhaled, they spread, they thrived. Slowly, the broken wastes of the moon's lit face turned green. In the craters, creepers grew. Up the ravaged slopes, the parsleys crawled. And as the atmosphere deepened, so the magic of life intensified, its rhythm strengthened, its tempo increased. More thoroughly than another dominant species had once managed to do, the traversers colonized the moon. Lilio could know or care little about any of this. She turned her face from the sky. Flor had crawled over to Harris, the man. She lay against him in the circle of his arms, halfway under the shelter of his new skin, and she stroked his hair. Furious, Lilio jumped up, kicked Flor on the shin, and then flung herself upon her, using teeth and tails to pull her away. Julie ran to join in. "This is no time for mating," Lilio cried. "Let me go," cried Flor. Harris, in his startlement, jumped up. He stretched his arms, he waved them, and he rose effortlessly into the air. "Look!" he shouted in alarmed delight. Over their heads he circled once, perilously, and then he lost his balance and came sprawling, head first, mouth open in fright. Head first he pitched into the pool. 3 anxious, awe-struck, love-struck female humans dived after him in unison. While they were drying themselves, they heard noises in the forest. At once they became alert, their old selves. They drew their new swords, and they looked to the thicket. The Wilpmilt, when it appeared, was not like its earthly brothers. No longer upright like a jack-in-the-box, it groped its way along like a caterpillar. The humans saw its distorted eye break from the salaries, and then they turned and fled. Even when the danger was left behind, they moved rapidly, not knowing what they sought. Once they slept, ate, and then again pressed on through the unending growth, the undying daylight, until they came to where the jungle gaped. Ahead of them, everything seemed to cease, and then go on again. Cautiously they approached. The ground underfoot had been badly uneven. Now it broke altogether into a wide crevasse. Beyond the crevasse the vegetation grew again, but how did humans pass the gulf? The four of them stood anxiously where the ferns ended, looking across at the far side. Harris, the man, screwed his face in pain to show he had a troublesome idea in his head. "What I did before, going up in the air," he began awkwardly. "If we do it again now, all of us, we go in the air across to the other side." "No," Lilio said. "When you go up, you come down hard. You will fall to the green." "I will do better than before." "No," repeated Lilio. "You're not to go." "Let him go," Flor said. The two women turned to glare at each other. Taking his chance, Harris raised his arms, waved them, and rose slightly from the ground. He began to use his legs, too. He moved forward over the crevasse before his nerve broke. As he fluttered down, Flor and Lilio, moved by instinct, dived into the gulf after him. Spreading their arms, they glided about him, shouting. Yuri remained behind, crying in baffled anger down to them. Regaining a little control, Harris landed heavily on an outcropping ledge. The two women alighted, chattering and scolding beside him. They looked up. Two lips, fringed with green fern, sucked a narrow purple segment of sky. Yuri could not be seen, though her cries still echoed down to them. Behind the ledge on which they stood, a tunnel ran into the cliff. All the rock face was peppered with similar holes, so that it resembled a sponge. From the hole behind the ledge ran 3 flymen, 2 male, 1 female. They rushed out with ropes and spears. Flor and Lilio were bending over Harris. Before they had time to recover, they were knocked sprawling and tied with the ropes. Helpless, Lilio saw other flymen launch themselves from other holes and come gliding in to help secure them. Their flight seemed more sure, more graceful than it had on Earth. Perhaps the way humans were lighter here had something to do with it. "Bring them in," the flymen cried to each other. Their sharp, clever faces jostled around eagerly as they hoisted up their captives and bore them into the tunnel. In their alarm, Lilio, Flor, and Harris forgot about Yuri, still crouching on the lip of the crevasse. They never saw her again. A pack of thin pins got her. The tunnel sloped gently down. Finally it curved and led into another, which ran level and true. This in turn led into an immense cavern, with regular sides and a regular roof. Grey daylight flooded in at one end, for the cavern stood at the bottom of the crevasse. To the middle of this cavern the 3 captives were brought. Their knives were taken from them, and they were released. As they huddled together uneasily, one of the flymen stood forward and spoke. "We will not harm you, unless we must," he said. "You come by traverser from the heavy world. You are new here. When you learn our ways, you will join us." "I am Lilio," Lilio proudly said. "Let me go. We 3 are humans. You are flymen." "Yes, you are humans. We are flymen. Also we are humans, and you are flymen. Now you know nothing. Soon you will know. When you've seen the captives, they will tell you many things." "I am Lilio. I know many things." "The captives will tell you many more things." "If there were many more things, then I would know them." "I am Band Apabondi, and I say come to see the captives. Your talk is stupid, heavy world talk, Lilio." Several of the flymen began to look aggressive, so that Harris nudged Lilio and muttered, "Oh, let us do what he asks." Grumpily, Lilio let herself and her two companions be led to another chamber. This one was partially ruined, and it stank. At the far end of it a fall of cindery rock marked where the roof had fallen in, while a shaft of the unremitting sunlight burned on the floor, sending up a curtain of golden light about itself. Near this light were the captives. "Do not fear to see them, they will not harm you," Band Apabondi said, going forward. And the encouragement was needed, for the captives were not prepossessing. 8 of them there were, 8 captives, kept in 8 great burn-urns, big enough to serve them as narrow cells. The cells stood grouped in a semicircle. Band Apabondi led Lilio, Flor, and Harris into the middle of this semicircle, where they could survey and be surveyed. The captives were painful to look on. All had some kind of deformity. One had no legs. One had no flesh on his lower jaw. One had 4 gnarled dwarf arms. One had short wings of flesh connecting earlobes and thumbs, so that he lived perpetually with his hands half raised to his face. One had boneless arms trailing at his side, and one boneless leg. Another had monstrous wings, which trailed about him like carpet. One was hiding his ill-shaped form away behind a screen of his own excrement, smearing it onto the transparent walls of his cell, and one had a second head, a small, wizened thing, growing from the first, that fixed Lilio with a malevolent eye. This last captive, who seemed to lead the others, spoke now, using the mouth of his main head. "I am the chief captive, I greet you. You are of the heavy world. We are of the true world. Now you join us, because you are of us. Though your wings and your scars are new, you may join us." "I am Lilio," Lilio said nervously. "We 3 are humans. You are only flymen. We will not join you." The 8 captives grunted in boredom. The chief captive spoke again. "Always this talk from you of the heavy world. You have joined us. You are flymen. We are human. You know little. We know much. But we—" "Stop your stupid talk, woman." "We are—" "Be silent, woman, and listen," Band Apabondi said. "We know much," repeated the chief captive. "Some things we will tell you. All who make the journey from the heavy world become changed. Some die. Most live and grow wings. Between the worlds are many strong rays, not seen or felt, which change our bodies. When you come here, when you come to the true world, you become a true human. The grub of the tigerfly is not a tigerfly until it changes, and so humans change." "I cannot know what he says," Harris said stubbornly, throwing himself down. But Lilio and Flor were listening. "To this true world, as you call it, we come to die," Lilio said, doubtingly. The captive with the fleshless jaw said, "The grub of the tigerfly thinks it dies when it changes into a tigerfly." "You are still young," said the chief captive. "You begin newly here. Where are your souls?" Lilio and Flor looked at each other. In their flight from the Wiltmilk, they had heedlessly thrown down their souls. Harris had trampled on his. It was unthinkable. "You see, you needed them no more. You are still young. You may be able to have babies, and some of those babies may be born with wings." The captive with the boneless arms added, "Some may be born wrong, as we are. Some may be born right." "You are too foul to live," Harris growled. "Why are you not killed?" "Because we know all things," the chief captive said. Suddenly his second head roused itself and declared, To be a good shape is not all in life. To know is also good. Because we cannot move, well, we can think. The tribe of the true world is good, and knows these things, so it lets us rule it. Flor and Lilio muttered together. Do you say that you, poor captives, rule the true world? Lilio asked at last. We do. Then why are you captives? The flyman with earlobes and thumbs connected, making his perpetual little gesture of protest, spoke for the first time. To rule is to serve, woman. Those who bear power are slaves to it. Only an outcast is free. Because we are captives, we have the time to talk and think and plan and know. Those who know command the lives of others. No hurt will come to you, Lilio, Van Abberbondi added. You will live among us and enjoy your life free from harm. No, the chief captive said with both mouths. Before she can enjoy, Lilio and her companion Flor, well, this other man-creature is plainly useless, they must help our great plan. The invasion? Bondi asked. What else? Said the captive. Flor and Lilio, you arrive here at a good time. Memories of the heavy world and its savage life are still fresh in you. We need such memories. So we ask you to go back there on a great plan we have. Go back? Gasped Flor. Yes, said the captive. We plan to attack the heavy world. You must help to lead our force. The long afternoon of eternity wore on. That long, golden road of an afternoon that would lead somewhere to an everlasting night. Motion there was, but motion without event, except for those negligible events that seemed so large to the creatures participating in them. For Lilio, Flor, and Harris, there were many events. Chief of these was that they learned to fly properly. The pains associated with their wings soon died away as that wonderful new flesh and tendons strengthened. To sail up in the light gravity became an increasing delight. The ugly flopping movements of the flymen on the heavy world had no place here. They learned to fly in packs, and then to hunt in packs. In time they were trained to carry out the captive's plan. The series of accidents that had first delivered humans to this world in burn-urns had been a fortunate one, growing more fortunate as millennia toiled away. For gradually the humans adapted better to the true world. Their survival factor became greater, their power surer. And all this, as on the heavy world, conditions grew more and more adverse to anything but the giant vegetables. Lilio, at least, was quick to see how much easier life was in these new conditions. She sat with Flor and a dozen others, eating pulped pluggyrug, before they did the captive's bidding and left for the heavy world. It was hard to express all that she felt. "Here we are safe," she said, indicating the whole green land that sweltered under the silver network of webs. "Well, except from the tiger-flies," Flor agreed. They rested on a bare peak, where the air was thin, and even the giant creepers had not climbed. The turbulent green stretched away below them, almost as if they were on earth, although here it was continually checked by the circular formations of rock. "This world is smaller," Lilio said, trying again to make Flor know what was in her head. "Here we are bigger. We do not need to fight so much." "Soon we must fight," said Flor. "Then we can come back here again," said Lilio. "This is a good place, with nothing so savage and with not so many enemies. Here the groups could live without so much fear. Veggie and Toy and May and Gren and the other little ones would like it here. They would miss the trees." "Oh, We shall soon miss the trees. No longer. We have wings instead. This idle talk took place beneath the unmoving shadow of a rock. Overhead, silver blobs against a purple sky, the traversers went, walking their networks, descending only occasionally to the cellars far below. As Lilio fell to watching these creatures, she thought in her mind of the grand plan that the captives had hatched. She flicked it over, in a series of vivid pictures. Yes, she thought, the captives did know. They could see ahead, as she could not. She and those about her had lived like plants, doing what came. The captives were not plants. From their cells, they saw more than those outside. This, the captives saw, that the few humans who reached the true world bore few children, because they were old, or because the rays had made their wings grow, made their seed die, but that it was good here, and would be better still with more humans. That one way to get more humans here was to bring babies and children from the heavy world. For countless time this had been done. Brave flymen had travelled back to that other world and stolen children. The flymen who had once attacked Lilio's group on their climb to the tips had been on that mission, she thought. They had taken Bane to bring her to the true world in burn urns, and had not been heard of since. Many perils and mischances lay in that long double journey. Of those who set out, few returned. Now the captives had thought of a better and a more daring scheme. "Here comes the traverser," Band Ababondi said. "Let us be ready to move." He walked before the pack of 12 flyers who had been chosen for this new attempt. He was the leader. Lilio, Flor, and Harris were in support of him, together with 8 others, 3 male, 5 female. Only one of them, Band Ababondi himself, had been carried to the true world as a boy. Slowly the pack stood up, stretching their wings. The moment for their great adventure was here, yet they felt little fear. They could not look ahead as the captives did, except perhaps for Band Ababondi and Lilio. She strengthened her will by saying, "It is the way." And then they all spread their arms wide and soared off to meet the traverser. The traverser had eaten. It had caught one of its most tasty enemies, a tiger-fly, in a web, and had sucked it till only a shell was left. Now it sank down into a bed of celeries, crushing them under its great bulk. Gently it began to bud. Afterwards it would head out for the great black gulfs where heat and radiance called it. It had been born on this world. Being young, it had never yet made that dreaded, desired journey. Its buds burst up from its back, hung over, popped, fell to the ground, and scurried away to bury themselves in the pulp and the dirt, where they might begin their 10,000 years' growth in peace. Young though it was, the traverser was sick. It did not know this. The enemy tiger-fly had been at it, but it did not know this. Its vast bulk held little sensation. The 12 humans glided down and landed on its back, low down on the abdomen, in a position hidden from the creature's cluster of eyes. They sank among the tough, shoulder-high fibres that served the traverser as hair, and they looked about them. A ray plane swooped overhead and disappeared. A trio of tumbleweeds skittered into the fibres and was seen no more. All was as quiet as if they lay on a small, deserted hill. At length they spread out, and moved along in line, heads down, eyes searching, Band Ababondi at one end, Lilio at the other. The great body was streaked and pitted and scarred, so that progress down the slope was not easy. The fibre grew in patterns of different shades, green, yellow, black, breaking up the traverser's bulk when seen from the air, serving it as a natural camouflage. In many places, tough parasitic plants had rooted themselves, drawing their nourishment entirely from their host. Most of them would die when the traverser launched itself out between worlds. The humans worked hard. Once they were thrown flat when the traverser changed position. As the slope down which they moved grew steeper, so progress became more slow. "Here!" cried Ecoin, one of the women. At last they had found what they sought, what the captives sent them to seek. Clustering around Ecoin, with their knives out, the pack looked down. Here the fibres had been neatly chunked away in swathes, leaving a bare patch as far across as a human was long. In this patch was a round scab. Lilio felt it. It was immensely hard. Logint put his ear to it. Silence. They looked at each other. No signal was needed. None was given. Together they knelt, prizing with their knives around the scab. Once the traverser moved, and they threw themselves flat. A bud rose nearby, popped, rolled down the slope, fell to the distant ground. A thin pin devoured it as it ran. The humans continued prizing. The scab moved. They lifted it off. A dark and sticky tunnel was revealed to them. "I go first," Van Appabondi said. He lowered himself into the hole. The others followed. Dark sky showed roundly above them until the 12th human was in the tunnel. Then the scab was drawn back into place. A soft slobber of sound came from it as it began to heel back into position again. They crouched where they were for a long time. They crouched, their knives ready, their wings folded around them, their human hearts beating strongly. In more than one sense, they were in enemy territory. At the best of times, traversers were only allies by accident. They ate humans as readily as they devoured anything else. But this burrow was the work of that yellow and black destroyer, the tigerfly. One of the last true insects to survive, the tough and resourceful tigerflies had instinctively made the most invincible of all living things its prey. The female tigerfly alights and bores her tunnel into the traverser. Working her way down, she at last stops and prepares a natal chamber, hollowing it from the living traverser, paralyzing the matter with her needle tail to prevent its healing again. There she lays her store of eggs, before climbing back to daylight. When the eggs hatch, the larvae have fresh and living stuff to nourish them. After a while, Band Appabondi gave a sign, and the pack moved forward, climbing awkwardly down the tunnel. A faint luminescence guided their eyes. The air lay heavy and green in their chests. They moved very slowly, very quietly, for they heard movement ahead. And suddenly the movement was on them. "Look out!" Band Appabondi cried. From the terrible dark, something launched itself at them. Before they realized it, the tunnel had curved and widened into the natal chamber. The tigerfly's eggs had hatched. 200 larvae, with jaws as wide as a man's reach, turned on the intruders, snapping in fury and fear. Even as Band Appabondi sliced his first attacker, another had his head off. He fell, and his companions launched themselves over him. Pressing forward, they dodged those clicking jaws. Behind their hard heads, the larvae were soft and plump. One slash of a sword, and they burst, their entrails flowing out. They fought, but knew not how to fight. Savagely the humans stabbed, ducked, stabbed. No other human died. With backs to the wall, they cut and they thrust, breaking jaws, ripping open flimsy stomachs. They killed unceasingly, with neither hate nor mercy, until they stood knee-deep in slush. The larvae snapped and writhed and died. Uttering a grunt of satisfaction, Harris slew the last of them. Wearily then, 11 humans crawled back to the tunnel, there to wait until the mess drained away. and then to wait a longer while. The traverser stirred in its bed of celery. Vague impulses drifted through its being, things it had done, things it had to do. The things it had done had been done, the things it had to do were still to do. Blowing off oxygen, it heaved itself up. Slowly, at first, it swung up a cable, climbing to the network where the air thinned. Always before, in the eternal afternoon, it had stopped here. This time there seemed no reason for stopping. Air was nothing, heat was all, the heat that blistered and prodded and chafed and coaxed increasingly with height. It blew a jet of cable from a spinneret. Gaining speed, gaining intention, it rocketed its mighty vegetable self out and away from the place where the tigerflies grew. Ahead of it floated a semicircle of light, white and blue and green. It was a useful thing to look at, to avoid getting lost. For this was a lonely place for a young traverser, a terrible, wonderful, bright, dark place, so full of nothing. Turn as you speed, and you fry well on all sides, nothing to trouble you. Except that deep in your core, a little pack of humans use you as an ark for their own purposes. You carry them back to a world that once, so staggeringly long ago, belonged to their kind. You carry them back, so that they may eventually, who knows, fill another world with their own kind. For remember, there is always plenty of time. Hothouse, the Fuzzypuzzle Odyssey, the strangely transformed future, once again. But Scanners Live in Vain takes place, it would seem, only some 500 or 600 years from now. 1,000 at most. Well, lamb chops may be forgotten, but people still live in cities and use telephones. The world that the formidably gifted British writer Brian Aldiss conjures up for us in Hothouse lies enormously farther down the line, millions of years ahead, and the transformation is nearly total. Huge vegetable spiders travel on cables between Earth and the Moon. Forests consist of a single enormous tree. Humans wander like lost children through a terrifying, toothy jungle, carrying their souls under their arms. It's a kind of science fiction that has always held a special excitement for me, visionary fantasy, really offering wild and vivid leaps to the imagination. It does not spring from close analysis of contemporary trends, as do, for example, such stories as Robert A. Heinlein's The Roads Must Roll, or Arthur C. Clarke's The Fountains of Paradise. No, so much as it does from the free play of the unchained subconscious, a literature of dreams. The writer, peering into inconceivable depths at times, can hardly venture to say, "This is how it will be." He can say only, "This is my dream of the eons to come." What he offers are visions, not blueprints. Some of my favourite science fiction stories belong to this mode. S. Fowler writes The World Below, Olaf Stapleton's Last and First Men, Jack Vance's Dying Earth. I attempted it myself in 1969 in Son of Man. I find in such stories the eerie clarity and power of sustained hallucinations. I find that in stories of the near future, too. Heinlein's Sliding Roadways and Clarke's Elevator into Space are embedded deep in my memory, not far from the place where Vance's Wizards and Wright's Frog-Mouthed Horrors dwell. Any well-done stories of the future, even if they are set only 30 or 40 years ahead, Orwell's 1984, say, hold this almost hallucinatory intensity for me. But the story of the remote future, freed as it is from most of the constraints of realism, exerts a special kind of force. One of the best of its kind is the Aldiss novel, variously published as The Long Afternoon of Earth and Hothouse. Cast in the form of an Odyssey, although Gren's long journey, unlike that of Odysseus, has no clear goal in mind, so that perhaps it might better be called a picaresque novel, endlessly stringing its story on the line of the hero's adventures. It carries us through a world that has undergone an astonishing metamorphosis, which is depicted in meticulous detail. Creating that vision of metamorphosis is the author's entire purpose, and it is magnificently realized. Heinlein, in a story like The Roads Must Roll, was attempting to imagine, with utterly plausible conviction, the transportation system of the late 20th century, down to the last rotor bearing and field coil, as he foresaw it in 1940. That our highways today don't look like the ones that Heinlein imagined is beside the point. The story is a perfect, self-contained prophecy, based on the most careful possible analysis of the available data, and its power rises from the clarity with which Heinlein limns his near-future vision. But the power of Aldiss's novel grows from the clarity of its vision, too. But where Heinlein was seriously trying to invent a possible future, Aldiss nowhere asks us to believe that his fuzzy puzzles and flymen and drippolips will someday come to inhabit the earth. Both writers are sharing their dreams with us, but their intent is different, even if the ultimate result, which is the enhancement of our interior visionary furnishings, is the same. Since Hothouse is a book-length work, you may have been wondering why I have included an extract from it in what is otherwise a collection of short fiction. Since one of the many purposes of this book is to offer my thoughts on the art and craft of writing the science fiction short story, a piece of a novel may seem out of place here, even if it does fit the Worlds of Wonder rubric. But in fact, Aldiss first brought Hothouse to the reading public as 5 short stories, which the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction published between February and December of 1961, and the following year the series received the Hugo Award of the World Science and Fiction Convention, not as a novel, but as the collective winner in the Best Short Fiction category. Hothouse, the story reprinted here, was the first of the group of 5, which were combined into book form in the United States in 1962, somewhat abridged, under the title of The Long Afternoon of Earth, and at last published complete in 1976 under Aldiss's original title of Hothouse. Hothouse is here, therefore, not only for its intrinsic beauty and excitement, as a segment of Aldiss's great visionary achievement, but because it demonstrates a significant aspect of the writer's craft, how to construct a work that is at the same time the opening section of a novel and a satisfying short story, complete in itself. In its form, Hothouse differs considerably from the other stories collected here, most of which follow the efforts of one protagonist to deal with a single problem. It fits readily into the Kenneth Burke purpose, passion, perception framework. That is my own basic structural device. In that sense, Hothouse is not a complete story. It lacks the fulfilled dissonance, opposition, resolution sequence of the Burke formula, and there is no readily apparent central character, although the novel as a whole has one, Gren, who on a larger scale certainly does undergo the Burkean passion. But Hothouse, though only a slice of the whole, is so vivid that it works independently all the same. We may be able to see that Gren is to be the protagonist of the novel, and therefore the journey of Lilio and the other elders to the moon is merely a long digression. And yet a unity of vision holds the story together even through the unities of plot which are not visible. It is a small peep into the huge future, just as Scanners is, in a very different way. Not all stories need fully rounded denouement. Sometimes the promise of a fulfillment will serve in place of the real thing, as it does here. Certainly the story opens swiftly and crisply. There is a 1-paragraph prologue, and then comes jeopardy and response and the death. There's no introspection, and, at first, no explanation. The events unroll, statement by statement. Aldiss merely shows us what is happening, with scarcely any editorial comment. The effect is cinematic. Of course, it doesn't say it that way, or be hopelessly bewildered, but in the earliest pages he gives us only the smallest clues, the prologue, and then, pages later, that Lilio is weary and awaiting her time to go up. Everything else is implicit in the action, as it would be in a movie. The pace is extraordinary. Aldiss dazzles us with unflagging inventiveness. Swiftly we encounter berry-whisks, nut-huts, nettle-moss, dumblers, whistle-thistlers, trapper-snappers. The unrelenting flow of strangeness quickly sets the scene for us, a steaming jungle, where fantastic perils lurk on all sides and life is short. The names of the creatures are artfully chosen to minimize the need for explanation. Without Cordwainer Smith's help, we would have no idea what Haberman or Crunch meant, but we can make some sort of sense out of Aldiss's vegetable bestiary from the names alone, even though he does give us just enough description. The nettle moss has poisoned tips. The berry whisk is a sticky crimson mask. The dumbler is a fleecy umbrella with feathered spokes, to provide us with rich visual data. A flash of colour here, a bit of texture there, the sounds of slobbering in the darkness below. Aldiss works on all our senses in turn. It is a series of brief but telling strokes. His technical control is so tight that he carries us into the heart of his story within moments. A breathless, headlong tumble into a bizarre world, the likes of which we've never seen or even imagined before. Only after that has been achieved does he slow down long enough to confide bits of background detail directly to us. When the tribe approaches the tips, he allows himself a little essay on the evolution of the banyan tree, using our name for it and not the tribe's. When the Fuzzypuzzle appears, he tells us that it is a beautiful, disorganized fungus. Now that we're snared, he can take the risk of outright Aldiss-to-reader exposition, and he will make more and more use of it as the story and the book goes along. But it is the cinematic method of the fast-paced early scenes that creates this work's astonishing initial impact. Though one cannot find a conventional one-protagonist short story plot on a larger scale is present and is signalled, as it almost always is, in the earliest passages. The first two sentences after the brief prologue announce the theme of the entire work. In the green light, quote, some of the children came out to play. Alert for enemies, they ran along the branch, calling to each other in soft voices. Well, everything is there, tightly encapsulated. In the green light lets us know that we are entering an unfamiliar world. Some of the children immediately focuses on the protagonists, babes in the woods. Came out to play, declares the fundamental nature of the world. There's no work to be done in our 20th century sense, only the free play of children in the jungle. Alert for enemies? Yes, they are everywhere. They ran along the branch. So this book will be about people in motion, calling to each other in soft voices, seeking to communicate then, often against extreme odds. There it is. A beautiful but harsh and dangerous world, a band of innocents in a state of nature. The challenge is survival, and the overriding purpose is to maintain the integrity of the tribe and of the human race. Nearly everything that follows in Hothouse can be related to the thematic matter of these two sentences. And when we come to the story's final paragraph, we find that Aldiss has provided a passage that, while taking into account the events we've just been shown, is also a recapitulation of the opening quote, except that deep in your core, a little pack of humans use you as an ark for their own purposes. You carry them back to a world that once, so staggeringly long ago, belonged to their kind. You carry them back so that they may, eventually, who knows, fill another world with their own kind. So the Odyssey will continue, through strangeness after strangeness. Survival of the race, if not of the individual, remains the issue. In the very last sentence of Hothouse, Aldiss supplies a second recapitulation, not to the first scene, but to the prologue itself. Quote, for remember, there is always plenty of time, he concludes, deftly taking us back to the statement of vast and unknowable spans of elapsed time that we find in the story's opening sentence, and at the same time aiming us onward to the next story in the sequence, which will be published 2 months afterwards. This sentence appeared only in the magazine version of Hothouse. It was deleted in the book version, where it was not needed, since the reader needed only to turn the page to continue. An ending of this sort is what I mean when I say that the promise of a fulfillment can sometimes be used in lieu of a real denouement. In such a journey story as this one, there can be no cessation, short of death. The point of it is that the characters are doomed to keep moving all the time. Therefore, a closing passage that propels the story into a new set of episodes carries with it the sense, for the moment, of an ending. This phase is closing, another is beginning. but we know that the road goes ever onward. We may realize that what we have just read is not truly complete, but partial though it may be, it nevertheless has carried us from this place to that place, has given us rewarding vicarious experience along the way, and has set us down with the satisfying feeling that we have not travelled in vain. Though Aldiss is not greatly concerned with the depiction of character in this segment of what will ultimately be a novel, it is necessary for him to bring on stage his protagonist-to-be, Gren, and establish him for later use. He does this with the same splendid craftsmanship with which he has so swiftly sketched in The Jungle World. We see Gren, 9 years old, quote, very brave already, fleet and proud, knocking a tiger-fly aside as he runs, without pausing in the errand that he's carrying out. And then he vanishes from our view, and the focus shifts to Lilio. When Gren reappears a few pages later, we meet him in jeopardy once again. This time a crock-sock grabs his left arm, but Gren was ready for it. With one slash of his knife, he clove the crock-sock in two. When he climbs out of the crock-sock's pool, he grins nonchalantly. Daff calls out, "Gren, have you no fear? Your head is an empty burr." He jumps about boastfully, winning mingled scorn and respect from his comrades. In just a few lines, then, we see Gren, strong, brave, competent, a little absurd in a virile way. As it happens, Aldiss will have no particular use for him in this segment of the novel, but Gren is there, beautifully established for whenever he will be needed, and readers of the short story have had a lovely little vignette of burgeoning manhood to divert them. As the shift from Gren to Lilio, and later for a time to Harris, indicates, Aldiss's use of viewpoint in this story is flexible and supple. Often it is omniscient. Brian Aldiss telling us about banyans or fuzzy puzzles or the changes in the intensity of the sun's radiation, and then he will dart briefly into the sensibility of one of the characters, but rarely very far. We get a glimpse of what Lilio is feeling, or Harris, or even a very minor character like Yuri. A minute later she was sitting up, eyeing her deformities with a stoical distaste, breathing the sharp air. These rapid shifts of viewpoint help create the story's fluid pace. In a way, they amount to a structural analogue of the jungle's own shimmering swiftness of growth and change. Everything moves, and the camera's eye moves with it. Now it is within this member of the tribe, now that one. Hothouse is a stunning vision, as voluptuous a tale of the strange future as Cordwainer Smith's is claustrophobic and austere. Each, in its own way, is unique and unforgettable. By strikingly different methods, these two stories create reality out of unreality, and plant themselves inextricably in the imaginations of their readers. The New Prime by Jack Vance. Music, carnival lights, the slide of feet on waxed oak, perfume, muffled talk, laughter. Arthur Caversham of 20th century Boston felt air along his skin, and discovered himself to be stark naked. It was at Janice Paget's coming-out party. 300 guests in formal evening wear surrounded him. For a moment he felt no emotion beyond vague bewilderment. His presence seemed the outcome of logical events, but his memory was fogged, and he could find no definite anchor of certainty. He stood a little apart from the rest of the stag line, facing the red and gold calliope where the orchestra sat. The buffet, the punch bowl, the champagne wagons, tended by clowns, were to his right. To the left, through the open flap of the circus tent, lay the garden, now lit by strings of coloured lights, red, green, yellow, blue, and he caught a glimpse of a merry-go-round across the lawn. Why was he here? He had no recollection, no sense of purpose. The night was warm. The other young men, in the full-dress suits, must feel rather sticky, he thought. An idea tugged at a corner of his mind. There was a significant aspect of the affair that he was overlooking. He noticed that the young men nearby had moved away from him. He heard chortles of amusement and astonished exclamations. A girl dancing past saw him over the arm of her escort. She gave a startled squeak. She jerked her eyes away, giggling and blushing. Something was wrong. These young men and women were startled and amazed by his naked skin to the point of embarrassment. The gnaw of urgency came closer to the surface. He must do something. Taboos felt with such intensity might not be violated without unpleasant consequences. Well, such was his understanding. He was lacking garments. Well, these he must obtain. He looked about him, inspecting the young men who watched him with ribald delight, disgust, or curiosity. To one of these latter he addressed himself, "Where can I get some clothing?" The young man shrugged. "Where did you leave yours?" Two heavy-set men in dark blue uniforms entered the tent. Arthur Caversham saw them from the corner of his eye, and his mind worked with a desperate intensity. This young man seemed typical of those around him. What sort of appeal would have meaning for him? Like any other human being, he could be moved to action if the right chord was struck. By what method could he be moved? Sympathy? Threats? The prospect of advantage or profit? Caversham rejected all of these. By violating the taboo, he had forfeited his claim to sympathy. A threat would excite derision, and he had no profit or advantage to offer. The stimulus must be more devious. He reflected that young men customarily banded together in secret societies. In the 1,000 cultures he'd studied, this was almost infallibly true. Longhouses, drug cults, tongs, instruments of sexual initiation. Whatever the name, the external aspects were near identical. Painful initiation, secret signs and passwords, uniformity of group conduct, obligation to service. If this young man were a member of such an association, he might react to an appeal to this group spirit. Arthur Caversham said, "I've been put in this taboo situation by the Brotherhood. In the name of the Brotherhood, find me some suitable garments." The young man stared, taken aback. "Brotherhood?" he said. "You mean fraternity?" Enlightenment spread over his face. "Is this some kind of a Hell Week stunt?" He laughed. "If it is, they sure go all the way." "Yes," said Arthur Caversham, "my fraternity." The young man said, "Oh, this way, then, and hurry, here comes the law. We'll take off under the tent. I'll lend you my topcoat till you make it back to your house." The two uniformed men, pushing quietly through the dancers, were almost upon them. The young man lifted the flap of the tent. Arthur Caversham ducked under, his friend following. Together they ran through the many-coloured shadows to a little booth, painted with gay red and white stripes, that was near the entrance to the tent. "You stay back out of sight," said the young man. "I'll check out my coat." "Oh, fine," said Arthur Caversham. The young man hesitated. "What's your house? I mean, where do you go to school?" Arthur Caversham desperately searched his mind for an answer. A single fact reached the surface. "I'm from Boston." "Oh, Boston U, or MIT, or Harvard?" "Harvard," he said. "Ah," the young man nodded. "I'm Washington and Lee myself. What's your house?" "I'm not supposed to say," said Caversham. "Oh," said the young man, puzzled but satisfied. "Well, just a minute." Verwald, the Halfhorn, halted, numb with despair and exhaustion. The remnants of his platoon sank to the ground around him, and they stared back to where the rim of the night flickered and glowed with fire. Many villages, many wood-gabled farmhouses had been given to the torch, and the brands from Mount Medallion revelled in human blood. The pulse of a distant drum touched Verwald's skin, a deep thrum, 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 almost inaudible. Much closer he heard a hoarse, human cry of fright, and then exultant killing calls, not human. The brands were tall, black, man-shaped, but not men. They had eyes like lamps of red glass, bright white teeth, and tonight they seemed bent on slaughtering all the men of the world. "Down!" hissed Canor, his right arm guard, and Berwald crouched. Across the flaring sky marched a column of tall brand warriors, rocking jauntily without fear. Berwald said suddenly, "Men." "We're 13, fighting arm to arm with these monsters. We're helpless. Tonight their total force is down from the mountain. The hive must be near deserted. What can we lose if we undertake to burn the home hive of the Brants? Only our lives, and what are these now?" Canor said, "Our lives are nothing. Let us be off at once." "May our vengeance be great," said Brocktan, the left-arm guard. "May the home hives of the Brants be white ashes this coming morn." Mount Medallion loomed overhead. The oval hive lay in Pangbourne Valley. At the mouth of the valley, Berwald divided the platoon into 2 halves and placed Canor in the van of the second. "We move silently, 20 yards apart. Thus, if either party rouses a Brant, the other may attack from the rear, and so kill the monster before the veil is roused. Do all understand?" "We understand." "Forward, then." "To the hive," he said. The valley reeked with an odour like soft leather. From the direction of the hive came a muffled clanging. The ground was soft, covered with runner moss. Careful feet made no sound. Crouching low, Berwald could see the shapes of his men against the sky. Here, indigo with a violet rim. The angry glare of burning Echevasa lay down the slope to the south. A sound. Berwald hissed. The columns froze. They waited. Thud, 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 thud came the steps, and then a hoarse cry of rage and alarm. "Kill! Kill the beast!" yelled Berwald. The brand swung his club like a scythe, lifting one man, carrying the body around with the after-swing. Berwald leapt close, struck with his blade, slicing as he hewed. He felt the tendons part and smelled the hot gush of brand blood. The clanging had stopped now, and brand cries carried across the night. "Forward!" panted Berwald. "Out with your tinder, strike fire to the hive, burn, burn, burn!" Abandoning stealth, he ran forward. Ahead loomed the dark dome. Immature Brants came surging forth, squeaking and squalling, and with them came the genetrices, 20-foot monsters crawling on hands and feet, grunting and snapping as they moved. "Kill!" yelled Berwald, the Halfhorn. "Kill! Fire! Fire! Fire!" He dashed to the hive, crouched, struck spark to tinder, puffed. The rag soaked with saltpetre flared. Berwald fed its straw, thrust it against the hive. The reed pulp and withe crackled. He leapt up as a horde of young Brands darted at him. His blade rose and fell. They were cleft, no match for his frenzy. Creeping close came the great Brand genetrices, 3 of them, swollen of abdomen, exuding an odour vile to his nostrils. "Out with the fire!" yelled the first. "Fire out! The great mother is tuned within. She lies too fecund to move. Fire, woe, destruction!" And they wailed. "Where are the mighty? Where are our warriors?" Thrum, thrum, thrum came the sound of skin drums. Up the valley rolled the echo of hoarse Brand voices. Berwald stood with his back to the blaze. He darted forward. He severed the head of a creeping genetrix and jumped back. Where were his men? "Canor!" he called. "Lyda! Theat! Georg! Brocktan!" He craned his neck and saw the flicker of fires. Men! Kill the creeping mothers! And leaping forward once more, he hacked and hewed, and another genetrix sighed and groaned and rolled flat. The Brand voices changed to alarm. The triumphant drumming halted. The thud of footsteps came loud. At Berwald's back the hive burnt with a pleasant heat. From within came a shrill keening, a cry of vast pain. In the leaping blaze he saw the charging Brand warriors. Their eyes glared like embers, their teeth shone like white sparks. They came forward, swinging their clubs, and Berwald gripped his sword, too proud to flee. After grounding his air-sled, Scheistan sat a few minutes inspecting the dead city Thelach, a wall of earth and brick, 100 feet high, a dusty portal, and a few crumbled roofs lifting above the battlements. Behind the city the desert spread across the near, middle, and far distance to the hazy shapes of the Alun Mountains at the horizon, pink in the light of the twin suns Mig and Pag. Scouting from above, he'd seen no sign of life, nor had he expected any, after 1,000 years of abandonment. Perhaps a few sand-crawlers wallowed in the heat of the ancient bazaar. Otherwise the streets would feel his presence with great surprise. Jumping from the air-sled, Scheistan advanced toward the portal. He passed under. He stood looking right and left with interest. In the parched air the brick buildings stood almost eternal. The wind smoothed and rounded all harsh angles. The glass had been cracked by the heat of day and the chill of night. Heaps of sand clogged the passageways. 3 streets led away from the portal, and Scheistan could find nothing to choose between them. Each was dusty, narrow, and each twisted out his line of vision after 100 yards. Scheistan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Somewhere in the city lay a brass-bound coffer, containing the crown and shield parchment. This, according to tradition, set a precedent for the thief-holder's immunity from energy tax. Gley, who was Scheistan's liege lord, having cited the parchment as justification for his delinquency, had been challenged to show validity. Now he lay in prison on charge of rebellion, and in the morning he would be nailed to the bottom of an air-sled and sent drifting into the west, unless Scheistan returned with the parchment. After 1,000 years there was small cause for optimism, thought Scheistan. However, the Lord Gley was a fair man, and he would leave no stone unturned. If it existed, the chest presumably would lie in state in the Townsley Gallic, or the mosque, or in the Hall of Relics, or possibly in the Sumptua. He would search all of these, allowing 2 hours per building. The 8 hours so used would see the end to the pink daylight. At random he entered the street in the centre, and shortly came to a plaza, at whose far end rose the Le Gallic, the Hall of Records and Decisions. At the façade Scheistan paused. The interior was dim and gloomy. No sound came from the dusty void, save the sigh and whisper of the dry wind. He entered. The great hall was empty. The walls were illuminated with frescoes of red and blue, as bright as if painted yesterday. There were 6 to each wall, the top half displaying a criminal act, and the bottom half the penalty. Scheistan passed through the hall into the chambers behind. He found but dust and the smell of dust. Into the crypts he ventured, and these were lit by embrasures. There was much litter and rubble, but no brass coffer. Up and out into the clean air he went, and strode across the plaza to the mosque, where he entered under the massive architrave. The Nunciator's confirmatory lay wide and bare and clean, for the tessellated floor was swept by a powerful draught. 1,000 apertures opened from the low ceiling, each communicating with the cell overhead, thus arranged so that the devout might seek counsel of the Nunciator as he passed below, without disturbing their attitudes of supplication. In the centre of the pavilion, a disc of glass roofed a recess. Below was a coffer, and the coffer rested on a brass-bound chest. Scheistan sprang down the steps in high hopes. But the chest contained jewels, the tiara of the old queen, the chest velopes of the Gonwan corps, the great ball, half emerald, half ruby, which in the ancient ages was rolled across the plaza to signify the passage of the old year. Scheistan tumbled them all back into the coffer. Relics on this planet of dead cities had no value. Synthetic gems were infinitely superior in luminosity and water. Leaving the mosque, he studied the height of the suns. The zenith was past. The moving balls of pink fire leaned to the west. He hesitated, frowning and blinking at the hot earthen walls, considering that, not impossibly, both coffer and parchment were fable, like so many others. regarding dead Pelach. A gust of wind swirled across the plaza, and Scheistan choked on a dry throat. He spat, and an acrid taste bit his tongue. An old fountain opened in the wall nearby. He examined it wistfully, but water was not even a memory along these dead streets. Once again he cleared his throat, spat, turned across the city toward the Hall of Relics. He entered the great nave, past square pillars built of earthen brick. Pink shafts of light struck down from the cracks and the gaps in the roof, and he was like a midge in the vast space. To all sides were niches, cased in glass, and each held an object of ancient reverence. The armour in which plunged the forewarned led the blue flags, the coronet of the first serpent, an array of antique Padang skulls, Princess Thermostellarium's bridal gown of woven cobweb palladium, as fresh as the day she wore it, the original tablets of legality, the great conch throne of an earlier dynasty, or a dozen other objects, but the coffer was not among them. Scheistan sought for entrance to a possible crypt, but except where the currents of dusty air had channeled grooves in the porphyry, the floor was smooth. Out once more into the dead streets, and now the suns had passed behind the crumbled roofs, leaving the streets in magenta shadow. With leaden feet, burning throat, and a sense of defeat, Scheistan turned to the sumpter on the citadel, up the wide steps, under the verdigris-fronted portico, into a lobby painted with vivid frescoes. These depicted the maidens of ancient Thurlach at work, at play, amid sorrow and joy, slim creatures with short black hair and glowing ivory skin, as graceful as water veins, as round and delectable as chamoyan plums. Scheistan passed through the lobby with many side glances, reflecting that these ancient creatures of delight were now the dust he trod under his feet. He walked down a corridor which made a circuit of the building, and from which the chambers and apartments of the sumpter might be entered. The wisps of a wonderful rug crunched under his feet, and the walls displayed mouldy tatters, once tapestries of the finest weave. At the entrance to each chamber a fresco pictured the sumpter maiden and the sign that she served. At each of these chambers Scheistan paused, made a quick investigation, and so passed on to the next. The beams slanting in through the cracks served him as a gauge of time, and they flattened ever more toward the horizontal. Chamber after chamber after chamber. There were chests in some, altars in others, cases of manifestos, triptychs, and fonts in others, but never the chest he sought. And ahead was the lobby where he had entered the building. 3 more chambers were to be searched, and then the light would be gone. He came to the first of these, and this was hung with a new curtain. Pushing it aside, he found himself looking into an outside court, full in the long light of the twin suns. A fountain of water trickled down across steps of apple-green jade into a garden as soft and fresh and green as any in the north. And, rising in alarm from a couch, was a maiden, as vivid and delightful as any in the frescoes. She had short, dark hair, a face as pure and delicate as the great white frangipani that she wore over her ear. For an instant Scheistan and the maiden stared eye to eye, and then her alarm faded, and she smiled shyly. "Who are you?" Scheistan asked in wonder. "Are you a ghost, or do you live here in the dust?" "Oh, I am real," she said. "My home is to the south, at the Palram oasis, and this is the period of solitude to which all maidens of the race submit when aspiring for upper instruction. So, without fear, may you come beside me and rest, and drink of fruit wine, and be my companion through the lonely night. For this is my last week of solitude, and I am weary of my aloneness." Scheistan took a step forward, and then hesitated. "I must fulfill my mission," he said. "I seek the brass coffer containing the crown and shield parchment. Do you know of this?" She shook her head. "It is nowhere in the sumpter," she said. She rose to her feet, stretching her ivory arms as a kitten stretches. "Abandon your search. Come, let me refresh you." Scheistan looked at her, looked up at the fading light, looked down the corridor to the 2 doors yet remaining. He said, "First I must complete my search. I owe duty to my Lord Gley, who will be nailed under an air-sled and sped west unless I bring him aid." The maiden said with a pout, "Go then to your dusty chamber, and go with a dry throat. You will find nothing. And if you persist so stubbornly, I will be gone when you return." "So let it be," said Shystein. He turned away and marched down the corridor. The first chamber was bare and dry as a bone. In the second and last, a man's skeleton lay tumbled in a corner. This Shystein saw in the last rosy light of the twin suns. There was no brass coffer, no parchment. So, Gley must die, and Shystein's heart hung heavy. He returned to the chamber where he found the maiden, but she had departed. The fountain had been stopped, and moisture only filmed the stones. Shystein called, "Maiden, where are you?" "Return! My obligation is at an end." But there was no response. Shystein shrugged, turned to the lobby, and so outdoors, to grope his way through the deserted twilight street to the portal and his air-sled. Dobnor Daxat became aware that the big man in the embroidered black cloak was speaking to him. Orienting himself to his surroundings, which were at once familiar and strange, he also became aware that the man's voice was condescending, supercilious. "You are competing in a highly advanced classification," he said. "I marvel at your confidence." And he eyed Daxat with a gleaming and a speculative eye. Daxat looked down at the floor, frowning at the sight of his clothes. He wore a long cloak of black-purple velvet, swinging like a bell around his ankles. His trousers were of scarlet corduroy, tight at the waist, thigh, and calf, with a loose puff of green cloth between calf and ankle. The clothes were his own. Obviously they looked wrong and right at once, as did the carved gold knuckle guards he wore on his hands. The big man in the dark cloak continued speaking, looking at a point over Daxat's head, as if Daxat were non-existent. "Klauk-Taba has won immajest honours over the years. Bel-Washab was the Korsai victor last month. Tol-Morabayit is an acknowledged master of the technique, and then there is Gisel'Jang of West Ind, who knows no peer in the creation of fire stars, and Pulak Tajorska, the champion of the Ireland realm. So it becomes a matter of scepticism whether you, new, inexperienced, without a fund of images, can do more than embarrass us all with your mental poverty." Daxat's brain was yet wrestling with his bewilderment, and he could feel no strong resentment of the big man's evident contempt. He said, "Just what is all this? I'm not sure that I understand my position." The man in the black cloak inspected him quizzically. "So, now you commence to experience trepidation? Oh, justly, I assure you." He sighed. He waved his hands. "Well, well, young men will be impetuous, and perhaps you have formed images that you consider not discreditable. In any event, the public eye will ignore you for the glories of Klauk-Taba's geometrics and Gisel'Jang's starbursts. Indeed, I counsel you, keep your images small, drab, and confined, so you will so avoid the faults of bombast and discord. Now it is time to go to your Imagicon. This way, then. Remember, greys, browns, lavenders, perhaps a few tones of ochre and rust. And then the spectators will understand that you compete for the schooling alone, and do not actively challenge the masters. This way, then." He opened a door, and he led Dobnor Daxat up a stair, and so out into the night. They stood in a great stadium, facing 6 great screens 40 feet high. Behind them, in the dark, sat tier upon tier of spectators, thousands and thousands, and their sounds came as a soft crush. Daxat turned to see them, but all their faces and their individualities had melted into the entity as a whole. "Here," said the big man, This is your apparatus. Seat yourself, and I will adjust the serotonal. Daxat suffered himself to be placed in a heavy chair, so soft and deep that he felt himself to be floating. Adjustments were made at his head and neck and the bridge of his nose. He felt a sharp prick, a pressure, a throb, and then a soothing warmth. From the distance, a voice called out over the crowd, 2 minutes to grey mist, 2 minutes to grey mist, attend, imagists, 2 minutes to grey mist. The big man stooped over him. Can you see well? Daxat raised himself a trifle. Yes, he said, all is clear. Very well, said the big man. At grey mist, this little filament will glow. When it dies, then it is your screen, and you must imagine your best. The far voice said, 1 minute to grey mist. The order is Pulakt Havjoska, Tol Morabayit, Gisel Jang, Dodnor Daxat, Cloud Taba, and Bel Washab. There are no handicaps. All colours and shapes are permitted. Relax, then. Ready your lobes. And now, grey mist. The light glowed on the panel of Daxat's chair, and he saw 5 of the 6 screens light to a pleasant pearl grey, swirling a trifle as if agitated or excited. Only the screen before him remained dull. The big man who stood behind him reached down, prodded. Grey mist, Daxat, are you deaf and blind? Daxat thought grey mist, and instantly his screen sprang to life, displaying a cloud of silver grey, clean and clear. He heard the big man snort, somewhat dull and without interest, but I suppose good enough. You see how Kluktaba's rings, with hints of passion already, quivers with emotion? And Daxat, noting the screen to his right, saw this to be true. The grey, without actually displaying colour, flowed and filmed, as if suppressing a vast flood of light. Now, to the far left, on Pulakt Havjorska's screen, colour glowed. It was a gambit image, modest and restrained, a green jewel, dripping a rain of blue and silver drops, which struck a black ground and disappeared in little orange explosions. Then Tol Morabait's screen glowed, a black and white checkerboard, with certain of the squares flashing suddenly green, red, blue, yellow, warm, searching colours, pure as shafts from a rainbow. The image disappeared in a flush, mingled of rose and blue. Giselle Chang wrought a circle of yellow, which quivered, brought forth a green halo, which in turn bulged, giving rise to a larger band of brilliant black and white. In the centre formed a complex kaleidoscopic pattern. The pattern suddenly vanished in a brilliant flash of light. On the screen, for an instant or two, appeared the identical pattern in a complete new set of colours. A ripple of sound from the spectators greeted this tour de force. The light on Daxat's panel died, and behind him he felt a prod. Now! Daxat eyed the screen, and his mind was blank of ideas. He ground his teeth. Anything, a picture. He imagined a view across the meadowlands, beside the river Melrame. Said the big man behind him. Pleasant fantasy, and rather original. Puzzled, Daxat examined the picture on the screen. So far as he could distinguish, it was an uninspired reproduction of a scene he knew well. Fantasy? Was that what was expected? Well, he'd produce fantasy. He imagined the meadows glowing, molten white-hot, the vegetation, the old cairns slumped into a viscous sieve. The surface smoothed became a mirror which reflected the copper crags. Behind him the big man grunted, a little heavy-handed that last, and thereby you destroyed the charming effect of those unearthly colours and shapes. Daxat slumped back in his chair, frowning, eager for his turn to come again. Meanwhile, Klaktava created a dainty white blossom with purple stamens on a green stalk. The petals wilted, the stamens discharged a cloud of a swirling yellow pollen. Then Bel Washab, at the end of the line, painted his screen a luminous underwater green. It rippled and bulged, and a black irregular blot marred the surface. From the centre of the blot seeped a trickle of hot gold that quickly meshed and veined the black blot. Such was the first passage. There was a pause of several seconds. "Now," breathed the voice behind Daxat, "now the competition begins." On Pulakt Havjorska's screen appeared an angry sea of colour, waves of red, green, blue, and ugly mottling. Dramatically, a yellow shape appeared at the lower right. Vanquished the chaos, it spread over the screen, the centre went lime green. A black shape appeared, split, bowed softly and easily to both sides, and then, turning, the two shapes wandered into the background, twisting and bending with a supple grace. Far down a perspective they merged, darted forward like a lance, spread out into a series of lances, formed a slanting pattern of slim black bars. "Superb!" hissed the big man behind him. "The timing, oh, so just, so exact." Tall Morabayat replied with a fuscous-brown field, threaded with crimson lines and blots. Vertical green hatching formed at the left, strode across the screen to the right. The brown field pressed forward, bulged through the green bars, pressed hard, broke, and segments flitted forward to leave the screen. On the black background behind the green hatching, which now faded, lay a human brain, pink, pulsing. The brain sprouted 6 insect-like legs and scuttled crabwise back into the distance. Giselle Zhang brought forth one of his firebursts, a small pellet of bright blue exploding in all directions, the tips working and writhing through wonderful patterns in the 5 colours, blue, violet, white, purple, and light green. Dobnor Daxat, rigid as a bar, sat with hands clenched and teeth grinding into teeth. Now! Was not his brain as excellent as those of the far lands? Now! On the screen appeared a tree, conventionalized in greens and blues, and each leaf was a tongue of fire. From these fires wisps of smoke arose on high to form a cloud, which worked and swirled, and then emptied a cone of rain about the tree. The flames vanished, and in their places appeared star-shaped white flowers. From the cloud came a bolt of lightning, shattering the tree to agonized fragments of glass. Another bolt into the brittle heap, and the screen exploded in a great gout of white, orange, and black. The voice of the big man now said doubtfully, "On the whole, well done. But mind my warning, and create more modest images." "Silence," said Domnor Daxat in a harsh voice. So, the competition went, round after round of spectacles, some sweet as caramel honey, others as violent as the storms that circled the poles. Colour strove with colour, patterns evolved and changed, sometimes in glorious cadence, and sometimes in the bitter discord necessary to the strength of the image. And Daxat built dream after dream, while his tension vanished, and he forgot all save the racing pictures in his mind and on the screen, and his images became as complex and subtle as those of the masters. "One more passage," said the big man behind Daxat. And now the imagists brought forth the master dreams. Pulakt Havjorska, the growth and decay of a beautiful city. Tall Morabayat, a quiet composition of green and white, interrupted by a marching army of insects, who left a dirty wake, and who were joined in battle by men in painted leather armour and tall hats, armed with short swords and flails. The insects were destroyed and chased off the screen. The dead warriors became bones and faded to twinkling blue dust. Giselle Zhang created 3 firebursts simultaneously, each different. A gorgeous display. Daxat imagined a smooth pebble, magnified it to a block of marble, chipped it away to create the head of a beautiful maiden. For a moment she stared forth, and varying emotions crossed her face, joy at her sudden existence, pensive thought, and, at last, fright. Her eyes turned milky, opaque blue. The face changed to a laughing, sardonic mask, black-cheeked, with a fleering mouth. The head tilted, the mouth spat into the air. The head flattened into a black background. The drops of spittle shone like fire, became stars, constellations. One of these expanded and became a planet with configurations dear to Daxat's heart. The planet hurtled off into darkness. The constellations faded. Dobnor Daxat relaxed. His last image. He sighed. exhausted. The big man in the black cloak removed the harness in brittle silence. At last he asked, "The planet you imagined in that last screening, was that a creation or a remembrance of actuality? It was none of our system here, and it rang with the clarity of truth." Dobnor Daxat stared at him puzzled, and the words faltered in his throat. "But it is home, this world. Was it not this world?" The big man looked at him strangely, shrugged, and turned away. "In a moment now the winner of the contest will be made known, and the jewelled brevet awarded." The day was gusty and overcast. The galley was low and black, manned by the oarsmen of Bellaclaw. Ergen stood on the poop, staring across the 2 miles of bitter sea to the coast of Rackland, where he knew the sharp-faced racks stood, watching from the headlands. A gout of water erupted a few hundred yards astern. Ergen spoke to the helmsman. "Their guns have better range than we bargained for. You'd better stand offshore another mile. We'll take our chances with the current." But even as he spoke there came a great whistle, and he glimpsed a black, pointed projectile slanting down at him. It struck the waist of the galley, exploded. Timber bodies, metal, flew everywhere, and the galley laid its broken back into the water, doubled up, and sank. Ergen, jumping clear, discarded his sword, casque, and greaves almost as he hit the chill grey water. Gasping from the shock, he swam in circles, bobbing up and down in the chop, and then, finding a length of timber, he clung to it for support. From the shores of Rackland a longboat put forth and approached, bow churning white foam as it rose and fell across the waves. Ergen turned loose the timber and swam as rapidly as possible from the wreck, better drowning than capture. There would be more mercy from the famine fish that swarmed the waters than from those pitiless racks. So he swam, but the current took him to the shore, and, at last, struggling feebly, he was cast upon a pebbly beach. Here he was discovered by a gang of rack youths and marched to a nearby command post. He was tied and flung into a cart, and so conveyed to the city Corsipan. In a grey room he was seated facing an intelligence officer of the rack secret police, a man with the grey skin of a toad, a moist grey mouth, eager, searching eyes. "You are Ergen," said the officer, "emissary to the bargee of Salamdek. What was your mission?" Ergen stared, eye to eye, back at the man, hoping that a happy and convincing response would find his lips, but none came, and the truth would incite an immediate invasion of both Bellaclaw and Salamdek by the tall, thin-headed rack soldiers, who wore black uniforms and black boots. So Ergen said nothing. The officer leaned forward. "I ask you once more, and then you will be taken to the room below." He said "room below" as if the words were capitalized, and he said it with a soft relish. Ergen, in a cold sweat, for he knew of the rack torturers, said, "I am not Ergen. My name is Ervard. I am an honest trader in pearls." "This is untrue," said the rack. "Your aide was captured, and under the compression pump he blurted up your name with his lungs." "I am Ervard," said Ergen, his bowels quaking. The rack signalled. "Take him to the room below." A man's body, which has developed nerves as outposts against danger, seems especially intended for pain, and cooperates wonderfully with the craft of the torturer. These characteristics of the body had been studied by the rack specialists, and other capabilities of the human nervous system had been blundered upon by accident. It had been found that certain programs of pressure, heat, strain, friction, torque, surge, jerk, sonic and visual shocks, vermin, stench, and vileness created cumulative effects, whereas a single method, used to excess, lost its stimulation thereby. All this lore and cleverness was lavished upon Ergen's citadel of nerves, and they inflicted upon him the entire gamut of pain, the sharp twinges, the dull, lasting joint aches which groaned by night, the fiery flashes, the assaults of filth and lechery, together with shocks of occasional tenderness, when he would be allowed to glimpse the world that he'd left. Then back to the room below. But always, "I am Ervard, the trader." And always he tried to goad his mind over the tissue barrier to death, but always the mind hesitated at the last toppling step, and Ergen lived. The racks tortured by routine, so that the expectation, the approach of the hour, brought as much torment as the act itself. And then the heavy, unhurried steps outside the cell, the feeble thrashing around to evade, the harsh laughs when they cornered him and carried him forth, and the harsh laughs when, 3 hours later, they threw him sobbing and whimpering back to the pile of straw that was his bed. "I am Ervard," he said, and trained his mind to believe that this was the truth, so that never would they catch him unaware. "I am Ervard, I am Ervard, I trade in pearls." He tried to strangle himself on straw, but a slave watched always, and this was not permitted. He attempted to die by self-suffocation, and would have been glad to succeed, but always as he sank into blessed numbness, so did his mind relax, and his motor nerves take up the mindless business of breathing once more. He ate nothing, but this meant little to the racks, as they injected him full of tonics, sustaining drugs, stimulants, so that he might always be keyed up to the height of his awareness. "I am Ervard," said Ergen. And the racks gritted their teeth angrily. The case was now a challenge. He defied their ingenuity. They puzzled long and carefully upon refinements and delicacies, new shapes to the iron tools, new types of jerk ropes, new directions for the strains and the pressures. Even when it was no longer important whether he was Ergen or Ervard, since now war raged, he was kept and maintained as a problem, an ideal case. So he was guarded and cosseted with even more than usual care, and the rack torturers mulled over their techniques, making changes here, improvements there. Then one day the Bellaclaw galleys landed, and the feather-crested soldiers fought past the walls of Kosapan. The racks surveyed Ergen with regret. "Now we must go, and still you will not submit to us," they said. "I am Ervard," croaked that which lay on the table. "Ervard the trader." A splintering crash sounded overhead. "We must go," said the racks. "Your people have stormed the city. If you tell the truth, you may live. If you lie, we kill you. So there is your choice. Your life for the truth." "The truth?" muttered Ergen. "It is a trick." And then he caught the victory chant of the Bellaclaw soldiery. "The truth. Why not? Very well." And he said, "I am Ervard," for now he believed this to be the truth. Galactic Prime was a lean man with reddish-brown hair, sparse across a fine arch of skull. His face, undistinguished otherwise, was given power by great dark eyes, flickering with a light like fire behind smoke. Physically he had passed the peak of his youth. His arms and legs were thin and loose-jointed, his head inclined forward, as if weighted by the intricate machinery of his brain. Rising from the couch, smiling faintly, he looked across the arcade to the 11 elders. They sat at a table of polished wood, backs to a wall festooned with vines. They were grave men, slow in their motions, and their faces were lined with wisdom and insight. By the ordained system, Prime was the executive of the universe, the elders the deliberative body, invested with certain restricted powers. "Well?" The chief elder, without haste, raised his eyes from the computer. "You are the first to arise from the couch." Prime turned a glance up the arcade, still smiling faintly. The others lay variously, some with arms clenched, rigid as bars, others huddled in fetal postures. One had slumped from the couch half to the floor. His eyes were open, staring at remoteness. Prime returned his gaze to the chief elder, who watched him with detached curiosity. "Has the optimum been established?" The chief elder consulted the computer. 2637 is the optimum score, he said. Prime waited, but the chief elder said no more. Prime stepped to the alabaster balustrade beyond the couches. He leaned forward, looked out across the vista, miles and miles of a sunny haze with a twinkling sea in the distance. A breeze blew past his face, ruffling the scant russet strands of his hair. He took a deep breath, flexed his fingers and hands, for the memory of the rack torturers was still heavy on his mind. After a moment he swung around, leaned back, rested his elbows upon the balustrade. He glanced once more down the line of couches. There were still no signs of vitality from the candidates. 2637, he muttered. I venture to estimate my own score at 2590. In the last episode, I recall an incomplete retention of personality. 2574, said the chief elder. The computer judged Beerwald de Halthorn's final defiance of the Brand warriors unprofitable. Prime considered. The point is well made. Obstinacy serves no purpose unless it advances a predetermined end. It is a flaw I must seek to temper. He looked along the line of elders, from face to face. You make no enunciations. You are curiously mute, he said. He waited. The chief elder made no response. May I inquire the high score? 2574, he was answered. Prime nodded. Mine? Yours is the high score, said the chief elder. Prime's smile disappeared. A puzzled line appeared across his brow. He said, In spite of this, you are still reluctant to confirm my second span of authority. There are still doubts among you. Doubts and misgivings, replied the chief elder. Prime's mouth pulled in at the corners, although his brows were still raised in polite inquiry. Your attitude puzzles me. My record is one of selfless service. My intelligence is phenomenal, and in this final test, which I designed to dispel your last doubts, I attained the highest score. I have proved my social intuition and flexibility, my leadership, devotion to duty, imagination, and resolution. In every commensurable aspect, I fulfill best the qualifications for the office I hold. The chief elder looked up and down the line of his fellows. There were none who wished to speak. The chief elder squared himself in his chair. He sat back. Our attitude is difficult to represent. Everything is, as you say. Your intelligence is beyond dispute. Your character is exemplary. You have served your term with honour and devotion. You have earned our respect, admiration, and gratitude. We realize also that you seek this second term from praiseworthy motives. You regard yourself as the man best able to coordinate the complex business of the galaxy. Prime nodded grimly. But you think otherwise? Well, our position is perhaps not quite so blunt, said the elder. Precisely what is your position? Prime gestured along the couches. Look at these men. They are the finest of the galaxy. One man is dead. That one stirring on the third couch has lost his mind. He is a lunatic. The others are sorely shaken. And never forget that this test has been expressly designed to measure the qualities essential to the galactic prime. Oh, this test has been of great interest to us, said the chief elder mildly. It has considerably affected our thinking. Prime hesitated, plumbing the unspoken overtones of the words. He came forward, seated himself across from the line of elders. With a narrow glance he searched the faces of the 11 men, tapped once, twice, 3 times with his finger on the polished wood, leaned back in the chair. As I have pointed out, the test has gauged each candidate for the exact qualities essential to the optimum conduct of office in this fashion. Earth of the 20th century is a planet of intricate conventions. On Earth, the candidate, as Arthur Caversham, is required to use his social intuition, a quality highly important in this galaxy of 2 billion suns. On Belozzi, Beerwald the Halfhorn is tested for courage and the ability to conduct positive action. At the Dead City, Thurlach, on Pricepi 3, the candidate, as Scheistan, is rated for devotion to duty, and as Dobnor Daxat, at the Imagicon on Staff, his creative conceptions are rated against the most fertile imaginations alive. And finally, as Ergen, on Shankazar, his will, persistence, and ultimate fibre are explored to their extreme limits. Each candidate is placed in the identical set of circumstances by a trick of temporal, dimensional, and cerebro-neural meshing, which is rather complicated for the present discussion, sufficient that each candidate is objectively rated by his achievements, and that the results are commensurable. He paused. He looked shrewdly along the line of grave faces. I must emphasize that although I myself designed and arranged the test, I thereby gained no advantage. The mnemonic synapses are entirely disengaged from incident to incident, and only the candidate's basic personality acts. All were tested under precisely the same conditions. In my opinion, the scores registered by the computer indicate an objective and reliable index of the candidate's ability for the highest responsible office of galactic executive. The chief elder said, "Oh, the scores are indeed significant." Prime said, "Then you approve my candidacy?" The chief elder smiled. "Oh, not so fast. Admittedly, you are intelligent. Admittedly, you have accomplished much during your term as Prime, but much remains to be done." "Do you suggest that another man would have achieved more?" The chief elder shrugged. "I have no conceivable way of knowing. I point out your achievements, such as the Glenart civilization, the dawn time on Massilis, the reign of King Carol on Ivir, the suppression of the Arcad Revolt. There are many such examples, but there are also shortcomings. The totalitarian governments on Earth, the savagery on Belozzi and Shankazar, so pointedly emphasized in your test. Then there is the decadence of the planets in the 1109th cluster, the rise of the priest-kings on Fear, and much else." Prime clenched his mouth, and the fires behind his eyes burnt more brightly. The chief elder continued, "One of the most remarkable phenomena of the galaxy is the tendency of humanity to absorb and manifest the personality of the Prime. There seems to be a tremendous resonance which vibrates from the brain of the Prime through the minds of man from centre to the outer fringes. It is a matter which should be studied, analysed, and subjected to control. The effect is as if every thought of the Prime is magnified 1 billion-fold, as if every mood sets the tone for 1,000 civilizations. Every facet of his personality reflects in the ethics of 1,000 cultures." Prime said tonelessly, "I have remarked this phenomenon and have thought much on it. Prime's commands are promulgated in such a way as to exert subtle rather than overt influence. Perhaps here is the background of the matter. In any event, the fact of this influence is even more reason to select for the office a man of demonstrated virtue." "Well put," said the chief elder. "Your character is indeed beyond reproach. However, we of the elders are concerned by the rising tide of authoritarianism among the planets of the galaxy. We suspect that this principle of resonance is at work. You are a man of intense and indomitable will, and we feel that your influence has unwittingly prompted an eruption of autarkies. Prime was silent for a moment. He looked down the line of couches where the other candidates were recovering awareness. They were men of various races, a pale Northkin of Palast, a stocky red Hawallo, a grey-haired, grey-eyed islander from the sea planet, each the outstanding man of the planet of his birth. Those who had returned to consciousness sat quietly, collecting their wits, or lay back on the couch, trying to expunge the test from their minds. There had been a toll taken. One lay dead. Another, bereft of his wits, crouched whimpering beside his couch. The chief elder said, "The objectionable aspects of your character are perhaps best exemplified by the test itself." Prime opened his mouth, but the chief elder held up his hand. "Let me speak. I will try to deal fairly with you, and when I am done, you may say your say. I repeat that your basic direction is displayed by the details of the test that you devised. The qualities you measured were those which you considered the most important, that is, those ideals by which you guide your own life. This arrangement, I am sure, was completely unconscious, and hence completely revealing. You conceived the essential characteristics of the prime to be a social intuition, aggressiveness, loyalty, imagination, and dogged persistence. As a man of strong character, you seek to exemplify these ideals in your own conduct. Therefore, it is not at all surprising that in this test, designed by you, with a scoring system calibrated by you, your score should be highest. Now let me clarify the idea by an analogy. If the eagle were conducting a test to determine the king of beasts, he would rate all the candidates on their ability to fly. Necessarily, he would win. In this fashion, the mole would consider ability to dig important. By his system of testing, he would inevitably emerge king of beasts. Prime laughed sharply, ran a hand through his sparse red-brown locks. "But I am neither eagle nor mole." The chief elder shook his head. "Oh, no. You are zealous, dutiful, imaginative, indefatigable. So you have demonstrated, as much by specifying tests for these characteristics as by scoring high in these same tests. But conversely, by the very absence of other tests, you demonstrate deficiencies in your character." "And these are?" said Prime. "Oh, sympathy, compassion, kindness." The chief elder settled back in his chair. "Strange. Your predecessor, 2 times removed, was rich in these qualities. During his term, the great humanitarian systems based on the idea of human brotherhood sprang up across the universe. Another example of resonance, but I digress." Prime said with a sardonic twitch of his mouth, "May I ask this? Have you selected the next galactic prime?" The chief elder nodded. "Oh, yes, a definite choice has been made." "What was his score in the test?" "Well, by your scoring system, 1780. He did poorly as Arthur Carisham. He tried to explain the advantages of nudity to the policeman. He lacked the ability to concoct an instant subterfuge. He has little of your quick craft. As Arthur Carisham, he found himself naked. He is sincere and straightforward. Hence he tried to expound the positive motivations for his state, rather than discover the means to evade the penalties." "Tell me more about this man," said Prime shortly. "As Beerwald, the Halfhorn, he led his band to the hive of the Brands on Mount Medallion, but instead of burning the hive, he called forth to the Queen, begging her to end the useless slaughter. She reached out from the doorway, drew him within, and killed him. He failed, but the computer still rated him highly on his forthright approach. At Thurlatch, his conduct was as irreproachable as yours, and at the Imagicon his performance was adequate. Yours approached the brilliance of the master imagists, which is high achievement indeed. The rack tortures are the most trying element of the test. You knew well you could resist limitless pain. Therefore you ordained that all other candidates must likewise possess this attribute. The new prime is sadly deficient here. He is sensitive. The idea of one man intentionally inflicting pain upon another sickens him. I may add that none of the candidates achieved a perfect count in the last episode. 2 others equalled your score. Prime evinced interest. "Well, which are they?" he said. The chief elder pointed them out. A tall, hard-muscled man with rock-hewn face, standing by the alabaster balustrade, gazing moodily out across the sunny distance. And a man of middle age, who sat with his legs folded under him, watching a point 3 feet before him with an expression of imperturbable placidity. "One is utterly obstinate and hard," said the chief elder. "He refused to say a single word. The other assumes an outer objectivity when unpleasantness overtakes him. Others among the candidates fared not so well. Therapy will be necessary in almost all cases." Their eyes went to the witless creature with vacant eyes, who pattered up and down the aisle, humming and muttering quietly to himself. "The tests were by no means valueless," said the chief elder. "We learned a great deal. By your system of scoring, the competition rated you most high. By other standards, which we elders postulated, your place was lower." With a tight mouth, Prime inquired, "Who is this paragon of altruism, kindliness, sympathy, and generosity?" The lunatic wandered close, fell on his hands and knees, crawled, whimpering, to the wall. He pressed his face to the cool stone and stared blankly up at Prime. His mouth hung loose, his chin was wet, his eyes rolled apparently free of each other. The chief elder smiled in great compassion. He stroked the mad creature's head. "This is he. Here is the man we select." The old galactic Prime sat silent, mouth compressed, eyes burning like fire volcanoes. At his feet, the new Prime, lord of 2 billion suns, found a dead leaf, put it into his mouth, and began to chew. The new Prime, 6 plots for the price of 1. It ought to be apparent by now that the essence of science fiction for me is wonder. I don't mean to minimize the importance of such things as a clever plot, a graceful style, insight into character, an intellectually stimulating idea, and a swift narrative pace. Well, all of those are basic requirements of good fiction, whether science fiction or not, but they are available in other kinds of fiction. I can go to John Updike for style, to Faulkner for character, to Dostoevsky for plot, to Thomas Mann for ideas, to Graham Greene for pace, or, for that matter, to any of those writers for all of those qualities, but not one of them can deliver those moments of visionary power that science fiction has brought me, since those long-ago days when I first wandered goggle-eyed through the pages of Wells' Time Machine and Lovecraft's The Shadow Out of Time. Of contemporary science fiction writers, none, I think, has been more consistently wonderful for me than Jack Vance. His speciality, which has been the hallmark of his work in a brilliant career stretching across more than 40 years, is exotica, vivid portrayals of bizarre cultures or astonishing landscapes. His characters tend toward the eccentric. His style is formal and elegant and baroquely sensuous, and his inventiveness is probably unparalleled in our field. Through such works as To Live Forever, Big Planet, Emphyrio, and the Durdane trilogy, he has shaped and enriched my imagination like no other writer. I first discovered my affinity for Vance's work in 1950, when his New Bodies for Old, a lively and flamboyant adventure, appeared in the revitalized and suddenly top-grade pulp magazine, Thrilling Wonder Stories. That same issue included fiction by Henry Kuttner, Arthur C. Clarke, and L. Ron Hubbard, and the letter column in the back held contributions by such eager young fans as Marion Zimmer Bradley, A.J. Budrus, and a kid from Brooklyn, who signed himself Bob Silverberg. What caught my attention in the Vance story were passages like this, quote, Every man amuses himself as best as he knows how. My current interest is building the Empyrean Tower. His voice took on a deep, exalted ring. It shall rise 3 miles into the air. There is a banquet hall with a floor of alternate silver and copper strips, 1/4 mile wide, 1/4 mile high, ringed with 8 glass balconies. There will be garden terraces like nothing else on earth, with fountains, waterfalls, running brooks. One floor will be a fairyland out of the ancient days, peopled with beautiful nymphs. Others will display the earth at stages in its history. There will be museums, conservatories of various musical styles, studios, workshops, laboratories for every known type of research, sections given to retail shops. There will be beautiful chambers and balconies designed for nothing except to be wandered through, sections devoted to the, let us say, worship of Astarte. There will be halls full of toys, 100 restaurants stuffed by gourmets, 1,000 taverns serving liquid dreams. End quote. Vision. Gorgeous excesses, playfulness, even some bombast, all set against a background of skullduggery and intrigue. I love it. Vance had already published a dozen stories, all of which I had read in the previous 2 or 3 years, but this was the first to make a real impression. I began to watch for his work, and toward the end of the year came an extraordinary treat. The first issue of Worlds Beyond, an attractive and greatly appealing magazine edited by Damon Knight, offered a moody, mysterious Vance piece called The Loom of Darkness, that turned out to be an extract from a new Vance novel, The Dying Earth, from the same publisher as the magazine. And this is how the back cover advertisement for the novel began. Quote, Time had worn out the sun, and Earth was spinning quickly toward eternal darkness. In the forest, strange animals hid behind twisted trees, plotting death. In the cities, men made constant revel and sought sorcery to cheat the dying world. End quote. In this dark and frenzied atmosphere, Jack Vance has set his finest novel, The Dying Earth, a story of love and death and magic and the rediscovery of science. Through this time, fabulously far from now, wander men and women and artificial creatures from the vats. Well, I knew at once that this would be my kind of stuff. I set out immediately to buy a copy. But what I didn't know was that both the magazine and the companion line of paperbacks had been killed, almost at the moment of their birth, by a hasty decision of the publisher, and The Dying Earth had received only random and spotty distribution. I think I looked everywhere in New York for a copy, seeking it lucklessly after school on dark, wintry afternoons in odd corners of the city. With the greatest clarity I recall my delight that Christmas when a friend, who had actually found one, gave me his copy after he'd read it. Miracle of miracles! The book came close to living up to my hopes for it, a small masterpiece, unforgettable in its portrait of a mysterious, distant future. Though it has been reprinted many times, I still have my much-sought copy of the scruffy-looking original edition, which is inordinately prized by collectors today. Worlds Beyond, that beautiful but doomed little magazine, lasted for only 2 more issues, which were released because they were too far along in the production process to abandon. Its contents page was brightened by such names as Franz Kafka, Rudyard Kipling, and E.B. White, along with outstanding work by the SF regulars of the day, C.M. Kornbluth, William Tenn, Frederik Brown. Vance reappeared in the final issue with a story called Brain of the Galaxy, which held for me the same wonder and power as his other work that year, indeed seemed to surpass it in the intensity of its visions. And that is the story I have reprinted here, under what seems to have been Vance's preferred title for it, The New Prime. What is so astonishing about this story is its profligacy. In something like 8,000 words, Vance devises, and almost immediately tosses away, enough science fiction concepts to see any other writer through an entire novel. The tactic is deliberate. The whole point of Vance's story is to carry us quickly through a series of quick, unrelated scenes, which actually are related in a way not immediately apparent. Each must have its own sharply distinct background, and we are shown tantalizing glimpses, the tortures of Rackland, the dead city of Thelach, the ferocious Brants of Mount Medallion, and the rest. At least one of these, the Imagicon, at which Dobnor Daxat competes with such notable skill, is a major invention. which calls forth from Vance some of his most powerful writing. And it is probably not by coincidence the longest of the 5 test sequences. Even in this masterly dream-shaping sequence, though, Vance is content to demonstrate his own skill and move quickly onward. The Imagicon and those who take part in his competition are merely incidental to the real story and not a central element at all. The new prime differs in structure from the other stories represented here. Instead of following the problems of a single protagonist or group of protagonists facing one problem or progression of problems, it is built of seemingly unrelated threads that only gradually unite. This is a storytelling tactic that can be highly effective in the right hands, though the usual result when it is employed by beginners is diffuse and irritating. The writer must be prepared to surrender the effect of involving the reader emotionally in the story, since the constantly shifting focus destroys reader identification with the protagonist again and again. On the other hand, this structural device can build considerable suspense, providing each section is compelling of itself. The reader, though baffled, keeps on going, wondering where the writer is taking him, and if the writing is confident enough, the reader never loses hope that the story will get somewhere if only he is patient long enough. Inducing patience in the reader is simply another way of saying that suspense has been created. A reader who becomes impatient with the story will simply toss it aside, though it should be noted that in storytelling there is impatience and impatience. The good impatience is the sort that makes the reader turn the pages as fast as he can read, because he's so eager to know what happens next. The bad impatience is the kind that evokes restlessness, boredom, and, of course, the discarding of the story unfinished. Though the story seems at first glance to have no coherence at all, Vance's ingenuity and his skill at plotting hold us here. He achieves this by a dazzling technical maneuver. Each of the 5 ostensibly unrelated episodes is actually a miniature story, complete in itself, with beginning, middle, and end. Arthur Caversham, dumped down naked at the formal gathering in a classic use of the nightmare fantasy as narrative hook, finds a way to deal with his embarrassing predicament. Berwald, the Halfhorn, facing an army of implacable monsters with only a dozen comrades, battles nobly and goes down to glorious defeat. Scheistan, seeking the vital crown and shield parchment that his master needs, strives loyally and fails interestingly. Note in this sequence the typically Vancian names of the buildings, the Legalic, the Sumptuar, the Nunciator's Confirmatory. Dobnor Daxat's Imagicon contest has colour, conflict, and a fascinatingly ambiguous resolution. And the torment of Ergen at the hands of the Rax leads to a beautifully wry moment of insight. Each of these sequences, spun out to 5,000 words, would have made a fine short story in its own right, which is why they hold our attention, even though, as we proceed through them, we have no idea why Vance is offering them to us in such swift succession. The main story, the choosing of the new prime, is audaciously withheld until the final scene of the whole work. Not a clue do we have, until then, that there is any larger structure, no prologue, no interpolated italicized linkages between sections. At last we are allowed to see all these little stories are phases in a galactic election process. Retroactively, the structure of the story arises, and the unrelated stories acquire a relationship. And now the outer story, so belatedly set in motion, can drive onward to its ironic conclusion. It is a remarkable stunt, an enviable tour de force. 6 stories, the price of 1. The new prime demonstrates Jack Vance's cool willingness to take risks with his audience, his distinctive prose manner, and, above all, the fertility of his imagination. Vance is not a writer whose manner can safely be imitated. His idiosyncratic style and sardonic, mordant view of the world make him so much his own man that another writer, trying to use Vance's voice, will seem pitifully derivative. But his generosity of invention is something we can all try to emulate. His stories of distant worlds and remote times surge and throb with the vitality of his strange, wonderful visions, and they remain to haunt the souls of his readers forever afterward. Colony by Philip K. Dick. Major Lawrence Hall bent over the binocular microscope, correcting the fine adjustment. "Interesting," he murmured, "isn't it? 3 weeks on this planet, and we've yet to find a harmful life form." Lieutenant Friendly sat down on the edge of the lab table, avoiding the culture bowls. "And what kind of place is this? No disease germs? No lice, no flies, no rats, no whiskey or red light districts either," Hall said, straightening up. "Quite a place. I was sure this brew would show something along the lines of Terra's Urbitella typhi, or the Martian sand-rot corkscrew, but the whole planet's harmless. You know, I'm wondering whether this is the Garden of Eden that our ancestors fell out of, or were pushed out of." Hall wandered over to the window of the lab and contemplated the scene beyond. He had to admit it was an attractive sight. Rolling forests and hills, green slopes, alive with flowers, and endless vines, waterfalls, hanging moss, fruit trees, acres of flowers, lakes. Every effort had been made to preserve intact the surface of Planet Blue, as it had been designated by the original scout ship 6 months earlier. Hall sighed. "Quite a place. I wouldn't mind coming back here again sometime." "Makes Terra seem a little bare," said Friendly, taking out his cigarettes, and then he put them away again. "You know, the place has a funny effect on me. I don't smoke any more. I guess that's because of the way it looks. It's so damn pure. It's unsullied. I can't smoke or throw papers around. I can't bring myself to be a picnicker." "Oh, the picnickers will be along soon enough," Hall said. He went back to the microscope. "I'll try a few more cultures. Maybe I'll find a lethal germ yet." "Well, keep trying." Lieutenant Friendly hopped off the table. "I'll see you later and find out if you had any luck. There's a big conference going on in room 1. They're almost ready to give the go-ahead to the EA for the first load of colonists to be sent out." "Picnickers?" Friendly grinned. "Afraid so." The door closed after him. His bootsteps echoed down the corridor. Hall was alone in the lab. He sat for a time in thought. Presently he bent down and removed the slide from the stage of the microscope, selecting a new one, and held it up to the light to read the marking. The lab was warm and quiet. Sunlight streamed through the windows and across the floor. The trees outside moved a little in the wind. He began to feel sleepy. "Yes, the picnickers," he grumbled. He adjusted the new slide into position. "All of them ready to come in, cut down the trees, tear up the flowers, spit in the lakes, burn up the grass, with not even a common cold virus around to—" He stopped. His voice choked off. Choked off because the 2 eyepieces of the microscope had twisted suddenly around his windpipe and were trying to strangle him. Hall tore at them, but they dug relentlessly into his throat, steel prongs closing like the claws of a trap. Throwing the microscope onto the floor, he leapt up. The microscope crawled quickly towards him, hooked around his leg. He kicked it loose with his other foot and drew his blast pistol. The microscope scuttled away, rolling on its course adjustments. Hall fired. It disappeared in a cloud of metallic particles. "Good God!" Hall sat down weakly, mopping his face. "What the—" He massaged his throat. "What the hell?" The council room was packed solid. Every officer of the Planet Blue unit was there. Commander Stella Morrison tapped on the big control map with the end of a slim plastic pointer. "This long, flat area is ideal for the actual city. It's close to water, and weather conditions vary sufficiently to give the settlers something to talk about. There are large deposits of various minerals. The colonists can set up their own factories. They won't have to do any importing. Over here is the biggest forest on the planet. If they have any sense, they'll leave it. But if they want to make newspapers out of it, well, that's not our concern." She looked around the room at the silent men. "Now, let's be realistic. Some of you have been thinking we shouldn't send the OK to the Emigration Authority, but keep the planet our own selves to come back to. Well, I'd like that as much as any of the rest of you, but we just get into a lot of trouble. It's not our planet. We're here to do a certain job, and when the job is done, we move along. And it is almost done, so let's forget it. The only thing left to do is flash the go-ahead signal and then begin packing our things. Has the lab report come in on bacteria? Vice Commander Wood asked. We're taking special care to look out for them, of course, but the last I heard, nothing had been found. I think we can go ahead and contact the EA, have them send a ship to take us off and bring in the first load of settlers. There's no reason why. She stopped. A murmur was swelling through the room. Heads turned towards the door. Commander Morrison frowned. Major Hall, may I remind you that when the Council is in session, no one is permitted to interrupt. Hall swayed back and forth, supporting himself by holding on to the doorknob. He gazed vacantly around the council room, and finally his glassy eyes picked out Lieutenant Friendly, sitting halfway across the room. "Come here," he said hoarsely. "Me?" Friendly sank further down in his chair. "Major, what is the meaning of this?" Vice Commander Wood cut in angrily. "Are you drunk, or—" He saw the blast gun in Hall's hand. "Is something wrong, Major?" Alarmed, Lieutenant Friendly got up and grabbed Hall's shoulder. "What is it? What's the matter?" "Come to the lab." "Did you say something?" The lieutenant studied his friend's rigid face. "What is it?" "Come on." Hall started down the corridor, Friendly following. Hall pushed the laboratory door open, stepped inside slowly. "What is it?" Friendly repeated. "My microscope." "Your microscope? What about it?" said Friendly, squeezing past him into the lab. "I don't see it." "It's gone." "Gone? Gone where?" "I blasted it." "You blasted it?" Friendly looked at the other man. "I don't get it. Why?" Hall's mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. "Are you all right?" Friendly asked in concern. Then he bent down and lifted a black plastic box from a shelf under the table. "Say, is this a gag?" He removed Hall's microscope from the box. "What do you mean you blasted it? Here it is in its regular place. Now tell me what's going on." "You saw something on a slide? I mean some kind of bacteria? Lethal? Toxic?" Hall approached the microscope slowly. It was his, all right. There was that nick just above the fine adjustment, and one of the stage clips was slightly bent. He touched it with his finger. 5 minutes ago, this microscope had tried to kill him, and he knew that he had blasted it out of existence. "You sure you don't need a psych test?" Friendly asked him anxiously. "You look like post-trauma to me, or worse." "Maybe you're right," Hall muttered. The robot psych tester whirred, integrating and gestalting. At last its color code lights changed from red to green. "Well?" Hall demanded. "A severe disturbance. Instability ratio up above 10. "That's over danger." "Oh, yes, 8 is danger. 10 is unusual, especially for a person of your index. I mean, you usually show about a 4. Hall nodded wearily. "I know. If you could just give me more data." Hall set his jaw. "I can't tell you any more." "It's illegal to hold back information during a psych test," the machine said peevishly. If you do that, you deliberately distort my feelings." Hall rose. "I can't tell you any more. But you do record a high degree of unbalance for me." "Well, there's a high degree of psychic disorganization, but what it means or why it exists, I can't say." "Thanks," said Hall. He clicked the tester off. He went back to his own quarters. His head whirled. Was he out of his mind? But he had fired his blast gun at something. Afterwards he'd tested the atmosphere in the lab, and there were metallic particles in suspension, especially near the place that he'd fired his blast gun at the microscope. But how could a thing like that be? A microscope coming to life and trying to kill him. Anyhow, Friendly had pulled it out of its box, whole and sound, but how had it got back in the box? He stripped off his uniform and entered the shower. While he ran warm water over his body, he meditated. The robot psych tester had showed his mind was severely disturbed. But that could have been the result rather than the cause of the experience. He had started to tell Friendly about it, but he'd stopped. Well, how could he expect anyone to believe a story like that? He shut off the water and reached out for one of the towels on the rack. The towel wrapped around his wrist, yanking him against the wall. Rough cloth pressed over his mouth and nose. He fought wildly, pulling away. All at once the towel let go, and he fell, sliding to the floor, his head striking the wall. Stars shot around him, and then violent pain. Sitting in a pool of warm water, Hall looked up at the towel rack. The towel was motionless now, like the others with it. 3 towels in a row, all exactly alike, all unmoving. Had he dreamed it? He got shakily to his feet, rubbing his head. Carefully avoiding the towel rack, he edged out of the shower and into his room. He pulled a new towel from the dispenser in a gingerly manner. It seemed normal. He dried himself and began to put his clothes on. His belt got him around the waist and tried to crush him. It was strong. It had reinforced metal links to hold his leggings and his gun. He and the belt rolled silently on the floor, struggling to control. The belt was like a furious metal snake, whipping and lashing at him. At last he managed to get his hand around his blaster, and at once the belt let go. He blasted it out of existence, and then threw himself down in a chair, gasping for breath. The arms of the chair closed around him, but this time the blaster was ready. He had to fire 6 times before the chair fell limp, and he was able to get up again. He stood half-dressed in the middle of the room, his chest rising and falling. "It isn't possible," he whispered. "I must be out of my mind." Finally he got his leggings and his boots on. He went outside into the empty corridor. Entering the lift, he ascended to the top floor. Commander Morrison looked up from her desk as Hall stepped through the robot clearing screen. It pinged. "You're armed," the commander said accusingly. Hall looked down at the blaster in his hand. He put it down on the desk. "Sorry." "What do you want? I mean, what's the matter with you?" "I have a report from the testing machine. It says you've hit a ratio of 10 within the last 24-hour period. She studied him intently. "We've known each other for a long time, Lawrence. Now, what's happening to you?" Hall took a deep breath. "Stella," he said, "earlier today my microscope tried to strangle me." Her blue eyes widened. "What?" "Then, when I was getting out of the shower, a bath towel tried to smother me. I got by it, but while I was dressing, my belt—" He stopped. The commander had got to her feet. "Guards!" she called. "Oh, wait, Stella." Hall moved towards her. "Listen to me. This is serious. There's something wrong. 4 times things have tried to kill me. Ordinary objects suddenly turned lethal. Maybe it's what we've been looking for. Maybe this is—" "Your microscope tried to kill you," she said. "It came alive. Its stems got me around the windpipe." There was a long silence. And then, "Did anyone see this happen besides you?" "No." "What did you do?" "I blasted it." "Are there any remains?" "No," Hall admitted, reluctantly. "As a matter of fact, the microscope seems to be all right again. I mean, the way it was before. I mean, back in its box." "I see," she said. She nodded to the 2 guards who had answered her call. "Take Major Hall down to Captain Taylor and have him confined until he can be sent back to Terra for examination." She watched calmly as the 2 guards took hold of Hall's arms with magnetic grapples. "Sorry, Major," she said. "Unless you can prove any of your story, we've got to assume it's a psychotic projection on your part, and the planet isn't well enough policed for us to allow a psychotic to run around on loose. I mean, you could do a lot of damage." The guards moved him towards the door, and Hall went unprotestingly. His head rang, and echoed. Maybe she was right. Maybe he was out of his mind. They came to Captain Taylor's offices, and one of the guards rang the buzzer. "Who is it?" the robot door demanded shrilly. "Commander Morrison orders that this man be put under the captain's care." There was a hesitant pause, and then, "The captain is busy." "This is an emergency," said one of the guards. The robot's relays clicked while it made up its mind. "The commander sent you?" "Yes, open up." "You may enter," the robot conceded finally. It drew its locks back, releasing the door. The guard pushed the door open and stopped. On the floor lay Captain Taylor, his face blue, his eyes gaping. Only his head and his feet were visible. A red and white scatter rug was wrapped around him, squeezing, straining, tighter and tighter. Hall dropped to the floor and pulled at the rug. "Hurry!" he barked. "Grab it!" The three of them pulled together. The rug resisted. "Help!" Taylor was crying weakly. "We're trying!" They tugged frantically, and at last the rug came away in their hands. It flopped off rapidly towards the open door. One of the guards blasted it. Hall ran to the vidscreen and shakily dialed the commander's emergency number. Her face appeared on the screen. "See?" he gasped. She stared past him to Taylor, lying on the floor, the two guards kneeling beside him, their blasters still out. What happened?" she said. "A rug attacked him." Hall grinned without amusement. "Now who's crazy?" "We'll send a guard unit down." She blinked. "Right away, but how?" "Tell them to have their blasters ready, and better make that a general alarm to everyone." Hall placed 4 items on Commander Morrison's desk: a microscope, a towel, a metal belt, and a small red and white rug. She edged away nervously. "Major, are you sure?" "Oh, they're all right now. And that's the strangest part. This towel. A few hours ago it tried to kill me. I got away by blasting it to particles, but here it is. It's back again. The way it always was. Harmless." Captain Taylor fingered the red and white rug wearily. "That's my rug. I brought it from Terra. My wife gave it to me. I trusted it completely." They all looked at each other. "We blasted the rug, too," Hall pointed out. There was silence. "Then what was it that attacked me?" Captain Taylor asked. "If it wasn't this rug." "It looked like this rug," Hall said slowly. "And what attacked me looked like this towel." Commander Morrison held the towel up to the light. "But it's just an ordinary towel. It couldn't have attacked you." "Of course not," Hall agreed. "We've put these objects through all the tests we can think of, and they're just what they're supposed to be. They're all elements, unchanged, perfectly stable, non-organic objects. It's impossible that any of these could have come to life and attacked us." "But something did," Taylor said. "Something attacked me. And if it wasn't this rug, what was it?" Lieutenant Dodds felt around on the dresser for his gloves. He was in a hurry. The whole unit had been called to emergency assembly. "Where did I?" he murmured. And then, "What the hell?" For on the bed were 2 pairs of identical gloves side by side. Dodds frowned, scratched his head. How could it be? He owned only 1 pair. The others must be somebody else's. Bob Wesley had been in the night before playing cards. Maybe he'd left them. The vidscreen flashed again. "All personnel report at once. All personnel report at once. Emergency assembly of all personnel." "Oh, all right," Dodds said impatiently. He grabbed up one of the pairs of gloves, sliding them onto his hands, and as soon as they were in place, the gloves carried his hands down to his waist. They clamped his fingers over the butt of his gun, lifting it from his holster. "I'll be damned," Dodds said. The gloves brought the blast gun up, pointing it at his chest. The fingers squeezed. There was a roar. Half of Dodds' chest dissolved. What was left of him fell slowly to the floor, the mouth still open in amazement. Corporal Tenner hurried across the ground towards the main building as soon as he heard the wail of the emergency alarm. At the entrance to the building he stopped to take off his metal-cleated boots, and then he frowned. By the door were 2 safety mats instead of 1. Well, it didn't matter, they were both the same. He stepped onto one of the mats and waited. The surface of the mat sent a flow of high-frequency current through his feet and legs, killing any spores or seeds that might have clung to him while he was outside. He passed on into the building. A moment later, Lieutenant Fulton hurried up to the door. He yanked off his hiking boots and stepped onto the first mat he saw. The mat folded over his feet. "Hey!" Fulton cried. "Let go!" He tried to pull his feet loose, but the mat refused to let go. Fulton became scared. He drew his gun. But he didn't care to fire at his own feet. "Help!" he shouted. 2 soldiers came running up. "What's the matter, Lieutenant?" "Get this damn thing off me," he said. The soldiers began to laugh. "It's no joke," Fulton said, his face suddenly white. "It's breaking my feet. He began to scream. The soldiers grabbed frantically at the mat. Fulton fell, rolling and twisting, still screaming. At last the soldiers managed to get a corner of the mat loose from his feet. Fulton's feet were gone. Nothing but limp bone remained, already half dissolved. "Now we know," Pohl said grimly. "It's a form of organic life." Commander Morrison turned to Corporal Tenner. "You saw 2 mats when you came into the building?" "Yeah, Commander, 2. I stepped on one of them, and I came in. You were lucky. You stepped on the right one." "We've got to be careful," Pohl said. "We've got to watch for duplicates. Apparently it, whatever it is, imitates objects it finds. It's like a chameleon. It's a camouflage." 2, Stella Morrison murmured, looking at the 2 vases of flowers, one at each end of her desk. "It's going to be hard to tell. I mean, 2 towels, 2 vases, 2 chairs. There may be whole rows of things that are all right, all multiples legitimate, except 1. And that's the trouble. I didn't notice anything unusual in the lab. There's nothing odd about another microscope. It blended right in," said Hall. The commander drew away from the identical vases of flowers. "How about those? I mean, maybe one is whatever they are." "Well, there's 2 of a lot of things. Natural pairs, 2 boots, clothing, furniture. I didn't notice that extra chair in my room. Equipment. It would be impossible to be sure. And sometimes—" The vidscreen lit. Vice Commander Wood's features formed. "Stella, it's another casualty. Who is it this time? An officer?" "Dissolved. All but a few buttons and his blast pistol. Lieutenant Dodds." "That makes 3, Commander Morrison said. "If it's organic, there ought to be some way we can destroy it," Hall muttered. "We've already blasted a few, apparently killed them. They can be hurt, but we don't know how many more there are. We've destroyed 5 or 6. Maybe it's an infinitely divisible substance, some kind of protoplasm. And meanwhile, we're all at its mercy, or their mercy. It's our lethal life form, all right. I mean, that explains why we found everything else harmless, but nothing could compete with a life form like this. We have mimic forms of our own, of course, insects, plants, and there's the twisty slug on Venus, but nothing that goes this far." "It can be killed, though," said Morrison. "You said so yourself. That means we have a chance." "If it can be found," said Hall. He looked around the room. 2 walking capes hung by the door. Had there been 2 a moment before? He rubbed his forehead wearily. "We've got to try to find some sort of poison or corrosive agent, something that'll destroy them wholesale. I mean, we can't just sit and wait for them to attack us. We need something we can spray. Now, that's the way we got the twisty slugs." The commander gazed past him, rigid. He turned to follow her gaze. "What is it?" he said. "I never noticed 2 briefcases in the corner over there. There was only 1 before, I think." She shook her head in bewilderment. "How are we going to know? I mean, this business is getting me down." "You need a good stiff drink," said Hall. She brightened. "Oh, that's an idea, but—" "But what?" "I don't want to touch anything. There's no way to tell." She fingered the blast gun at her waist. "I keep wanting to use it on everything." "Panic reaction," he said. "Still, we are being picked off one by one." Captain Unger got the emergency call over his headphones. He stopped work at once, gathered the specimens he collected in his arms, and hurried back towards the bucket. It was parked closer than he remembered. He stopped, puzzled. There it was, that bright little cone-shaped car, with its treads firmly planted in the soft soil, its door open. Unger hurried up to it, carrying his specimens carefully. He opened the storage hatch in the back and lowered his armload, and then he went round to the front and slid in behind the controls. He turned the switch. But the motor did not come on. That was strange. While he was trying to figure it out, he noticed something that gave him a start. A few 100 feet away, among the trees, was a second bucket, parked, like the one he was in. And that was where he remembered having parked his car, of course. He was in the bucket. Somebody else had come looking for specimens, and this bucket belonged to him. Unger started to get out again. The door closed around him. The seat folded up over his head. The dashboard became plastic and oozed. He gasped. He was suffocating. He struggled to get out, flailing and twisting. There was wetness all around him, a bubbling, flowing wetness, warm like flesh. "Club," he said. His head was covered. His body was covered. The bucket was turning to liquid. He tried to pull his hands free, but they would not come, and then the pain began. He was being dissolved. All at once he realized what the liquid was. Acid. Digestive acid. He was in a stomach. "Don't look!" Gail Thomas cried. "Why not?" Corporal Hendricks swam towards her, grinning. "Why can't I look?" "Because I'm going to get out," she said. The sun shone down onto the lake. It glittered and danced on the water. All around, huge, moss-covered trees rose up, great silent columns among the flowering vines and bushes. Gail climbed up on the bank, shaking water from her, throwing her hair back out of her eyes. The woods were silent. There was no sound except the lapping of the waves. They were a long way from the unit camp. "When can I look?" Hendricks demanded, swimming around in a circle, his eyes shut. "Soon," Gail said. She made her way into the trees until she came to the place where she'd left her uniform. She could feel the warm sun glowing against her bare shoulders and arms. Sitting down in the grass, she picked up her tunic and leggings. She brushed the leaves and bits of tree bark from her tunic and began to pull it over her head. In the water, Corporal Hendricks waited patiently, continuing in his circle. Time passed. There was no sound. He opened his eyes. Gail was nowhere in sight. "Gail," he called. It was very quiet. "Gail!" No answer. Corporal Hendricks swam rapidly to the bank. He pulled himself out of the water. One leap carried him to his own uniform, neatly piled at the edge of the lake. He grabbed up his blaster. "Gail!" The woods were silent. There was no sound. He stood, looking around him, frowning. Gradually a cold fear began to numb him, in spite of the warm sun. "Gail! Gail!" And still there was only silence. Commander Morrison was worried. "We've got to act," she said. "We can't wait. 10 lives lost already from 30 encounters. Now 1/3 is too high a percentage." Pohl looked up from his work. "Anyhow, now we know what we're up against. It's a form of protoplasm with infinite versatility." He lifted the spray tank. "I think this will give us an idea of how many exist." "Well, what's that?" "It's a compound of arsenic and hydrogen in gas form, arsine." "What are you going to do with it?" she asked. Hall locked his helmet into place. His voice came through the commander's earphones. "I'm going to release this throughout the lab. I think there are a lot of them in here, more than anywhere else. But why here? This is where all samples and specimens were originally brought, where the first one of them was encountered. I think they came in with the samples, or as the samples, and then they infiltrated through the rest of the buildings." The commander locked her own helmet into place. Her 4 guards did the same. She said, "Arsine is fatal to human beings, isn't it?" Horn nodded. "Yes, we'll have to be careful. We can use it in here for a limited test, but that's about all." He adjusted the flow of oxygen inside his helmet. "Well, what's your test supposed to prove?" she wanted to know. He said, "If it shows anything at all, it should give us an idea of how extensively they've infiltrated. We'll know better what we're up against. This may be more serious than we realize." "And how do you mean?" she asked, fixing her own oxygen flow. "There are 100 people in this unit on Planet Blue. Now, as it stands, the worst that can happen is that they'll get us, all of us, one by one. But that's nothing. Units of 100 are lost every day of the week. It's a risk that whoever is first to land on a planet must take, but in the final analysis, it's relatively unimportant." "Compared to what?" she asked. "If they are infinitely divisible, then we're going to have to think twice about leaving here," he said. "It would be better to stay and get picked off one by one than to run the risk of carrying any of them back to the system." She looked at him. "Is that what you're trying to find out? Whether they're infinitely divisible?" "I'm trying to find out what we're up against. Now, maybe there are only a few of them, or maybe they're everywhere." He waved a hand around the laboratory. "Maybe half the things in this room are not what we think they are. Oh, it's bad when they attack us, but it would be worse if they didn't." "Worse?" she said. She was puzzled. "Their mimicry is perfect," he said. "Of inorganic objects, at least. I mean, I looked through one of them, Stella, when it was imitating my microscope. It enlarged, it adjusted, reflected. It was just like a regular microscope. It's a form of mimicry that surpasses anything we've ever imagined. It carries down below the surface into the actual elements of the object being imitated." "You mean one of them could slip back to Terra along with us, in the form of clothing or a piece of lab equipment?" She shuddered. "We assume there's some sort of protoplasm. Now, such malleability suggests a simple original form, and that suggests binary fission. If that's so, then there may be no limit to their ability to reproduce. The dissolving properties make me think of the simple unicellular protozoa." "Do you think they're intelligent?" she asked. "I don't know. I hope not." Pohl lifted the spray. "In any case, this should tell us their extent, and, to some degree, corroborate my notion that they're basic enough to reproduce by simple division. The worst thing possible, from our standpoint." "Here goes," he said. He held the spray tightly against him, depressed the trigger, aimed the nozzle slowly around the lab. The commander and the 4 guards stood silently behind him. Nothing moved. The sun shone in through the windows, reflecting from the culture dishes and the equipment. After a moment, he let the trigger up again. "I didn't see anything," Commander Morrison said. "Are you sure you did anything?" "Arsine is colorless," he said. "Don't loosen your helmet. It's fatal. And don't move." They stood waiting. For a time, nothing happened. And then, "Good God!" Commander Morrison exclaimed. At the far end of the lab, a slide cabinet wavered suddenly. It oozed, buckling and pitching. It lost its shape completely. A homogeneous, jelly-like mass perched on top of the table. Abruptly, it flowed down the side of the table onto the floor, wobbling as it went. "Over there!" she said. A Bunsen burner melted and flowed along beside it. All around the room, objects were in motion. A great glass retort folded up into itself and settled down into a blob. A rack of test tubes, a shelf of chemicals. "Look out!" Pohl cried, stepping back. A huge bell jar dropped down with a soggy splash in front of him. It was a single large cell, all right. He could dimly make out the nucleus, the cell wall, the hard vacuoles suspended in the cytoplasm. Pipettes, tongs, a mortar, all were flowing now. Half the equipment in the room was in motion. They had imitated almost everything there was to imitate. For every microscope there was a mimic. For every tube and jar and bottle and flask. One of the guards had his blaster out. Hall knocked it down. "Don't fire," he said. "Arsine is inflammable. Now let's get out of here. We know what we wanted to know." They pushed the laboratory door open quickly and made their way out into the corridor. Hall slammed the door behind them, bolting it tightly. "Is it bad, then?" Commander Morrison asked. "We haven't got a chance," said Hall. "The arsine disturbed them. Enough of it might even kill them, but we haven't got that much arsine. And what if we could flood the planet? We wouldn't be able to use our blasters." "Well, suppose we left the planet," she asked. "We can't take the chance of carrying them back to the system," he said. "But if we stay here, we'll be absorbed, dissolved, one by one," she protested. "We could have arsine brought in, or some other poison that might destroy them, but it would destroy most of the life on the planet along with them. I mean, there wouldn't be much left. Then we'll have to destroy all life forms, if there's no other way of doing it, if we've got to burn the planet clean. Even if there wouldn't be a thing left but a dead world," she said. They looked at each other. "I'm going to call the system monitor," she said. "I'm going to get the unit off here out of danger. All that are left, at least. Oh, that poor girl by the lake." She shuddered. "After everyone's out of here, we can work out the best way of cleaning up this planet." "You'll run the risk of carrying one of them back to Terra," said Hall. "Well, can they imitate us? I mean, can they imitate living creatures, higher life forms?" Hall considered. "Apparently not," he said. "They seem to be limited to inorganic objects." The commander smiled grimly. "Then we'll go back without any inorganic material," she said. "But our clothes? They can imitate belts, gloves, boots," he said. "We're not taking our clothes. We're going back without anything. And I mean without anything at all." Hall's lips twitched. "I see," he pondered. "It might work. Can you persuade the personnel to leave all their things behind? I mean, everything they own?" "If it means their lives, I can order them to do it," she said. "Then it might be our one chance of getting away." The nearest cruiser, large enough to remove the remaining members of the unit, was just 2 hours' distance away. It was moving terraside again. Commander Morrison looked up from the vidscreen. "They want to know what's wrong here." "Let me talk," Hall said. He seated himself before the screen. The heavy features and gold braid of a Terran cruiser captain regarded him. "This is Major Lawrence Hall," said Hall, "from the research division of this unit." "Captain Daniel Davis," said the other. Captain Davis studied him without expression. "You having some kind of trouble, Major?" Hall licked his lips. "I'd rather not explain until we're aboard, if you don't mind." "Why not?" "Captain, you're going to think we're crazy enough as it is. Now, we'll discuss everything fully once we're aboard." He hesitated. "We're going to board your ship naked." The captain raised an eyebrow. "Naked?" he said. "That's right." "I see," he said. Obviously he didn't. "Now, when will you get here?" asked Hall. "Oh, in about 2 hours, I'd say." "Well, it's now 1300 by our schedule, so you'll be here by 1500? "At approximately that time," the captain agreed. "We'll be waiting for you. Now, don't let any of your men out. Open one lock for us. We'll board without any equipment, just ourselves. Nothing else. As soon as we are aboard, remove the ship at once." Stella Morrison leaned towards the screen. "Captain, would it be possible for your men to—" "We'll land by robot control," he assured her. "None of my men will be on deck. No one will see you." "Thank you," she murmured. "Well, not at all. Captain Davis saluted. "We'll see you in about 2 hours then, Commander." "Let's get everyone out onto the field," Commander Morrison said. "They should remove their clothes here, I think, so there won't be any objects on the field to come in contact with the ship." Pohl looked at her face. "Isn't it worth it to save our lives?" Lieutenant Friendly bit his lips. "Oh, I won't do it. I'll stay here." "You have to cut—" "But, Major—" Pohl looked at his watch. "It's 14:50. The ship will be here any minute. Now get your clothes off. Get out onto the landing field." "But can't I take anything at all?" "Nothing, not even your blaster. They'll give us clothes inside the ship. Now come on, your life depends on this. Everybody else is doing it." Friendly tugged at his shirt reluctantly. "Well, I guess I'm acting silly," he said. The vid screen clicked. A robot voice announced shrilly, "Everyone out of the buildings at once. Everyone out of the buildings, onto the field without delay. Everyone out of the buildings at once. Everyone—" "So soon?" said Hall. He ran to the window and lifted the metal blind. "I didn't hear it land." Parked in the centre of the landing field was a long, grey cruiser. Its hull pitted and dented from meteoric strikes. It lay motionless. There was no sign of life about it. A crowd of naked people were already moving hesitantly across the field towards it, blinking in the bright sunlight. "It's here," said Hall. He started tearing off his shirt. "Let's go." Wait for me." "Then hurry," he said. He finished undressing. Both men hurried out into the corridor. Unclothed guards raced past them. They padded down the corridors through the long unit building to the door. They ran downstairs, out onto the field. Warm sunlight beat down on them from the sky overhead. From all the unit buildings, naked men and women were pouring silently towards the ship. "What a sight," an officer said. "We'd never be able to live it down." "But you'll live, at least," another said. "Lawrence!" Hall half turned. "Oh, please don't look round. Keep on going. I'll walk behind you." "How does it feel, Stella?" Hall asked. "Unusual." "Is it worth it?" "Well, I suppose so." "Do you think anyone will ever believe us?" "I doubt it," she said. "I'm beginning to wonder myself." "Anyhow, we'll get back alive," he said. "Oh, I guess so," said the commander. Hall looked up at the ramp, being lowered from the ship in front of them. The first people were already beginning to scamper up the metal incline, into the ship, through the circular lock. "Lawrence!" There was a peculiar tremor in the commander's voice. "Lawrence, I'm—" "You're what?" he asked. "I'm scared," she said. "Scared?" He stopped. "Why?" "I don't know," she quavered. People pushed against them from all sides. "Oh, forget it," he said. "It's a carryover from your early childhood." He put his foot on the bottom of the ramp. "Up we go." "I want to go back." There was panic in her voice. Hall laughed. "It's too late now, Stella." He mounted the ramp, holding on to the rail. Around him on all sides, men and women were pushing forward, carrying them up. They came to the lock. "Here we are." The man ahead of him disappeared. Hall went inside after him, into the dark interior of the ship, into the silent blackness before him. The commander followed. At exactly 1500 hours, Captain Daniel Davis landed his ship in the center of the field. Relays slid the entrance lock open with a bang. Davis and the other officers of the ship sat waiting in the control cabin, around the big control table. "Well," Captain Davis said after a while, "where are they?" The officers became uneasy. "Maybe something's wrong." "Maybe the whole damn thing's a joke," said one. They waited and waited. But no one came.
Colony. I trusted the rug completely. This is a science fiction horror story, and a good one. Its author, like all the writers in this book, was someone I admired inordinately and studied indefatigably during the years that I was beginning to learn my craft. But Phil Dick, like Bob Sheckley, held a special place for me in that feverish time. Like Sheckley, he was young, he was clever, he was diabolically prolific. He had stories in all the magazines at once, and that was something I dreamed of doing. Here on my desk now is that dog-eared mimeographed pamphlet listing all the science fiction stories published in 1953. Dick has almost a whole page to himself. A story in the June Astounding, one in the September Amazing, one in the September Beyond, one in the September Cosmos, 3 in Fantasy and Science Fiction, 2 in Fantastic Universe, and on and on and on, down to the story in the September Space, and the one in May, Science Fiction Quarterly. 28 short stories in all that year. Colony was one of them, from the June 1953 Galaxy, one of the 6 stories he had published that month alone. Damon Knight, speaking of Dick a few years later, called him that short story writer who has kept popping up all over. Entering and leaving, as he does, by so many doors at once, Dick creates a blurred impression of pleasant, small literary gifts. Time has shown that Knight had underestimated Dick's pleasant, small literary gifts, and Knight himself soon backed away from that assessment when Dick's first novel appeared. For me, Dick was far more than a minor writer, even in 1953. Like Sheckley, like Cutler, who was, I think, a model for them both, Dick was a deft and subtle short story writer with a keen sense of form and a fine understanding of the absurdities of the universe. Like them, he was a hard-working professional who began a new project as soon as he finished the last, and kept his name constantly before the public, with a succession of competent, entertaining pieces that, though they might often be light, were anything but trivial. That was the sort of writer I hoped to be. Colony is early Dick. The standard bibliography of his work indicates that it was his 12th published story, appearing less than a year after his first. Its brisk, functional prose style, short sentences, plenty of dialogue, minimal exposition, is a far cry from the flamboyance of Alfred Bester's writing, or the richness of C.L. Moore's, but simplicity of approach doesn't necessarily indicate shortcoming of craft. Some stories, Pohl's Day Million, say, or Blish's Common Time, draw their power as much from the way they are told as from what they convey. Colony is not like that. What matters is what happens, period. The writer's job is to depict the action. Dick's style in Colony is lucid and effective, a no-frills technique that conveys the mystifying incidents of the story without excessively calling attention to itself. I prefer it, generally, to the dense, involuted manner of Dick's own later period. You see what I mean? Compare this passage from Colony. Quote, he stopped. His voice choked off. Choked off because the 2 eyepieces of the microscope had twisted suddenly around his windpipe and they were trying to strangle him. Hall tore at them, but they dug relentlessly into his throat, steel prongs closing like the claws of a trap. Throwing the microscope onto the floor, he leapt up. The microscope crawled quickly towards him, hooking around his leg. He kicked it loose with his other foot, drew his blast pistol. The microscope scuttled away, rolling on its course adjustments. Hall fired. It disappeared in a cloud of metallic particles. Good God, he said. He sat down, weakly mopping his face. What the? He massaged his throat. What the hell? Compare that passage with this one, chosen at random from an early chapter of Dick's famous 1968 novels, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep? Later filmed as Blade Runner. Quote, silence. It flashed from the woodwork and the walls. It smote him with an awful, total power, as if generated by a vast mill. It rose from the floor, up out of the tattered grey wall-to-wall carpeting. It unleashed itself from the broken and semi-broken appliances in the kitchen, the dead machines which hadn't worked in all the time that Isidore had lived there. From the useless pole lamp in the living room it oozed out, meshing with the empty and wordless descent of itself from the fly-specked ceiling. It managed, in fact, to emerge from every object within his range of vision, as if it, the silence, meant to supplant all things tangible. Hence, it assailed not only his ears, but his eyes. As he stood by the inert TV set, he experienced the silence as visible, and in its own way alive. Alive! He had often felt its austere approach before. When it came, it burst in without subtlety, evidently unable to wait. The silence of the world could not rein back its greed, not any longer. Not when it had virtually won. There's a certain Beckett-esque power to that second passage, especially in its invocation of the shabby, decaying world in which Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep is set. But also it is static. It advances neither plot nor character, and eventually it buries the sense of the scene beneath layer upon layer of abstraction and metaphor. Whereas the unpretentious passage from Colony renders a grotesque and absurd incident, the two eyepieces of the microscope twisted suddenly around his windpipe or were trying to strangle him, without editorial comment, without the intervention of abstractions, without even any figures of speech, other than one highly concrete simile. The clarity of Dick's earlier style is harder to achieve than it looks, and, at least in a short story, more effective than some of the tortuous effects that he reached for in his later work. Nevertheless, Colony is unmistakably the work of the writer, who eventually would give us the three stigmata of Palmer Eldritch, The Man in the High Castle, and Ubik. Even here, at the outset of his career, the difficulty of distinguishing between the real and the unreal obsessed him, and the precarious and perilous nature of life in a treacherous universe proves the undoing of his unfortunate characters. Kuttner before him had the same obsession, and moments that we would now consider Dickian recur constantly in Kuttner's work. The microscope scene, one of the funniest pseudo-paranoid moments in science fiction, surely owes something to the class of narrative hook with which Kuttner began his 1946 novella, The Fairy Chessmen. The doorknob opened a blue eye and looked at him. Colony opens with a characteristically sly Dickian stratagem. Reversing the adage that a story ought to begin with someone in trouble, Dick arouses our suspicions, but not those of Major Hall and Lieutenant Friendly, by depicting an utter absence of trouble. "What kind of place is this?" Friendly asks. "No disease germs, no lice, no flies, no rats, no—" "The whole place is harmless. Could it be the long-lost Garden of Eden? Well, no, it can't." The moment Friendly goes out of the room, Hall's microscope tries to strangle him. Rebuffed, it comes crawling after him like a demented hound. When threatened, it scuttles away, rolling on its own coarse adjustments. A deliciously crazy image. We're getting one of the earliest manifestations of that wondrous Dickian paranoia, that darkly comic view of the universe in which things are never what they seem. As the story goes along, the reality slippages grow wilder. Hall is attacked by his towel and his belt. Taylor's office rug rolls him up inside itself. Dodds is killed by his own gun. Fulton is mutilated by a doormat. Progression of attacks is carefully calculated. What is at first perplexing and scary quickly becomes lethal, and nothing can be trusted. Unger, getting into what appears to be his automobile, discovers that he is in a stomach and being digested. During this phase of the story, a simple piling up of horrors, however comic and ingenious, would probably not have been sufficient to keep a reasonably sophisticated reader interested. The story would quickly have become comic book stuff, fashioned as it is out of comic book situations. Dick provides an additional level of tension and narrative thrust by intercutting his series of bizarre attacks with a second tried-and-true device of this sort of terrible menace story, the skepticism of the characters who are not under attack. Not only does Hall have to worry about the malevolent intentions of his microscope, he swiftly finds himself required to defend his own sanity to his fellow officers. Are we reading a story about an alien onslaught, or one about Major Hall's mental breakdown? For much of the time we aren't sure. Only when Taylor is engulfed by his rug does Commander Morrison begin to reconsider her assessment that Hall is psychotic. Dick's deadpan narrative method is important in maintaining our belief in the plausibility of what's going on. A clumsier writer would overload the story with expository nudges to make certain that we were properly terrified by the predicament of the characters. Oh, it was inconceivably ghastly. The bewildered Earthmen looked harried and worn. Reality itself had come loose from its moorings. Now that such harmless objects as belts and towels had shown themselves to be potential killers, anything at all might happen. Nothing could be trusted. Nothing. Or that kind of line. But Dick, even as a 24-year-old novice, knew better than this. The story is made up entirely of action and dialogue. All Dick needs to do is have Hall tell Morrison, we've got to be careful, we've got to watch for duplicates. Apparently it, well, whatever it is, imitates objects it finds. The plight of the characters is implicit in what they do and say. There's no need to spell it out in heavy-handed exposition. Because Dick appears to take a stance outside the fabric of the story, carefully limiting it to basic this happened and then he said that and then this happened type narrative, he is able to mix farce and horror without unbalancing the tone. The scuttling microscope is a good example. So is the rug that flops off rapidly towards the open door when it is pulled free of Taylor. And Taylor, too, when the rug is brought to him, docile again, a little while afterwards says, my wife gave it to me. I trusted it completely. It's an altogether farcical line, but somehow it doesn't puncture the tension of the moment. Of course, we're ahead of the characters most of the way. Calling them characters is charitable. All they are is names. We can't tell Hall from Taylor from Dawes, and it doesn't matter, once again. As so often in science fiction, attempts at real characterization would be distractions. If we really cared about the characters, knew all about their hopes and fears and childhood aspirations and little imperfections of soul and shipboard romances, the effect of the story would be entirely different, painful and harrowing, instead of bright and diverting. Hall and Taylor and Dodds don't know what they're up against for most of the story, but we, once we've decided that Hall isn't crazy, understand that they are under attack by fiendish, mimicking life forms from the planet they're exploring. We know that because Dick has given us a cue in the conventional place. Without that opening conversation about how harmless the planet is. The fun for us is in seeing the fulfillment of our expectations. Of course, something ghastly is bound to happen, and it does, and then something even ghastlier, and we read on, wanting to know what form the next horrible thing will take, and the one after that. Because we know the conventions of short fiction, we know that the Earthmen will ultimately begin to fight back, and we assume they ultimately will triumph, as Earthmen always do in this sort of thing. So when the counterattack scene arrives on schedule, I'm going to release this throughout the lab, says Hall, holding up the spray tank of arsenic and hydrogen. I think there are a lot of them in here, more than anywhere else. Well, we naturally get ready for the ingenious denouement and the dramatic defeat of the aliens. But if we are ahead of the characters, Dick is ahead of us. He knows there's no way that a handful of Earthmen can defeat a planet full of creatures with the power of absolute mimicry. Well, certainly not on their home turf, except in the pages of comic books and pulp magazines. So he sets up our expectations and then goes coolly about the task of demolishing them. The use of the arsenic hydrogen spray leads not to glorious victory for the gallant spacemen, but to the funniest Dickian moment of them all. Quote, at the far end of the lab, a slide cabinet wavered suddenly. It oozed, buckling and pitching. It lost its shape completely. A homogeneous, jelly-like mass perched on top of the table. Abruptly, it flowed down the side of the table onto the floor, wobbling as it went. Over there! A Bunsen burner melted and flowed along beside it. All around the room, objects were in motion. A great glass retort folded up into itself and settled down into a blob. A rack of test tubes. A shelf of chemicals. The aliens are everywhere. There's no hope of defeating them. Inglorious retreat is the only sensible answer. And so the story might have ended, with the survivors hurrying aboard the rescue ship, looking back in horror and relief at the implacable, menacing planet from which they were just barely able to escape. Even now, though, Dick shows no mercy. A final manic twist, foreshadowed by the scene in which Unger is digested by his car, and the ultimate catastrophe occurs. And with enviable subtlety, Dick leaves it undescribed. Telling it by implication is a better way, and that's what he does, with a swift, effective ringing down of the curtain in an economical last scene less than a dozen lines long. There are no profundities in Colony, no shattering revelations of the human condition, no searching explorations of the far reaches of physics or biochemistry. For profundity and revelations of the human condition, we have to go to the books that Philip K. Dick wrote 2 decades later, just before his much too early death in 1982 at the age of 53. For physics or biochemistry, we must turn to the stories of Hal Clement or Larry Niven or Pohl Anderson. What we have here, instead, is a beautifully told minor story, both funny and frightening, a model of expert narrative from a great writer at the start of his remarkable career. The Little Black Bag by C.M. Kornbluth. Old Dr. Pohl felt the winter in his bones as he limped down the alley. It was the alley and the back door that he'd chosen, rather than the sidewalk and the front door, because of the brown paper bag under his arm. He knew perfectly well that the flat-faced, stringy-haired women of his street and their gap-toothed, sour-smelling husbands did not notice if he brought a bottle of cheap wine to his room. They all but lived on the stuff themselves, varied with whiskey, when paychecks were boosted by overtime. But Dr. Pohl, unlike them, was ashamed. A complicated disaster occurred as he limped down the littered alley. One of the neighborhood dogs, a mean little black one that he knew and hated, with its teeth always bared and always snarling with menace, hurled at his leg through a hole in the board fence that lined his path. Dr. Pohl flinched and then swung his leg in what was to have been a satisfying kick to the animal's gaunt ribs. But the winter in his bones weighed down the leg. His foot failed to clear a half-buried brick, and he sat down, abruptly cursing. When he smelled unbottled wine and realized his brown paper package had slipped from under his arm and smashed, his curses died on his lips. The snarling black dog was circling him at a yard's distance, tensely stalking, but he ignored it in the greater disaster. With stiff fingers, as he sat on the filth of the alley, Dr. Pohl unfolded the brown paper bag's top, which had been crimped over grocer-wise. The early autumnal dusk had come. He could not see plainly what was left. He lifted out the jug-handled top of his half-gallon and some fragments, and then the bottom of the bottle. Dr. Pohl was far too occupied to exult, as he noted there was a good pint left. He had a problem, and emotions could be deferred until the fitting time. The dog closed in, its snarl rising in pitch. He set down the bottom of the bottle and pelted the dog with the curved triangular glass fragments of its top. One of them connected, and the dog ducked back through the fence, howling. Dr. Pohl then placed a razor-like edge of the half-gallon bottle's foundation to his lip, and drank from it, as though it were a giant's cup. Twice he had to put it down to rest his arms, but in 1 minute he had swallowed the pint of wine. He thought of rising to his feet and walking through the alley to his room, but a flood of well-being drowned the notion. It was, after all, inexpressibly pleasant to sit there, feel the frost-hardened mud of the alley turn soft, or seem to, feel the winter evaporating from his bones, under a warmth which spread from his stomach through his limbs. A 3-year-old girl in a cut-down winter coat squeezed through the same hole in the board fence from which the black dog had sprung its ambush. Gravely she toddled up to Dr. Pohl and inspected him with her dirty forefinger in her mouth. Dr. Pohl's happiness had been providentially made complete. He had been supplied with an audience. "Ah, my dear," he said hoarsely, and then, preposterous accusation. "If that's what you call evidence, I should have told them. You'd better stick to your doctrine. I should have told them. I was here before your county medical society, and the licence commissioner never proved a thing on me. So, gentlemen, doesn't it stand to reason? I appeal to you as fellow members of a great profession." The little girl, bored, moved away, picking up one of the triangular pieces of glass to play with as she left. Dr. Pohl forgot her immediately, and continued to himself earnestly, "But so help me, they couldn't prove a thing. Hasn't a man got any rights?" He brooded over the question, of whose answer he was so sure, but on which the Committee on Ethics of the County Medical Society had been equally certain. The winter was creeping into his bones again, and he had no money, and no more wine. Dr. Pohl pretended to himself that there was a bottle of whisky somewhere in the fearful litter of his room. It was an old and cruel trick he played on himself, when he simply had to be galvanized into getting up and going home, when he might freeze there in the alley. In his room he'd be bitten by bugs and would cough at the mouldy reek from his sink, but he would not freeze, and be cheated of the hundreds of bottles of wine that he still might drink, the thousands of hours of glowing content he still might feel. He thought about that bottle of whisky. Was it back of a mounded heap of medical journals? No, it looked there last time. Was it under the sink, shoved well to the rear, behind the rusty drain? The cruel trick began to play itself out again. Yes, he told himself with a mounting excitement. Yes, it might be. I mean, your memory isn't so good nowadays, he told himself with a rueful good fellowship. You know perfectly well you might have bought a bottle of whisky and shoved it behind the sink drain. For a moment, just like this, he thought. Oh, the amber bottle, the crisp snap of the sealing as he cut it, the pleasurable exertion of starting the screw cap on its threads, and then the refreshing tangs in his throat, the warmth in his stomach, the dark, dull, happy oblivion of drunkenness. They became real to him. You could have, you could have, he told himself, with a blessed conviction growing in his mind. It could have happened, it could have. He struggled to his right knee. As he did, he heard a yelp behind him, and, curious, craned his neck around whilst resting. It was the little girl. She cut her hand quite badly on her toy, that piece of glass. Dr. Pohl could see the rilling bright blood down her coat, pooling at her feet. He almost felt inclined to defer the image of the amber bottle for her, but not seriously. He knew that it was there, shoved well to the rear, under the sink, behind the rusty drain, where he'd hidden it. He would have a drink, and then magnanimously return to help the child. Dr. Pohl got to his other knee, and then his feet, and proceeded at a rapid totter down the littered alley towards his room, where he would hunt with calm optimism at first for the bottle that was not there, and then with anxiety, and then with frantic violence. He would hurl books and dishes about before he was done, looking for that amber bottle of whisky, and finally would beat his swollen knuckles against the brick wall until old scars on them opened, and his thick old blood oozed over his hands. And then, last of all, he would sit down somewhere on the floor, whimpering, and would plunge into the abyss of purgative nightmare that was his sleep. After 20 generations of shilly-shallying, and we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, genus Homo had bred himself into an impasse. Dogged biometricians had pointed out with irrefutable logic that mental subnormals were outbreeding mental normals and supernormals, and that the process was occurring on an exponential curve. Every fact that could be mustered in the argument proved the biometrician's case, and led inevitably to the conclusion that genus homo was going to wind up in a preposterous jam quite soon. If you think that had any effect on breeding practices, you do not know genus homo. There was, of course, a sort of masking effect produced by that other exponential function, the accumulation of technological devices. A moron trained to punch an adding machine seems to be a more skilful computer than a medieval mathematician trained to count on his fingers. A moron trained to operate the 21st century equivalent of a linotype seems to be a better typographer than a Renaissance printer, limited to a few fonts of movable type. This is also true of medical practice. It was a complicated affair of many factors. The supernormals improved the product at greater speed than the subnormals degraded it, but in smaller quantity, because elaborate training of their children was practiced on a custom-made basis. The fetish of higher education had some weird avatars by the 20th generation. Colleges, where not a member of the student body could read words of 3 syllables. Universities, where such degrees as Bachelor of Typewriting, or Master of Shorthand, and Doctor of Philosophy, card filing, were conferred with the traditional pomp. The handful of supernormals used such devices in order that the vast majority might keep some semblance of a social order going. Some day the supernormals would mercilessly cross the bridge. At the 20th generation they were standing irresolutely at its approaches, wondering what had hit them. And the ghosts of 20 generations of biometricians chuckled malignantly. It is a certain doctor of medicine of this 20th generation that we are concerned with. His name was Hemingway, John Hemingway, B.Sc., M.D. He was a general practitioner and did not hold with running to specialists with every trifling ailment. He often said as much, in approximately these words. Now, well, what I mean is that you've got a good old GP, you see what I mean? Well, now, a good old GP, don't claim he knows all about lungs and glands and them things, get me, but, well, you've got a GP, you've got an all-around man. That's what you've got when you've got a GP. You've got an all-around man. But from this, do not imagine that Dr. Hemingway was a poor doctor. He could remove tonsils or appendixes, he could assist at practically any confinement, and deliver a living, uninjured infant, correctly diagnose hundreds of ailments, and prescribe and administer the correct medication or treatment for each. There was, in fact, only one thing he could not do in the medical line, and that was violate the ancient canons of medical ethics. And Dr. Hemingway knew better than to try. Dr. Hemingway and a few friends were chatting one evening when the event occurred that precipitates him into our story. He had been through a hard day at the clinic, and he wished his physicist friend Walter Gillis, B.Sc., M.Sc., Ph.D., would shut up, so that he could tell everybody about it, but Gillis kept rambling on in his stilted fashion. You've got to hand it to old Mike. He don't have what we call the scientific method, but you've got to hand it to him. I mean, there this poor little dope is, puttering around with some glassware, and I come up and I ask him, kidding him, of course. I mean, I say about it, how's about a time travel machine, Mike? Dr. Gillis was not aware of it, but Mike had an IQ 6 times his own, and was, to be blunt, his keeper. Mike rode herd on these pseudophysicists in the pseudo-laboratory in the guise of a bottle washer. It was a social waste, but as had been mentioned before, the supernormals were still standing at the approaches to a bridge. Their irresolution led to many such preposterous situations, and it happens that Mike, having grown frantically bored with his task, was malevolent enough to— but let Dr. Gillis tell it. So he gives me these here tube numbers, and he says, serious circuit, now stop bothering me. Build your time machine, sit down at it, turn on the switch. That's all I ask, Dr. Gillis, that's all I ask. Say, marvelled a brittle and lovely blonde guest, you remember real good, don't you, Doc? She gave him a melting smile. Oh, heck, said Gillis modestly, I always remember good. It's what you call an inherent facility. And besides, I told it quick to my secretary, so she wrote it down. I don't read so good, but I sure remember good all right. Now, whoa, where was I? Everybody thought hard. and there were various suggestions. Something about bottles, Doc? Well, you were starting a fight. You said, time somebody was travelling. Yeah, you called somebody a swish. Who did you call a swish? Not swish, switch! Switch! Dr. Gillis's noble brow grooved with thought, and he declared, Switch is right. It was about time travel. What we call travel through time. So I took the tube numbers he gave me, and I put them into the circuit builder. I set it for series, and there it is. My time traveling machine. It travels things through time real good. He displayed a box. What's in the box? Asked the lovely blonde. Dr. Hemingway told her, Time travel. It travels things through time. Look, said Gillis, the physicist. He took Dr. Hemingway's little black bag and put it on the box. He turned on the switch, and the little black bag vanished. Say, said Dr. Hemingway, that was, swell. Now, bring it back. Huh? Bring it back, my little black bag. Oh, well, said Dr. Gillis, they don't come back. I've tried it backwards, and they don't come back. I guess maybe that dummy Mike gave me bum steer. There was a wholesale condemnation of Mike, but Dr. Hemingway took no part in it. He was nagged by a vague feeling that there was something he would have to do. He reasoned, I'm a doctor, and a doctor has got to have a little black bag. I ain't got my little black bag, so ain't I a doctor no more? He decided this was absurd. He knew he was a doctor, so it must be the bag's fault for not being there. It was no good, and he'd get another one tomorrow from that dummy Al at the clinic. Al could find things good, but he was a dummy. He never liked to talk sociable to you. So the next day, Dr. Hemingway remembered to get another little black bag from his keeper, another little black bag with which he could perform tonsillectomies, appendectomies, and the most difficult confinements, and with which he could diagnose and cure his kind until the day when the supernormals could bring themselves to cross that bridge. Al was kind of nasty about the missing little black bag, but Dr. Hemingway didn't exactly remember what had happened, so no tracer was sent out, so... Old Dr. Full awoke from the horrors of the night to the horrors of the day. His gummy eyelashes pulled apart convulsively. He was propped against a corner of his room, and something was making a little drumming noise. He felt very cold and cramped. As his eyes focused on his lower body, he croaked out a laugh. The drumming noise was being made by his left heel, agitated by fine tremors against the bare floor. Oh, it was going to be the DTs again, he decided dispassionately. He wiped his mouth with his bloody knuckles, and the fine tremor coarsened. The snare drum beat became louder and slower. He was getting a break this fine morning, he decided sardonically. You didn't get the horrors until you had been tightened like a violin string just to the breaking point. He had a reprieve, a reprieve into his old body with the blazing endless headache just back of the eyes and the screaming stiffness in his joints was anything to be thankful for. There was something or other about a kid, he thought vaguely. He was gonna doctor some kid. His eyes rested on a little black bag in the center of the room, and he forgot about the kid. I could have sworn, said Dr. Full, that I hawked that 2 years ago. He hitched over and reached the bag, and then realized it was some stranger's kit. Arriving here, he did not know how. He tentatively touched the lock, and it snapped open and lay flat, rows and rows of instruments and medications tucked into loops in its 4 walls. It seemed vastly larger open than closed. He didn't see how it could possibly fold up into that compact size again, but decided it was some stunt of the instrument makers. Since his time, that made it worth more at the hock shop, he thought with satisfaction. Just for old time's sake, he let his eyes and fingers rove over the instruments before he snapped the bag shut and headed for Uncle's. More than a few were a little hard to recognize. Well, exactly, that is. I mean, you could see that the things with blades were for cutting, and forceps for holding and pulling, and the retractors for holding fast, and the needles and the gut for suturing, and the hypos. A fleeting thought crossed his mind that he could peddle the hypos separately to drug addicts. Let's go, he decided, and tried to fold up the case. It didn't fold until he happened to touch the lock, and then it folded all at once into a little black bag. Sure have forged ahead, he thought, almost able to forget that what he was primarily interested in was its pawn value. With a definite objective, it was not too hard for him to get to his feet. He decided to go down the front steps, out of the front door, and down the sidewalk. But first, he snapped the bag open again on his kitchen table and poured through the medication tube. Anything to sock the autonomic nervous system good and hard, he mumbled. The tubes were numbered. There was a plastic card which seemed to list them. The left margin of the card was a rundown of the systems, vascular, muscular, nervous. He followed the last entry right across to the right. There were columns for stimulant, depressant, and so on. Under nervous system and depressant, he found the number 17, and shakily located the little glass tube which bore it. It was full of pretty blue pills, and he took one. It was like being struck by a thunderbolt. Dr. Pohl had so long lacked any sense of well-being, except the brief glow of alcohol, that he had forgotten its very nature. He was panic-stricken for a long moment at the sensation that spread through him slowly and finally, tingling in his fingertips. He straightened up. His pains were gone. His leg tremor stilled. That was great, he thought. He'd be able to run to the hock shop, pawn the little black bag, get some booze. He started down the stairs. Not even the street, bright with mid-morning sun, into which he emerged, made him quail. The little black bag in his left hand had a satisfying, authoritative weight. He was walking erect, he noted, and not in the somewhat furtive crouch that had grown on him in recent years. A little self-respect, he told himself, that's what I need, and just because a man's down, well, it doesn't mean... Doctor, oh, please to come with... Somebody yelled at him, tugging his arms. Oh, the little girl, she burning up. It was one of the slum's innumerable flat-faced, stringy-haired women in a slovenly wrapper. I happen to be retired from practice, he began hoarsely, but she would not be put off. In my hair, doctor, she urged, tugging him into a doorway. You come and look at a little girl. I got $2. You come look. Well, that did put a different complexion on the matter. He allowed himself to be towed through the doorway into a mussy, cabbage-smelling flat. He knew the woman now, or rather, he knew who she must be, a new arrival who'd moved in the other night. These people moved at night in motorcades of battered cars supplied by friends and relations, with furniture lashed to the tops, and swearing and drinking until the small hours. It explained why she'd stopped him. She did not yet know that he was old Dr. Pohl, a drunken reprobate whom nobody would trust. Yes, that little black bag had been his guarantee, outweighing his whiskery face and the stained black suit. He was looking down on a 3-year-old girl, who had, he rather suspected, just been placed in the mathematical centre of a freshly changed double bed. God knew what sour and dirty mattress she usually slept on. He seemed to recognize her, as he noted a crusted bandage on her right hand. $2, he thought. An ugly flush had spread up her pipe-stem arm. He poked a finger into the socket of her elbow, and felt little spheres like marbles under the skin. and ligaments roll apart. The child began to squall thinly. Beside him, the woman gasped and began to weep to herself. "Out!" He gestured briskly at her, and she thudded away, still sobbing. $2, he thought. Well, give us some mumbo-jumbo, take the money, tell her to go to a clinic. Scrap, I guess, from that stinking alley. It's a wonder any of them grow up here. He put down the little black bag and, forgetfully, fumbled for his key, and then remembered. So just touched the lock. It flew open. He selected a bandage shears with a blunt wafer for the lower jaw. He fitted the lower jaw under the bandage, trying not to hurt the kid by its pressure on the infection, and began to cut. It was amazing how easily and swiftly the shining shears snipped through the crusty rag around the wound. He hardly seemed to be driving the shears with fingers at all. It almost seemed as though the shears were driving his fingers instead, as they scissored a clean, light line through the bandage. "Certainly have forged ahead since my time," he thought. "Sharper than a microtome knife." He replaced the shears in their loop on the extraordinary big bore that the little black bag turned into when it was unfolded, and he leaned over the wound. He whistled at the ugly gash, and the violent infection which had taken immediate root in that sickly child's thin body. Now what can you do with a thing like that?" he thought. He pored over the contents of the little black bag nervously. If he lanced it and let some of the pus out, the old woman would think he'd done something for her, and he'd get the $2, but at the clinic they'd want to know who did it. And if they got sore enough, they might send a cop around. Well, maybe there was something in this kit. He ran down the left edge of the card to lymphatic and read across to the column under infection. It didn't sound right at all to him. He checked again, but it still said that. In the square to which the line and the column led were the symbols IV/G/3cc. He couldn't find any bottles marked with Roman numerals, but then noticed that was how the hypodermic needles were designated. He lifted number IV from its loop, noting that it was fitted with a needle already, and even seemed to be charged. And what a way to carry these things around. So, 3cc of whatever was in hypo number IV ought to do something or other about infections settled in the lymphatic system, which God knows this was one. What did the lowercase g mean, though? He studied the glass hypo, and he saw letters engraved on what looked like a rotating disc at the top of the barrel. They ran from A to I, and there was an index line engraved on the barrel on the opposite side from the calibrations. Shrugging, old Dr. Pohl turned the disc until G coincided with the index line, and he lifted the hypo to eye level. As he pressed in the plunger, he did not see the tiny thread of fluid squirt from the tip of the needle. There was a sort of dark mist for a moment about the tip. A closer inspection showed that the needle was not even pierced at the tip. It had the usual slanting, cut across the bias to the shaft, but the cut did not expose an oval hole. Baffled, he tried pressing the plunger again. Again something appeared around the tip and then vanished. "We'll settle this," said the doctor. He slipped the needle into the skin of his forearm. He thought at first he'd been missed. The point had glided over the top of his skin instead of catching and slipping under it, but he saw a tiny blood spot, and he realized that somehow he just hadn't felt the puncture. Whatever was in the barrel, he decided, couldn't do him any harm if it lived up to its billing, and if it could come out through a needle that had no hole. He gave himself 3cc, and then twitched the needle out. There was the swelling, painless, but otherwise typical. Dr. Pohl decided it was his eyes or something, and he gave 3cc of G from hypodermic IV to the feverish child. There was no interruption to her wailing as the needle went in and the swelling rose, but a long instant later she gave a final gasp
and was silent. "Well," he told himself, cold with horror, "you did it that time. You killed her with that stuff." The child sat up and said, "Where's my mummy?" Incredulously, the doctor seized her arm and palpated the elbow. The gland infection was 0. The temperature seemed normal. The blood-congested tissue surrounding the wound was subsiding even as he watched. The child's pulse was stronger, and no faster than a child should be. In the sudden silence of the room, he could hear the little girl's mother sobbing in her kitchen outside. And he also heard a girl's insinuating voice. "She gonna be okay, Doc?" He turned and saw a gaunt-faced, dirty blonde sloven of perhaps 18, leaning in the doorway and eyeing him with amused contempt. She continued, "I heard about you, Dr. Full, so don't go try and put the bite on the old lady. You couldn't doctor up a sick cat." "Oh, indeed," he rumbled. This young person was going to get a lesson she richly deserved. "Perhaps you would care to look at my patient?" "Where's my mummy?" insisted the little girl, and the blonde's jaw fell. She went to the bed and cautiously asked, "Are you okay now, Teresa? You all fixed up?" "Where's my mummy?" demanded Teresa, and then, accusingly, she gestured with her wounded hand at the doctor. "You poke me," she complained, and giggled pointlessly. "Well," said the blonde girl, "I guess I got to hand it to you, Doc. I mean, these loud-mouthed women around here said you didn't know I didn't know how to cure people. They say you ain't a real doctor." "Oh, I have retired from practice," he said. "But I happen to be taking this case to a colleague as a favor, and your good mother noticed me, and a deprecating smile. He touched the lock of the case, and it folded up into the little black bag again. "You stole it," the girl said flatly. He sputtered. "Nobody trusts you with a thing like that. It must be worth plenty. You stole that case. I was going to stop you when I came in and I saw you working over Teresa, but it looked like you wasn't doing her any harm. But when you give me that line about taking that case to a colleague, well, I'll know you stole it. You give me a cut or I'll go to the cops. A thing like that must be worth $20, $30. The mother came timidly in, her eyes red. But she let out a whoop of joy when she saw the little girl sitting up and babbling to herself. She embraced her madly, fell on her knees for a quick prayer, hopped up to kiss the doctor's hand, and then dragged him into the kitchen, all the while rattling in her native language, while the blonde girl let her eyes go cold with disgust. Dr. Full allowed himself to be towed into the kitchen, but flatly declined a cup of coffee and a plate of anise cakes and St. John's bread. "Try 'em on some wine, Ma," said the girl sardonically. Yes, breathed the woman delightedly. "You like a wine, Doctor?" She had a carafe of purplish liquid before him in an instant, and the blonde girl snickered as the doctor's hand twitched out at it. He drew his hand back, while there grew in his head the old image of how it would smell, and then taste, and then warm his stomach and limbs. He made the kind of calculation at which he was practised. The delighted woman would not notice as he downed 2 tumblers, and he could overawe her through 2 tumblers more with his tale of Teresa's narrow brush with the destroying angel, and then, why, then, it would not matter, he thought. He would be drunk. But for the first time in years, there was a sort of counter-image, a blend of the rage he felt at the blonde girl, to whom he was so transparent, and of pride at the cure that he had just effected. Much to his own surprise, he drew back his hand from the carafe and said, luxuriating in the words, "No, thank you, I don't believe I care for any so early in the day." He covertly watched the blonde girl's face and was gratified at her surprise. And then the mother was shyly handing him 2 bills and saying, "It's no much money, Doctor, but you come again, and you see Teresa?" "I shall be glad to follow the case through," he said. "But now, excuse me, I really must be running along." He grasped the little black bag firmly and got up. He wanted very much to get away from the wine and the blonde girl. "Wait up, Doc," said she. "I'm going your way."
She followed him out down the street. He ignored her until he felt her hand on the black bag, and then old Dr. Pohl stopped and tried to reason with her. "Look, my dear, perhaps you're right. I might have stolen it. To be perfectly frank, I don't remember how I got it, but you're young, and you can earn your own money." 50-50, she said, "or I'll go to the cops. And if I get another word out of you, it's 60-40, and you know who gets the short end, don't you, Doc?" Defeated, he marched to the pawn shop, her impudent hand still on the handle with his, and her heels beating out a tattoo against his stately tread. In the pawn-shop they both got a shock. "It ain't standard," said Uncle, unimpressed by the ingenious lock. "I ain't never seen one like it. Some cheap Jap stuff, maybe. Oh, try down the street. Now this I never could sell." Down the street they got an offer of $1. The same complaint was made. "I ain't a collector, mister. I buy stuff that's got resale value. I mean, who could I sell this to? A Chinaman who don't know medical instruments? Every one of them looks funny. You sure you didn't make them yourself?" They didn't take the $1 offer. The girl was baffled and angry. The doctor was baffled too, but triumphant. He had $2, and the girl had a half-interest in something nobody wanted. But he suddenly marvelled. The thing had been all right to cure the kid, hadn't it? "Well," he asked her, "do you give up? As you see, the kit is practically valueless." She was thinking hard. "Don't fly off the handle, Doc. I don't get this, but something's going on all right. I mean, would those guys know good stuff if they saw it?" "They would. They make a living from it, wherever this kid came from." She seized on that, with the devilish faculty she seemed to have of eliciting answers without asking questions. "I thought so. You don't know either, huh? Well, maybe I can find out for you. Now, come on in here. I can let go of that thing. There's money in it. Some way. I don't know how. There's money in it." He followed her into a cafeteria and to an almost empty corner. She was oblivious to stares and snickers from the other customers as she opened the little black bag. It almost covered the cafeteria table. She ferreted through it. She picked out a retractor from a loop, scrutinized it, contemptuously threw it down, picked out a speculum, threw it down, picked out the lower half of an OB forceps, turned it over, close to her sharp young eyes, and saw what the doctor's dim old ones could not have seen. All that old Dr. Pohl knew was that she was peering at the neck of the forceps. And then she turned very white. Very carefully she replaced the half of the forceps back in its loop of cloth, and then she replaced the retractor and the speculum. "Well," he asked, "what did you see?" "Made in USA," she quoted hoarsely. "Patent applied for July 2450. He wanted to tell her that she must have misread the inscription, that it must be a practical joke, that... But he knew she had read correctly. Those bandage shears, he remembered, they had driven his fingers, rather than his fingers driving them. The hypo needle that had no hole. That pretty blue pill that had struck him like a thunderbolt. "You know what I'm going to do?" asked the girl with a sudden animation. "I'm going to go to charm school. You like that, won't you, Doc? Because we're sure going to be seeing a lot of each other." Old Dr. Pohl didn't answer. His hands had been playing idly with that plastic card from the kit on which had been printed the rows and the columns that had guided him twice before. The card had a slight convexity. You could snap the convexity back and forth from one side to the other. He noted in a daze that with each snap a different text appeared on the cards. Snap! The knife with the blue dot and the handle is for tumours only. Diagnose tumours with your instrument 7, the swelling tester. Place the swelling tester. Snap! An overdose of the pink pills in bottle 3 can be fixed with one white pill from bottle. Snap! Hold the suture needle by the end without the hole in it. Touch it to one end of the wound you want to close and let go. After it has made the knot, touch it. Snap! Place the top half of the OB forceps near the opening. Let go. After it has entered and conformed to the shape of... Snap! The slot man saw Flannery 1 Medical in the upper left corner of the hunk of copy. He automatically scribbled trimmed to .75 on it, and skimmed it across the horseshoe-shaped copy desk to Piper, who'd been handling Edna Flannery's Quack Exposé series. She was a nice youngster, he thought, but like all youngsters she overwrote, hence the trim. Piper dealt back a City Hall story to the slot, pinned down Flannery's feature with one hand, and began to type his pencil across it. One tap to a word at the same steady beat as a teletype carriage travelling across the roller. He wasn't exactly reading it this first time, he was just looking at the letters and words to find out whether, as letters and words, they conformed to herald style. The steady tap of his pencil ceased at intervals as it drew a black line ending with a stylized letter D through the word breast, and scribbled in chest instead, or knocked down the capital E in east to lower case with a diagonal, or closed up a split word in whose middle Flannery had bumped the space bar of her typewriter with two curved lines like parentheses rotated through 90 degrees. The thick black pencil zipped a ring around the 30, which, like all youngsters, she put at the end of her stories. He turned back to the first page for the second reading. This time the pencil drew lines with the stylized D's at the end of them through adjectives and whole phrases, printed big L's to make paragraphs, hooked some of Flannery's own paragraphs together with swooping recurved lines. At the bottom of Flannery Add to Medical, the pencil slowed down and stopped. The slot man, sensitive to the rhythm of his beloved copy desk, looked up almost at once. He saw Piper squinting at the story at a loss. Without wasting words, the copy reader skimmed it back across the masonite horseshoe to the chief, caught a police story in return, and buckled down his pencil tapping. The slot man read as far as the fourth ad, barked at Howard on the rim, "Sit in for me," and stumped through the clattering city room toward the alcove where the managing editor presided over his own bedlam. The copy chief waited his turn while the makeup editor, the press room foreman, and the chief photographer had words with the M.E. When his turn came, he dropped Flannery's copy on his desk and said, "She says this one isn't a quack." The M.E. read, "Flannery 1, Medical by Edna Flannery, Herald staff writer. The sordid tale of medical quackery which the Herald has exposed in this series of articles undergoes a change of pace today, which the reporter found a welcome surprise. Her quest for the facts in the case of today's subject started just the same way that her exposure of 12 shyster MDs and faith-healing phonies did, but she can report for a change that Dr. Bayard Full is, despite unorthodox practices which have drawn the suspicion of the rightly hypersensitive medical professions, a true healer, living up to the highest ideals of his profession. Dr. Full's name was given to the Herald reporter by the Ethical Committee of a county medical association, which reported that he had been expelled from the association in July the 18th, 1941, for allegedly milking several patients suffering from trivial complaints. According to sworn statements in the committee files, Dr. Full had told them they suffered from cancer, and that he had a treatment which would prolong their lives. After his expulsion from the association, Dr. Full dropped out of their sight until he opened a mid-town sanitarium in a brownstone front, which had for years served as a rooming house. The Herald's reporter went to that sanitarium on East 89th Street with the full expectation of having numerous imaginary ailments diagnosed and of being promised a sure cure for a flat sum of money. She expected to find unkempt quarters, dirty instruments, and the mumbo-jumbo paraphernalia of the shyster M.D., which she had seen a dozen times before, but she was wrong. Dr. Full's sanitarium is spotlessly clean, from its tastefully furnished entrance hall to its shining, white treatment rooms. The attractive blonde receptionist who greeted the reporter was soft-spoken and correct, asking only the reporter's name, address, and the general nature of her complaint. This was given, as usual, as a nagging backache. The receptionist asked the Herald's reporter to be seated, and a short while later conducted her to a second-floor treatment room and introduced her to Dr. Full. Dr. Full's alleged past, as described by the Medical Society spokesman, is hard to reconcile with his present appearance. He is a clear-eyed, white-haired man in his 60s, well, to judge by his appearance, a little above middle height, and apparently in good physical condition. His voice is firm, friendly, untainted by the ingratiating whine of the shyster M.D., which this reporter has come to know too well. The receptionist did not leave the room as he began his examination. After a few questions as to the nature and location of the pain, as the reporter lay down on a treatment table, the doctor pressed some instrument to the small of her back. In about 1 minute he made this astounding statement: "Young woman, there is no reason for you to have any pain where you say you do. I understand they're saying nowadays that emotional upsets cause pains like that. Well, you better go to a psychologist or psychiatrist. If the pain keeps up, there is no physical cause for it, so I can do nothing for you." Well, his frankness took this reporter's breath away. Had he guessed she was, so to speak, a spy in the camp? She tried again. "Well, doctor, perhaps you'd give me a physical check-up. I feel run down all the time. Besides the pains, maybe I need a tonic?" This is never-failing bait to shyster MDs, an invitation for them to find out all sorts of mysterious conditions wrong with the patient, each of which requires an expensive treatment. As explained in the first article of this series, of course the reporter underwent a thorough physical check-up before she embarked on her quack hunt, and was found to be in 100% perfect condition, with the exception of a scarred area at the bottom tip of her left lung, resulting from a childhood attack of tuberculosis, and a tendency towards hypothyroidism, overactivity of the thyroid gland, which makes it difficult to put on weight and sometimes causes a slight shortness of breath. Dr. Pohl consented to perform the examination and took a number of shining, spotlessly clean instruments from loops in a large board, literally covered with instruments, most of them unfamiliar to the reporter. The instrument with which he approached first was a tube with a curved dial in its surface and 2 wires that ended on flat discs growing from its ends. He placed one of the discs on the back of the reporter's right hand and the other on the back of her left. "Reading the meter," he called out, some number which the attentive receptionist took down on a ruled form. The same procedure was repeated several times, thoroughly covering the reporter's anatomy and thoroughly convincing her that the doctor was a complete quack. The reporter had never seen any such diagnostic procedure practiced during the weeks that she had put in preparing for this series. The doctor then took the ruled sheet from the receptionist, conferred with her in low tones, and said, "You have a slightly overactive thyroid, young woman, and there's something wrong with your left lung. Not seriously, but I'd like to take a closer look." He selected an instrument from the board, which, the reporter knew, is called a speculum, a scissor-like device which spreads apart body openings, such as the orifice of the ear, the nostril, and so on, so that a doctor can look in during examination. This instrument was, however, too large to be an oral or nasal speculum, but too small to be anything else. As the Herald's reporter was about to ask further questions, the attending receptionist told her, "It's customary for us to blindfold our patients during lung examinations. Do you mind?" The reporter, bewildered, allowed her to tie a spotlessly clean bandage over her eyes and waited nervously for what would come next. She still cannot say exactly what happened while she was blindfolded, but X-rays confirm her suspicions. She felt a cold sensation at her ribs on the left side, a cold that seemed to enter inside her body. Then there was a snapping feeling, and the cold sensation was gone. She heard Dr. Pohl say in a matter-of-fact voice, "You have an old tubercular scar down there. It isn't going to do any particular harm, but an active person like you needs all the oxygen she can get. Now lie still, and I'll fix it for you." Then there was a repetition of that cold sensation, lasting for a longer time. "Another batch of alveoli and some more vascular glue," the Herald's reporter heard Dr. Pohl say, and the receptionist's crisp response to the order, and then the strange sensation departed, and the eye bandages removed. The reporter saw no scar on her ribs, and yet the doctor assured her, that did it. We took out the fibrosis, and a good fibrosis it was, too. It walled off the infection, so you are still alive to tell the tale. Then we planted a few clumps of alveoli. They're the little gadgets that get the oxygen from the air you breathe into your blood. I won't monkey with your thyroxine supply. You got used to being the kind of person you are, and if you suddenly found yourself easy-going and all the rest of it, well, chances are you'd only be upset. About that backache, just check with the Country Medical Society for the name of a good psychologist or psychiatrist, and look out for quacks. The woods are full of them. The doctor's self-assurance took the reporter's breath away. She asked what the charge would be, and was told to pay the receptionist $50. As usual, the reporter delayed paying until she got a receipt, signed by the doctor himself, detailing the services for which it paid. Unlike most, the doctor cheerfully wrote, for removal of fibrosis from left lung and restoration of alveoli, and signed it. Well, the reporter's first move when she left the sanitarium was to head for the chest specialist who had examined her in preparation for this series. A comparison of X-rays taken on the day of the operation and those taken previously would, the Herald reporter then thought, expose Dr. Pohl as a prince of shyster MDs and quacks. The chest specialist made time on his crowded schedule for the reporter, in whose series he had shown a lively interest from the planning stage on. He laughed uproariously in his staid Park Avenue examining room as she described the weird procedure to which she had been subjected, but he did not laugh when he took a chest X-ray of the reporter, developed it, dried it, and compared it with the ones that he had taken earlier. The chest specialist took 6 more X-rays that afternoon, but finally admitted that they all told the same story. The Herald's reporter has it on his authority that the scar she had 18 days ago from her tuberculosis is now gone, and has been replaced by healthy lung tissue. He declares that this is a happening unparalleled in medical history. He does not go along with the reporter in her firm conviction that Dr. Pohl is responsible for the change. The Herald's reporter, however, sees no 2 ways about it. She concludes that Dr. Bayard Pohl, whatever his alleged past may have been, is now an orthodox, highly successful practitioner of medicine, to whose hands the reporter would trust herself in any emergency. Not so is the case of the Reverend Annie Dinsworth, a female harpy who, under the guise of faith, preys on the ignorant and suffering who come to her sordid healing partner for help, and remain to feed Reverend Annie's bank account, which now totals up to $53,238.64. Tomorrow's article will show, with photostats of bank statements and sworn testimony, that the managing editor turned down Flannery last ad, medical, and tapped his front teeth with a pencil, trying to think straight. He finally told the copy chief, "Kill the story. Run the teaser as a box." He tore off the last paragraph, the teaser about Reverend Annie, and handed it to the desk man, who stumped back to his masonite horseshoe. The makeup editor was back, dancing with impatience as he tried to catch the ME's eye. The interphone buzzed with a red light, which indicated that the editor and publisher wanted to talk to him. The ME thought briefly of a special series on this Dr. Pohl, decided nobody would believe it, and that he probably was a phony anyway. He spiked the story on the dead hook and answered his interphone. Dr. Pohl had become almost fond of Annie. As his practice had grown to engross the neighborhood illnesses, and then to a corner suite in an uptown taxpayer building, and finally to the sanitarium, she seemed to have grown with it. Oh, he thought, we have our little disputes. The girl, for instance, was too much interested in money. She had wanted to specialize in cosmetic surgery, removing wrinkles from wealthy old women and what-not. She didn't realize, at first, that a thing like this was in their trust, that they were the stewards and not the owners of that little black bag and its fabulous contents. He had tried, ever so cautiously, to analyze them, but without success. All the instruments were slightly radioactive, for instance, but not quite so. They would make a Geiger-Müller counter indicate, but they would not collapse the leaves of an electroscope. He didn't pretend to be up on the latest development, but as he understood it, well, that was just plain wrong. Under the highest magnification, there were lines on the instruments, super-finished surfaces, incredibly fine lines engraved in random hatchments, which made no particular sense. Their magnetic properties were preposterous. Sometimes the instruments were strongly attracted to magnets, sometimes less so, and sometimes not at all. Dr. Pohl had taken X-rays in fear and trembling lest he disrupt whatever delicate machinery worked in them. He was sure they were not solid, that the handles and perhaps the blades must be mere shells, filled with busy little watchworks. But the X-rays showed nothing of the sort. Oh, yes, and they were always sterile, and they wouldn't rust. Dust fell off them if you shook them. Now that was something he understood. They ionized the dust, or were ionized themselves, or something of the sort. At any rate, he had read of something similar that had to do with phonograph records. She wouldn't know about that, he proudly thought. She kept the books well enough, and perhaps she gave him a useful prod now and then when he was inclined to settle down. The move from the neighbourhood slum to the uptown quarters had been her idea, and so had the sanitarium. Good, good. It enlarged his sphere of usefulness. Let the child have her mink coats and her convertible, as they seem to be calling the roadsters nowadays. He himself was too busy and too old. He had so much to make up for. Dr. Pohl thought happily of his master plan. She would not like it much, but she would have to see the logic of it. This marvellous thing that had happened to them must be handed on. She was herself no doctor, even though the instruments practically ran themselves. There was more to doctoring than skill. There were the ancient canons of the healing art, and so, having seen the logic of it, and she would yield, she would assent to his turning over the little black bag to all humanity. He would probably present it to the College of Surgeons, with as little fuss as possible. Well, perhaps a small ceremony. And he would like a souvenir of the occasion, a cup or a framed testimonial. It would be a relief to have the thing out of his hands, in a way. Let the giants of the healing art decide who was to have its benefits. Oh, no, Angie would understand. She was a good-hearted girl. It was nice that she'd been showing so much interest in the surgical side lately, asking about the instruments, reading the instruction card for hours, even practicing on guinea pigs. If something of his love for humanity had been communicated to her, old Dr. Pohl sentimentally thought, his life would not have been in vain. Surely she would realize that a greater good would be served by surrendering the instruments to wiser hands than theirs, and by throwing aside the cloak of secrecy necessary to work on their small scale. Dr. Pohl was in the treatment room that had been the brownstones' front parlour. Through the window he saw Angie's yellow convertible roll to a stop before the stoop. He liked the way she looked as she climbed the stairs. Neat, not flashy, he thought. Sensible girl like her, she'd understand. There was somebody with her, a fat woman, puffing up the steps, overdressed, petulant. Now, what could she want? Angie let herself in and went to the treatment room, followed by the fat woman. "Doctor," said the blonde girl gravely, "may I present Mrs. Coleman?" Charm School had not taught her everything, but Mrs. Coleman, evidently nouveau riche, thought the doctor did not notice the blunder. "Oh, Mr. Collar told me so much about you, doctor, and your remarkable system," she gushed. Before he could answer, Angie smoothly interposed. "Oh, will you excuse us for just a moment, Mrs. Coleman?" She took the doctor's arm and led him into the reception hall. "Listen," she said swiftly, "I know this goes against your grain, but I couldn't pass it up. I met this old thing in the exercise class at Elizabeth Barton's. Now nobody else will talk to her there. She's a widow. I guess her husband was a black marketeer or something, and she has a pile of dough. I gave her a line about how you had a system of massaging wrinkles out. Now, my idea is you blindfold her, you cut her neck open with cutaneous series knife, shoot some Fermol into the muscles, spoon out some of that blubber with an adipose series curette, and spray it all with skin tight. When you take the blindfold off, she's got rid of a wrinkle. She doesn't know what happened. She'll pay $500. Now, don't say no, Doc, just this once. Let's do it my way, can't you? I've been working on this deal all along, too, now haven't I?" "Oh," said the doctor, "very well." He was going to have to tell her about the master plan before long, anyway. He would let her have it her way, this time. Back in the treatment room, Mrs. Coleman had been thinking things over. She told the doctor sternly as he entered, "Of course your system is permanent, isn't it?" "It is, madam," he said shortly. "Will you please lie down there?" Miss Aquila, get a sterile 3-inch bandage from Mrs. Coleman's eyes. He turned his back on the fat woman to avoid conversation, and pretended to be adjusting the lights. Angie blindfolded the woman, and the doctor selected the instruments he would need. He handed the blonde girl a pair of retractors and told her, "Just slip the corners of the blades in as I cut." She gave him an alarmed look, and gestured at the reclining woman. He lowered his voice. "Oh, very well. Slip in the corners and rock them along the incision. I'll tell you when to pull them up." Dr. Pohl held the cutaneous series knife to his eyes as he adjusted the little slide for 3 centimeters depth. He sighed a little, as he recalled that its last use had been in the extirpation of an inoperable tumour of the throat. "Very well," he said, bending over the woman. He tried a tentative pass through her tissues. The blade dipped in, flowed through them, like a finger through quicksilver, with no wound left in the wake. Only the retractors could hold the edges of the incision apart. Mrs. Coleman stirred and jabbered, "Oh, doctor, that felt so peculiar. Are you sure you're rubbing the right way?" "Quite sure, madam," said the doctor wearily. "Would you please try not to talk during the massage?" He nodded at Angie, who stood ready with the retractors. The blade sank in to its 3 centimeters, miraculously cutting only the dead, horny tissues of the epidermis and the live tissues of the dermis, pushing aside mysteriously all major and minor blood vessels and muscular tissue, declining to affect any system or organ, except the one it was tuned to, could you say? The doctor didn't know the answer to this, but he felt tired and bitter at this prostitution. Angie slipped in the retractor blades and rocked them as he withdrew the knife, and then pulled to separate the lips of the incision. It bloodlessly exposed an unhealthy string of muscle, sagging in a dead-looking loop from blue-grey ligaments. The doctor took a hypo, number 9, preset to G, and raised it to his eye level. The mist came and went. There probably was no possibility of an embolus with one of these gadgets, but why take chances? He shot 1 cc of G, identified as Fermol by the card, into the muscle. He and Angie watched as it tightened up against the pharynx. He took the adipose series curette, a small one, and spooned out yellowish tissue, dropping it into the incinerator box, and then nodded to Angie. She eased out the retractors, and the gaping incision slipped together into unbroken skin, sagging now. The doctor had the atomizer dialed to skin-tight ready. He sprayed, and the skin shrank up into the new, firm throat line. As he replaced the instruments, Angie removed Mrs. Coleman's bandage and gaily announced, "We finished. Oh, and there's a mirror in the reception hall." Mrs. Coleman didn't need to be invited twice. With incredulous fingers she felt her chin and then dashed for the hall. The doctor grimaced as he heard her yelp of delight, and Angie turned to him with a tight smile. "I'll get the money, and I'll get her out," she said. "You won't have to be bothered with her any more." He was grateful for that much. She followed Mrs. Coleman into the reception hall, and the doctor dreamed over the case of instruments. Oh, a ceremony, certainly. He was entitled to a ceremony. Not everybody, he thought, would turn such a sure source of money over to the good of humanity. But you reached an age when money mattered less, and when you thought of these things you had done that might be open to misunderstanding if, well, just if, there chanced to be any of that, well, that judgment business. The doctor wasn't a religious man, but you certainly found yourself thinking hard about some things when your time was drawing near. Angie was back with a bit of paper in her hands. $500, she said matter-of-factly. "And you realize, don't you, that we could go over her an inch at a time at $500 an inch?" "I've been meaning to talk to you about that," he said. There was bright fear in her eyes, he thought. But why? He said, "Angie, you've been a good girl, and an understanding girl, but we can't keep this up forever, you know. "Let's talk about it some other time," she said flatly. "I'm tired now." No, he insisted. "I really feel we've gone far enough on our own. The instruments—" "Don't say it, Doc," she hissed. "Don't say it, or you'll be sorry." In her face there was a look that reminded him of the hollow-eyed, gaunt-faced, dirty, blonde creature that she had been. From under the charm school finish there burned the guttersnipe, whose infancy had been spent on a sour and filthy mattress, whose childhood had been play in a littered alley, and whose adolescence had been the sweatshops and the aimless gatherings at night under the glaring street lamps. He shook his head to dispel the puzzling notion. "It's this way," he patiently began. "I told you about the family that invented the OB forceps and kept them a secret for so many generations. How they could have given them to the world, but didn't." "They knew what they were doing," said the guttersnipe flatly. "Well, that's neither here nor there," said the doctor, irritated. "My mind is made up about it. I'm going to turn the instruments over to the College of Surgeons. We have enough money to be comfortable. You can even have the house. I've been thinking of going to a warmer climate myself." He felt peeved with her for making the unpleasant scene. He was unprepared for what happened next. Angie snatched the little black bag and dashed for the door, with panic in her eyes. He scrambled after her, catching her arm, twisted it in a sudden rage. She clawed at his face with her free hand, babbling curses. Somehow somebody's finger touched the little black bag, and it opened grotesquely into the enormous board, covered with shining instruments, large and small. Half a dozen of them joggled loose, fell to the floor. "Now see what you've done!" roared the doctor unreasonably. Her hand was still vice-like on the handle, but she was standing still, trembling with choked-up rage. The doctor bent stiffly to pick up the fallen instruments. "Unreasonable girl," he thought bitterly, "making a scene." Pain drove in between his shoulder-blades, and he fell, face down. The light ebbed. "Unreasonable girl," he tried to croak. And then, "Well then, no, I tried. Anyhow." Angie looked down on his prone body, with the handle of the No. 6 quarterly series knife protruding from it. "Will cut through all tissues used for amputations before you spread on the regrow. Extreme caution should be used in the vicinity of vital organs and major blood vessels or nerve trunks." "I didn't mean to do that," said Angie, dully, cold with horror. Now the detective would come. The implacable detective who would reconstruct the crime. From the dust in the room. Oh, she would run and turn and twist, but the detective would find her out, and she would be tried in a courtroom before a judge and jury. The lawyer would make speeches, but the jury would convict her anyway, and the headlines would scream, "Blonde Killer Guilty." And she'd maybe get the chair, walking down a plain corridor where a beam of sunlight stuck through the dusty air, with an iron door at the end of it, her mink, her convertible, her dresses, the handsome man that she was going to meet and marry. The mist of cinematic clichés cleared, and she knew what she would do next. Quite steadily she picked up the incinerator box from its loop in the board, a metal cube with a different textured spot on one side. To dispose of fibrosis or other unwanted matter, simply touch the disc. Well, you dropped something in and you touched the disc. There was a sort of soundless whistle, very powerful and unpleasant if you were too close, and a sort of lightless flash. And when you opened the box again, the contents were gone. Angie took another of the quarterly series knives and went grimly to work. Good thing there wasn't any blood to speak of. She finished the awful task in 3 hours. She slept heavily that night, totally exhausted by the ringing emotional demands of the slaying and the subsequent horror. But in the morning it was as though the doctor had never been there. She ate breakfast, she dressed with unusual care, and then undid the unusual care. Nothing out of the ordinary, she told herself. Don't do one thing different from the way you would have done it before. After a day or two, you can phone the cops. Say he walked out, spoiling for a drunk, and you're worried, but don't rush it, baby. Oh, don't rush it. Mrs. Coleman was due at 10 a.m. Angie had counted on being able to talk the doctor into at least one more $500 session. She'd have to do it herself now. But then she'd have to start sooner or later anyway. The woman arrived early. Angie explained smoothly. The doctor asked me to take care of the massage today. Now that he has the tissue-firming process beginning, it only requires somebody trained in his methods. As she spoke, her eyes swiveled to the instrument case. Open. Open. She cursed herself for the single flaw, as the woman followed her gaze and recoiled. What are those things? She demanded. Are you going to cut me with them? I thought there was something fishy. Oh, please, Mrs. Coleman, said Angie. Please, dear Mrs. Coleman, you don't understand about the massage instruments. Massage instruments, my foot, squabbled the woman shrilly. That doctor operated on me. Why, he might have killed me. Angie wordlessly took one of the smaller cutaneous series knives and passed it through her forearm. The blade flowed like a finger through quicksilver, leaving no wound in its wake. Well, that should convince the old cow. It didn't convince her, but it did startle her. What did you do with it? That the blade folds up into the handle? Is that it? Now, look closely, Mrs. Coleman, said Angie, thinking desperately of the $500. Look very closely, and you'll see that the sub-skin massager simply slips beneath the tissues without doing any harm, tightening and firming the muscles themselves, instead of having to work through layers of skin and adipose tissue. It's the secret of the doctor's method. Now you can understand. How can outside massage have the effect that we got last night? Mrs. Coleman was beginning to calm down. Oh, it did work, all right, she admitted, stroking the new line of her neck. But your arm's one thing and my neck's another. Now let me see you do that with your neck. Angie smiled. Al returned to the clinic after an excellent lunch that had almost reconciled him to 3 more months he'd have to spend on duty. And then, he thought, and then a blessed year at the blessedly supernormal South Pole, working in his speciality, which happened to be telekinesis exercises for ages 3 to 6. Meanwhile, of course, the world had to go on, and, of course, he had to shoulder his share in the running of it. Before settling down to his desk work, he gave a routine glance at the bagboard. What he saw made him stiffen with a shocked surprise. A red light was on next to one of the numbers, the first since he couldn't think when. He read off the number and murmured, "Okay. 674-101, that fixes you." He put the number on a card sorter, and in a moment the record was in his hand. Oh, yes, Hemingway's bag. The big dummy didn't remember how or where he'd lost it. I mean, none of them ever did. There were hundreds of them floating around. Al's policy in such cases was to leave the bag turned on. The things practically ran themselves. It was practically impossible to do harm with them, so whoever found a lost one might as well be allowed to use it. You turn it off, you have a special loss. You leave it on, it may do some good. As he understood it, and not very well at that, the stuff wasn't ever used up. A temporalist had tried to explain it to him with little success that the prototypes in the transmitter had been transducted through a series of point events of transfinite cardinality. Al had innocently asked whether that meant prototypes had been stretched, so to speak, through all time, and the temporalist had thought he was joking and left in a huff. Like to see him do this, thought Al darkly, as he telekinized himself to the com-box, after a cautious look to see that there were no medics around. To the box he said, "Police chief," and then to the police chief, "There's been a homicide committed with medical instrument kit 674-101. It was lost some months ago by one of my people, Dr. John Hemingway. He didn't have a clear account of the circumstances." The police chief groaned and said, "Oh, I'll call him in and question him." He was to be astonished by the answers, and was to learn that the homicide was well out of his jurisdiction. Al stood for a moment at the bag-board by the glowing red light that had been sparked into life by a departing vital force, giving as its last act the warning that Kit 674101 was in homicidal hands. With a sigh, Al pulled the plug, and the light went out. "Oh, yeah," jeered the woman. "You'd fool around with my neck, but you wouldn't risk your own with that thing." Angie smiled with serene confidence, a smile that was to shock hardened morgue attendants. She set the cutaneous series knife to 3 centimeters before drawing it across her neck. Smiling, knowing the blade would cut only the dead, horny tissue, the epidermis, and the live tissue of the dermis, mysteriously push aside all major and minor blood vessels and muscular tissue. Smiling, the knife plunging in and its microtome-sharp metal shearing through major and minor blood vessels and muscular tissue and pharynx, Angie cut her throat. In the few minutes it took the police, summoned by the shrieking Mrs. Coleman, to arrive, the instruments had become crusted with rust, and the flasks which had held vascular glue and clumps of pink rubbery alveoli and spare grey cells and coils of receptor nerves held only black slime. And from them, when opened, gushed the foul gases of decomposition. The little black bag. Press button for triple bypass. I first met Cyril Kornbluth at a New York science fiction convention in 1954 when I was a teenager, with 1 or 2 story sales to my credit, and he was a famous science fiction writer whose work, nearly all of it first-rate, had been appearing regularly in the magazines for 13 years, which is to say, since just about the time I had learned how to read. We had a long conversation at that first meeting about the difficulty of persuading editors to publish stories that have unhappy endings. He cited his "With These Two Hands" from a 1951 issue of Galaxy, the harshness of which had been drastically softened at the request of Galaxy editor Horace Gold. Though I was a boy and he was a man of middle years, solemn and portly at that, in a suit and tie, he spoke to me as if we were equals. I looked upon him with some reverence, as well I should have, considering the quality of the stories that he published. We were never exactly friends, but we met on a number of occasions over the next few years, the years in which my career was getting started. He treated me in the same courteous way each time, as though there might actually be something interesting about this hotshot kid from Brooklyn who was writing 2 stories a day. Perhaps I reminded him of his own precocious self, publishing stories by the dozens when he was in his teens, although I knew from my reading old magazines that the work he had done at the outset of his career had been far superior to my own. Then, one winter day, in 1958, came the startling word of his death, of a heart attack, after shoveling snow in front of his suburban home and then running to catch a train. The newspaper account the following day gave his age as 34. I found that hard to believe. He'd been writing for nearly 20 years. He had the look and the manner of a man in his middle 40s. He'd published a dozen novels, and among them the superb collaboration with Frederik Pohl, The Space Merchants, and perhaps 50 short stories, with time out for World War II and a career in wire service journalism. That meant he had been hardly past 30 when we'd first met at that convention, and that such memorable early stories as The Words of Guru and 13 O'Clock had been written when he was about 17. Kornbluth's death, coming only a few weeks after that of Henry Kuttner, shook me deeply. Here were 2 of the best and most prolific of science fiction writers, dying young of heart attacks, one at 44, one at 34, and here was I, pounding the typewriter daily with manic zeal, perhaps heading down that same grim path. For weeks thereafter I found myself imagining palpitations and chest pains after putting in my daily stint. I was just being silly, of course, and here I am, nearly 30 years and millions of words later, still battering the keyboard. The early deaths of Kuttner and Kornbluth, I came to learn long ago, stemmed from causes other than their high output of science fiction. Thinking of Kornbluth, as I still do from time to time, I find myself amazed, even now, that he was able to accomplish so much in so short a time. Perhaps he looked so much older than his actual age because he had packed a lifetime and a half into the few decades he was allowed to have. I see him now as I remember him from the 1950s, a man much my senior, sombre and reserved, a master of the mysteries of the art of writing. To me, Cyril Kornbluth was someone who had never been young. The irony of his life is that, in fact, he was someone who would never be old, or even middle-aged. Kornbluth was probably about 26 when he wrote The Little Black Bag, which was first published in the July 1950 issue of Astounding Science Fiction. Like most of his short stories, it springs from a bleak, profoundly pessimistic view of human existence and the future of mankind. The novels were a little less dark, perhaps because book publishers were able to impose their preference. Throughout his short life he saw with total clarity the corruption, folly, and stupidity of his fellow mortals. It both amused and angered him. He used the anger to fuel the engine that produced his graceful, witty, sardonic stories. But I think that in the end it must have gained the upper hand with him, and that, as much as the heart ailment that darkened his later years, and the financial struggles of his professional life, that is what took him from the world so soon. The underlying idea of The Little Black Bag is one that he would use again the following year, more explicitly, in his well-known story The Marching Morons, that the modern tendency for family size to vary in inverse proportion to the intelligence of how the parents would, in time, flood the world with a vast population of low IQ humans, barely able to comprehend the complexities of the society that they lived in. He saw a future in which, after 10 or 20 generations of this sort of selective breeding for dull-wittedness, a tiny elite caste of intelligent people would find themselves surrounded by a vast horde of dopes. To keep the world running at all, it would become necessary for the intelligent few to devise technologies that had ultra-simple operating systems which would lie within the capacities of the blockhead majority. Kornbluth felt that the dumbing-down process was well underway in his own time, symbolized by the advent of commercial television as the prime medium of public entertainment, and the concurrent rise to power of the great advertising agencies, but that it would accelerate in the decades ahead as an increasingly self-absorbed intelligentsia left the task of raising families to the working classes. By the year 2450, he tells us bluntly in The Little Black Bag, intelligent human beings would be in such short supply that even physicians and physicists would have to be drawn from the ranks of the lumpen proletariat. Of course, a moronic doctor would be a danger to his patients, and so he would have to be supplied with medical instruments that would do most of the thinking for him. The little black bag of the story is Kornbluth's brilliantly inventive solution to the problem, a portable self-kit of self-governing devices with which almost any dimwit could perform miracles beyond the comprehension of 20th century medicine. The story is constructed in a precise and economical way to demonstrate Kornbluth's bitter and sardonic premise. The opening scene introduces us to Dr. Pohl, defeated and fallen, both literally and figuratively. He is the apparent protagonist, though his death 3/4 of the way through the story will force us to rethink that belief. We are placed right in Dr. Pohl's consciousness. We feel the pain of his limp and the sting of the winter wind. We sense the warmth that the wine brings. We see through his eyes the bright blood running from the little girl's cut. We think about the bottle of whiskey hidden behind the sink's rusty drain. We wince as he beats his swollen knuckles against the rough brick wall. There is no science fiction hook for 1,000 words or so. What we have is a mainstream story about a disreputable, drunken doctor, something out of an old Saturday Evening Post. But the second scene takes care of that. Kornbluth switches abruptly from Dr. Pohl's viewpoint to that of the omniscient author, and states his marching moron theme in 4 paragraphs of blunt exposition. Always the crafty technician, Kornbluth chooses this mock-historical mode because he needs to make clear to us why Dr. Hemingway and Dr. Gillis are the hapless dopes that they are. Simply showing them being dopey would leave us puzzled and confused. How did such lame brains, we would wonder, get to be doctors and physicists? Well, Kornbluth might have resorted to the clumsy device of having a couple of members of the intellectual elite ruling class of the future discussing the sad decline of the human race with each other, but why would they talk about something so familiar? It would be like explaining Election Day to an audience of Martians by having one polling place official say to another, "Well, so today we continue our 200-year-old custom of choosing our head of state by a vote of the people." You see, there are times when straightforward exposition gets the job done faster and less foolishly, and this is one of them. Carefully, Kornbluth stays outside the viewpoint of his future world characters, even as he brings them on stage. Well, they are only spear carriers. He doesn't want to confuse things by making them seem like major protagonists. So he distances us from them by aiming his exposition straight at us in a quaintly old-fashioned way. Do not imagine that Dr. Hemingway was a poor doctor, he warns us. And a few sentences later he sounds like any Victorian novelist as he says, quote, "Dr. Hemingway and a few friends were chatting one evening when the event occurred that precipitates him into our story." But the reader, too, is precipitated into the story at that point, and Kornbluth now can pull back, letting the omniscient viewpoint disappear, and sliding by almost imperceptible stages into the dim Dr. Hemingway's viewpoint, until by the end of the scene, Dr. Hemingway's consciousness has pervaded the tone of the narrative exposition itself, and it becomes something that is almost, but not quite, an interior monologue. Quote, "Al was kind of nasty about the missing little bag, but Dr. Hemingway didn't exactly remember what happened, so no tracer was sent out, so," end quote, and then it is time to return to the 20th century and Dr. Full. A quick jump cut, and we're back in the old doctor's consciousness, feeling the cold air and the hangover, and his gummy eyelids opening, and the tremor in his left leg. But now he has the little black bag from the future. He doesn't know what it is, but we do. And when he peers inside, we become tremendously curious. What wonders does it contain? What will happen when this old drunk begins exploiting the little black bag? Almost at once, Kornbluth artfully tosses us the possibility that we'll be frustrated. The doctor's thinking of pawning the bag to buy liquor. "No!" we shout. We don't want him to do that. Kornbluth has deeply involved us in the story, just like that, by this simple device of promising us an interesting situation that he threatens, a moment later, to take away. We have already begun to write the story for ourselves, the roguish doctor, and the little black bag of miracles, and Kornbluth's momentary indication of diverging onto some other narrative path arouses the anxiety in us that is one mark of effective storytelling. We are hooked. We want to know what happens next. We don't want the story jumping off in another direction, and nor does it, though it constantly threatens to. The doctor puts the bag to use, and it is just as wonderful as we thought it would be. The little girl's severe infection is instantly healed. The reader, writing his own story alongside the one he's reading, jumps ahead to the next twist. The doctor, fuddled by wine as he is, will grasp the redemptive possibilities of the wondrous black bag, and somehow will regain his place in society. Well, yes, that would certainly be heartwarming, but Kornbluth no sooner invites us to conjure up that possibility than he starts to take it away. The older sister, Angie, enters. She has seen the cure. She knows Dr. Full is worthless, and the bag has to be stolen, and she will let the police know about it. Suspense. Here, a threat to the redemption of Dr. Full that we have begun to anticipate, and a threat to our seeing what else is in that bag. The bag is a fascinating talisman, a true magic box, offering us fairy tale delights, skillfully cloaked in hard-edged medical technology terms. Like all magic boxes, it must be jealously guarded. We worry about it as though it is our own. The threat that the sister represents, perversely, pushes the doctor a step toward that very redemption that we hope for him. Offered a drink by the girl's mother, he reaches for it and pulls back. He knows he's in a risky situation. He needs to stay sober and protect himself. Anger and fear have begun to heal him. But the story refuses to become the slick confection that we keep imagining. Old Dr. Pohl turns down the drink, yes, but he still wants to pawn the bag. His next bottle of booze matters more to him than whatever miraculous powers the bag might impart to him. So we are back to our original uneasiness. Will Kornbluth deprive us of seeing what else the bag can do? And the sister remains menacing too. She will let him pawn the bag, but she wants half the proceeds. Our sympathies for Dr. Pohl having been aroused, we are outraged by this, and it is with great relief that we see a moment later that the bag is unpawnable. Back and forth, up and down. In a series of beautifully constructed situations, Kornbluth jockeys our emotions around and around, involving us more deeply in his story with every turn, and all of this takes only 2 or 3 pages. Time now to return to the fabulous powers of the bag. We're at the midway point. Dr. Pohl at last comes to see that the bag is an inexplicable gift from the future. No need to show the doctor reacting with astonishment or disbelief. Of course he's astonished, wouldn't you be? And disbelief is irrelevant. The thing has already been seen to work. Instead, Kornbluth makes another jump cut then, and a bigger one. He skips over the entire business of Pohl's rehabilitation and return to medical practice, and shows us, via a newspaper article, and a lot of sharply realized journalistic background of detail taken straight from his own professional experience, I imagine, Dr. Pohl at work using the bag. There are aspects of the scene I don't particularly like, notably the implausible prose of Edna Flannery's account of Dr. Pohl's sanitarium. But it does serve the purpose of taking us through the passage of a great deal of time, and many changes for Dr. Pohl, without a lot of plodding detail. When we see Dr. Pohl again, he is a successful physician once more or less a quack, of course. The methods he uses are hardly those of conventional 20th century medicine, but one who does do for his patients what he says he will do. And we're allowed to know that he plans to turn the little black bag over to the College of Surgeons, for the good of all humanity, before much longer. Which, however, his cold-blooded and unscrupulous young partner, Angie, will not permit him to do. Suddenly, unexpectedly, she kills him. This is not a story about the redemption of Dr. Pohl at all. It is a story about the little black bag, which now passes into the hands of someone even more disreputable than the old doctor himself. Will Angie, the girl from the gutter with no medical training at all, be able to set up a lucrative clinical practice using the miraculous bag? That's the intended function of the bag, after all, to make medicine so easy that anyone, no matter how ignorant, can practice it. The story might have ended with that easy irony, fading out on Angie in her well-appointed office, working her way through a full day of patients. But Kornbluth has harsher ironies in mind. The little black bag is a disruptive force in the stream of time. Its accidental journey, though it has helped to pull Dr. Pohl out of his alcoholic haze, has not only invoked greed and envy, but poses the risk of letting loose the powerful and perhaps destructive forces of anachronism. If these 25th century devices remain at large in the 20th century, and now they've caused a murder, the murder sends a signal to the future. Lost medical bags are nothing unusual up there, but this one has fallen into homicidal hands. The supervisor pulls the plug. The bag, wherever it may be, will be deactivated. Kornbluth now makes clever use of the old fictional device known in the trade as the biter-bit ending. The villainous Angie meets a grisly but altogether appropriate fate, while she is in the process of exploiting the little black bag. At the end we are compelled to contemplate two equally dismal views of the world. The grim, gritty jungle that is 1950, with its seedy alcoholics, venal slum dwellers, and shallow hypochondriacs, and the dismal utopia of 2450, where a weary elite of supermen strive to keep a vast population of morons from injuring themselves. Oh, the bag is full of miracles, yes. But the offhand plug-pulling gesture that breaks the link between future and past and costs Angie her life is Cyril Kornbluth's verdict on the extraordinary but flawed species that invented it. And we are left with his final despairing image. Rusted instruments, flasks of black slime, and the foul gases of decomposition, where once there had been marvels beyond the imagining of Scheherazade. Light of Other Days, by Bob Shaw. Leaving the village behind, we followed the heady sweeps of the road up into a land of slow glass. I'd never seen one of the farms before, and at first found them slightly eerie, an effect heightened by imagination and circumstance. The car's turbine was pulling smoothly and quietly in the damp air, so that we seemed to be carried over the convolutions of the road in a kind of supernatural silence. On our right, the mountains sifted down into an incredibly perfect valley of timeless pine, and everywhere stood the great frames of slow glass, drinking light. An occasional flash of afternoon sunlight on their wind bracing created an illusion of movement, but in fact the frames were deserted. The rows of windows had been standing on the hillside for years, staring into the valley, and men only cleaned them in the middle of the night, when their human presence would not matter to the thirsty glass. They were fascinating, but Selina and I didn't mention the windows. I think we hated each other so much we both were reluctant to sully anything new by drawing it into the nexus of our emotions. The holiday, I had begun to realize, was a stupid idea in the first place. I had thought it would cure everything, but of course it didn't stop Selina being pregnant. And, worse still, it didn't even stop her being angry about being pregnant. Rationalizing our dismay over her condition, we had circulated the usual statements to the effect that we would have liked having children, but later on at the proper time. Selina's pregnancy had cost us her well-paid job, and with it the new house that we'd been negotiating, and which was far beyond the reach of my income from poetry. But the real source of our annoyance was that we were face to face with the realization that people who say they want children later always mean that they want children never. Our nerves were thrumming with the knowledge that we, who had thought ourselves so unique, had fallen into that same biological trap as every mindless, rutting creature that ever existed. The road took us along the southern slopes of Ben Cruachan until we began to catch glimpses of the grey Atlantic far ahead. I had just cut our speed to absorb the view better when I noticed the sign spiked to a gatepost. It said, "Slow glass, quality high, prices low. J.R. Hagen." On an impulse, I stopped the car on the verge, wincing slightly as tough grasses whipped noisily at the bodywork. "Why have we stopped?" Selina's neat smoke-silver head turned in surprise. "Well, look at that sign," I said. "Let's go up and see what there is. The stuff might be reasonably priced out here." Selina's voice was pitched high with scorn as she refused, but I was too taken with my idea to listen. I had an illogical conviction that doing something extravagant and crazy would set us right again. "Oh, come on," I said. "The exercise might do us some good. We've been driving too long anyway." She shrugged in a way that hurt me, and got out of the car. We walked up a path made of irregular, packed clay steps, nosed with short lengths of saplings. The path curved through trees which clothed the edge of the hill, and at its end we found a low farmhouse. Beyond the little stone building, tall frames of slow glass gazed out towards the voice-stilling sight of Kraken's ponderous descent, towards the waters of Loch Linnhe. Most of the panes were perfectly transparent, but a few were dark, like panels of polished ebony. As we approached the house through a neat cobbled yard, a tall, middle-aged man in ash-coloured tweeds arose and waved to us. He'd been sitting on the low rubble wall which bounded the yard, smoking a pipe and staring towards the house. At the front window of the cottage, a young woman in a tangerine dress stood with a small boy in her arms, but she turned disinterestedly and moved out of sight as we drew near. "Mr. Hagen?" I guessed. "Correct. Come to see some glass, have you? Well, you've come to the right place." Hagen spoke crisply, with traces of that pure Highland which sounds so much like Irish to the unaccustomed ear. He had one of those calmly dismayed faces that one finds on elderly road-menders and philosophers. "Yes," I said, "we're on holiday. We saw your sign." Selina, who usually has a natural fluency with strangers, said nothing. She was looking towards the now empty window with what I thought was a slightly puzzled expression. "Up from London, are you? Well, as I said, you've come to the right place, and at the right time, too. My wife and I don't see many people this early in the season." I laughed. "Well, does that mean we might be able to buy a little glass without mortgaging our home?" "Look at that, now," Hagen said, smiling helplessly. "I've thrown away my advantage. Any advantage I might have had on the transaction. Rose, that's my wife, says I never learn. Oh, well, still, let's sit down and talk it over." He pointed at the rubble wall, and then glanced doubtfully at Selina's immaculate blue skirt. "Oh, wait till I fetch a rug from the house," he said. He limped quickly into the cottage, closing the door behind him. "Perhaps it wasn't such a marvellous idea to come up here," I whispered to Selina. "But you might at least be pleasant to the man. I think I can smell a bargain." "Oh, some hope," she said, with a deliberate coarseness. "Surely even you must have noticed that ancient dress his wife is wearing. He won't give much away to strangers." "Was that his wife?" I said. "Of course that was his wife." "Well, well," I said, surprised. "Anyway, try to be civil with him. I don't want to be embarrassed." Selina snorted, but she smiled whitely when Hagen reappeared, and I relaxed a little. Strange how a man can love a woman, and yet at the same time pray for her to fall under a train. Hagen spread a tartan blanket on the wall, and we sat down, feeling slightly self-conscious at having been translated from our city-oriented lives into a rural tableau. On the distant slate of the loch, beyond the watchful frames of sloe glass, a slow-moving steamer drew a white line towards the south. The boisterous mountain air seemed to almost invade our lungs, giving us more oxygen than we required. "Some of the glass farmers around here," Hagen began, "give strangers such as yourselves a sales talk about how beautiful the autumn is in this part of Argyll. Or it might be the spring or the winter. I don't do that. Any fool knows that a place which doesn't look right in summer never looks right. What do you see?" I nodded compliantly. "I want you just to take a good look out towards Mull, Mr. Garland." "Garland? That's what you're buying if you buy my glass, and it never looks better than it does at this minute. The glass is in perfect phase. None of it is less than 10 years thick, and a 4-foot window will cost you £200. "200?" said Selina. She was shocked. "That's as much as they charge at the Seandow shop in Bond Street." Hagen smiled patiently, and then looked closely at me to see if I knew enough about sloe glass to appreciate what he had been saying. His price had been much higher than I had hoped, but 10 years thick. The cheap glass one found in places like the Vistaplex and Panorama stores usually consisted of a quarter of an inch of ordinary glass faced with a veneer of slow glass, perhaps only 10 or 12 months thick. "You don't understand, darling," I said. I was already determined to buy. "This glass will last 10 years, and it's in phase." "But doesn't that only mean it keeps time?" she said. Hagen smiled at her again, realizing he had no further necessity to bother with me. "Only, you say? Oh, pardon me, Mrs. Garland, but you don't seem to appreciate the miracle, the genuine, honest-to-goodness miracle of engineering precision needed to produce a piece of glass in phase. When you say the glass is 10 years thick, it means it takes light 10 years to pass through it. In effect, each one of those panes is 10 light years thick, more than twice the distance to the nearest star, so a variation in actual thickness of only 1/millionth of an inch would—" He stopped talking for a moment, and sat quietly looking towards the house. I turned my head from the view of the lock, and saw the young woman standing at the window again. Hagen's eyes were filled with a kind of greedy reverence, which made me feel uncomfortable, and at the same time convinced me that Selina had been wrong. In my experience, husbands never looked at wives that way. At least, not at their own. The girl remained in view for a few seconds, dress glowing warmly, and then moved back into the room. Suddenly I received a distinct, though inexplicable, impression that she was blind. My feeling was that Selina and I were perhaps blundering through an emotional interplay as violent as our own. "I'm sorry," Hagen continued. "I thought Rose was going to call me for something. Now, where was I, Mrs. Garnett? 10 light years compressed into a quarter of an inch means—" I ceased to listen, partly because I was already sold, partly because I had heard the story of slow glass many times before, and had never yet understood the principles involved. An acquaintance with scientific training had once tried to be helpful by telling me to visualize a pane of slow glass as a hologram, which did not need coherent light from a laser for the reconstitution of its visual information, and in which every photon of ordinary light passed through a spiral tunnel coiled outside the radius of capture of each atom in the glass. This gem of, to me, incomprehensibility not only told me nothing, it convinced me once again that a mind as non-technical as mine should concern itself less with causes than effects. The most important effect, in the eyes of the average individual, was that light took a long time to pass through a sheet of slow glass. A new piece was always jet black, because nothing had yet come through, but one could stand the glass beside, say, a woodland lake, until the scene emerged, perhaps a year later. If the glass was then removed and installed in a dismal city flat, the flat would, for that year, appear to overlook that woodland lake. During the year, it wouldn't be merely a very realistic but still picture. The water would ripple in sunlight, silent animals would come to drink, birds would cross the sky. Night would follow day, season would follow season, until one day, a year later, the beauty held in the subatomic pipelines would be exhausted, and then the familiar grey cityscape would appear. Apart from its stupendous novelty value, the commercial success of slow glass was founded on the fact that having a scene dhow was the exact emotional equivalent of owning land. The meanest cave-dweller could look out on misty parks, and who was to say they weren't his? A man who really owns tailored gardens and estates doesn't spend his time proving his ownership by crawling on his ground, feeling, smelling, tasting it. All he receives from the land are light patterns, and with scene dhows, those patterns could be taken into coal mines, submarines, prison cells. On several occasions I have tried to write short pieces about the enchanted crystal, but to me the theme is so ineffably poetic as to be paradoxically beyond the reach of poetry. Well, mine at any rate. Besides, the best songs in verse had already been written, with prescient inspiration, by men who had died long before sloe glass was discovered. I had no hope of equalling, for instance, Moore with his "Oft in the stilly night, ere slumber's chain has bound me, fond memory brings the light of other days around me." It took only a few years for sloe glass to develop from a scientific curiosity to a sizable industry, and, much to the astonishment of we poets, those of us who remain convinced that beauty lives though lilies die, the trappings of that industry were no different from those of any other. There were good cindars, which cost a lot of money, and there were inferior cindars, which cost rather less. The thickness, measured in years, was an important factor in the cost. But there was also the question of actual thickness, or phase. Even with the most sophisticated engineering techniques available, thickness control was something of a hit-and-miss affair. A coarse discrepancy could mean that a pane intended to be 5 years thick might be 5.5. So that light which entered in summer emerged in winter. A fine discrepancy could mean that noon sunshine emerged at midnight. These incompatibilities had their peculiar charm. Many night workers, for example, liked having their own private time zones, but in general it cost more to buy cindars which kept closely in step with real time. Selina still looked unconvinced when Hagen had finished speaking. She shook her head, almost imperceptibly, and I knew that he'd been using the wrong approach. Quite suddenly the pewter helmet of her hair was disturbed by a cool gust of wind, and huge, clean, tumbling drops of rain began to spang around us from an almost cloudless sky. "I'll give you a cheque now," I said abruptly. I saw Selina's green eyes triangulate angrily on my face. "You can arrange delivery?" "Oh, aye, delivery's no problem," Hagen said, getting to his feet. "But wouldn't you rather take the glass with you?" "Well, yes, if you don't mind," I said. I was shamed by his readiness to trust my scrip. "I'll unclip a pane for you. Just wait here. It won't take long to slip it into a carrying frame." Hagen limped down the slope towards the Seriette windows, through some of which the view towards Linney was sunny, while others were cloudy, and a few were pure black. Selina drew the collar of her blouse closed at her throat. "The least he could have done was to invite us inside. There can't be so many fools passing through that he can afford to neglect them," she said. I tried to ignore the insult and concentrated on writing the cheque. One of the outsized drops broke across my knuckles, splattering the pink paper. "All right," I said. "Let's move in under the eaves till he gets back." You worm, I thought, as I felt the whole thing go completely wrong. I just had to be a fool to marry you, a prize fool, a fool's fool. And now that you've trapped part of me inside you, I never, ever, never, ever, never, ever get away. Feeling my stomach clench itself painfully, I ran behind Selina to the side of the cottage. Beyond the window, the neat living room with its coal fire was empty, but the child's toys were scattered on the floor, alphabet blocks, a wheelbarrow the exact colour of freshly pared carrots. As I stared in, the boy came running from the other room and began kicking the blocks. He didn't notice me. A few moments later, the young woman entered the room and lifted him, laughing easily and wholeheartedly as she swung the boy under her arm. She came to the window, as she had done earlier. I smiled self-consciously, but neither she nor the child responded. My forehead prickled icily. Could they both be blind? I thought. I sidled away. Selina gave a little scream, and I spun towards her. "It's the rug," she said. "It's getting soaked."
She ran across the yard in the rain, snatched the reddish square from the dappled wall, and ran back towards the cottage door. Something heaved convulsively in my subconscious. "Selina!" I shouted. "Don't open it!" But I was too late. She had pushed open the latched wooden door, and was standing, hand over mouth, looking into the cottage. I moved close to her and took the rug from her unresisting fingers. As I was closing the door again, I let my eyes traverse the cottage's interior. The neat living room in which I had just seen through the window the woman and child was in reality a sickening clutter of shabby furniture, old newspapers, cast-off clothing, and smeared dishes. It was damp, stinking, and utterly deserted. The only object I recognized from my view through the window was the little wheelbarrow, paintless and broken. I latched the door firmly, and ordered myself to forget what I'd seen. Some men who live alone are good housekeepers, others just don't know how. Selina's face was white. "I don't understand," she said. "I don't understand it." "Slow glass works both ways," I said gently. "Light passes out of a house as well as in." She looked at me. "You mean?" she said. "I don't know," I said. "It isn't our business. Now, steady up. Hagen's coming back with our glass." The churning in my stomach was beginning to subside. Hagen came into the yard carrying an oblong, plastic-covered frame. I held the cheque out to him, but he was staring at Selina's face. He seemed to know immediately that our uncomprehending fingers had rummaged through his soul. Selina avoided his gaze. She was old and ill-looking, and her eyes stared determinedly towards the nearest horizon. "I'll take the rug from you, Mr. Garland," Hagen finally said. "You shouldn't have troubled yourself over it." "There's no trouble," I said. "Here's the cheque." "Thank you." He was still looking at Selina with a strange kind of supplication. "It's been a pleasure to do business with you," he said. "The pleasure was mine," I said, with equal senseless formality. I picked up the heavy frame and guided Selina towards the path which led to the road. Just as we reached the head of the now slippery steps, Hagen spoke again. "Mr. Garland!" I turned unwillingly. "It wasn't my fault," he said steadily. "A hit-and-run driver got them both down on the Oban Road 6 years ago. My boy was only 7 when it happened. I'm entitled to keep something." I nodded wordlessly and moved down the path, holding my wife close to me, treasuring the feel of her arms locked around me. At the bend, I looked back through the rain and saw Hagen sitting with squared shoulders on the wall where we had first seen him. He was looking at the house, but I was unable to tell if there was anyone at the window. Light of other days, beyond the radius of capture, this small, quiet,
well-nigh perfect short story shows just how much science fiction can accomplish within a span of 3,000 or 4,000 words. Beautifully, it demonstrates how the best science fiction uses speculative science or technology to illuminate its human themes, and human themes to illuminate its scientific speculation. It is built around two interlocking cores, a troubled marriage and a technological wonder. The wonder is slow glass, one of the most ingenious science fictional inventions of the last 20 or 30 years, a substance so opaque that the passage of photons through it is vastly hindered, to the point where it may take 10 years for a beam of light to travel the width of a single pane. The marriage is tense because an unwanted pregnancy has interposed itself, causing economic and emotional strains. Shaw's handling of each of these cores is distinctive and elegant, but it is his use of each to cast light on the other that makes his story so memorable. Slow glass, taken by itself, is the sort of notion that comes once or twice at best in a science fiction writer's lifetime, the sort of thing that stirs his colleagues to a lusty applause and bleak, bileful envy. Like most brilliant ideas, it's a perfectly obvious one, to anyone with the wit to see it. Ask any science fiction writer, even one who prides himself on his ignorance of science, to tell you what the speed of light is, and you'll get an immediate answer, 186,000 miles per second. The more fastidious of them may give you the figure in kilometers per second, but scarcely anyone will bother to add the small but vital qualification that that's the speed of light in a vacuum. Light, passing through any other medium, will move less quickly, which is what causes refraction effects. The velocity of light through water is slower than its velocity through air, which is why the twig in the stream seems to be bent. Light, passing through glass, is slowed even more. What we see through a window gets to us later than it would if there were no window pane there, though the delaying effect is imperceptible to our eyes. Shaw simply postulates the existence of a glass in which the velocity of light is slowed to an extreme degree. His handling of the rationale for this is exemplary. He could have set it up the lazy way, merely saying slow glass, a substance developed by Pilkington in 1997 that had the unique capacity of slowing beams of light down to a crawl. Or he could have done it in the cheap and sleazy way by stringing together some gibberish that sounds scientific but isn't. Quote, slow glass, which is fabricated from polymerized molecules of plutonium hexachloride alloyed with an unusual isotope of silicon. No, instead, though Shaw's narrator is a poet and might legitimately be expected not to have the foggiest idea why slow glass works the way it does, Shaw has the man tell us that we should visualize a pane of slow glass as a hologram, which did not need coherent light from a laser for the reconstitution of its visual information. This is nicely done. Holography was such a new concept in 1966, when Light of Other Days first appeared, that there is no mention of it in that year's edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica or the contemporaneous Webster's Third International. Yet Shaw, keeping abreast of technology, as a professional science fiction writer should, was familiar with it even then. But invoking holography alone won't explain slow glass, and so we are told also that in these holograms every photon of ordinary light passed through a spiral, tunnel, coiled outside the radius of capture of each atom in the glass. Well, how is that achieved? We don't find out, because Shaw's narrator doesn't know, and neither does Shaw. But if glass could be constructed that way, well, slow glass might be possible. What this boils down to, then, is an artfully worded redundancy. Slow glass works because it is constructed in such a way that light slows down as it passes through it. We can't ask Shaw for formulas and molecular models. If he really knew how to manufacture slow glass, of course, he'd be out cruising on his yacht right now, instead of planning his next story about spaceships or robots. But at least he has taken care to give us something that sounds plausible, and shows some knowledge of what actually happens when a beam of light strikes a plate of glass. The lazy writer, ducking the whole business of inventing a plausible rationale, is serving up a mere fable, The sleazy writer, hoping to fool us with comic book nonsense about plutonium hexafluoride and silicon, is feeding poisoned peppermints to his ignorant writers, while losing the respect and probably the attention of those who know a little about chemistry. Sure, though, he is no more able to invent slow glass for us than are the scientists in the Corning factory, has worked at providing a plausible-sounding rationale, instead of merely wishing the stuff into being or tossing together whatever comes into his head. The extra effort lends conviction and substance to his story. A single paragraph suffices for explaining the fabrication of slow glass. The story isn't about how to make the stuff, but about what it does, which is to create a visual delay. What we see is light, reflected from the objects about us and converted into images by the miraculous mechanism that is our eye. If the light is coming from a great distance, say from the galaxy we call the Andromeda Nebula, a certain amount of delay must occur before it gets within processing range of our eyes. You can see the light of Andromeda in the night sky tonight, but what you see set out from Andromeda some 2,300,000 years ago. I mean, for all we know, the entire Andromeda galaxy was disrupted by a stupendous explosion while the pharaohs were building their pyramids. The news of that cataclysm, though it has been travelling towards us at 186,000 miles a second, cannot possibly reach us for millions of years. The passage of light through slow glass causes delay too, months, or even years. Nothing so awesome as those created by the vast gulfs of intergalactic space, but significant enough in human terms. A window made of slow glass becomes a window into that lost and irretrievable past. Looking through slow glass, we see the light of other days. We see the scenes and people of vanished yesterdays, and they seem as real to us as the age-old light of Andromeda that glows in our sky this evening. It is a tremendously poignant and evocative concept, and from it arise any number of powerful fictional possibilities. Dedicated nitpickers have pointed out that slow glass is probably impossible, that impurities in the medium or random movements of subatomic particles would deflect and scatter the image long before it had completed its slow journey through the glass. Well, very likely that's so. But at some point the science fiction writer has to shrug and ignore criticism of this sort. And I think this is the point. Bob Shaw's trade, after all, is fiction, it's not science. He's working in parables and metaphors, not in blueprints and formulas. Slow glass is simply too good an idea, one that arouses immensely rich and stirring fictional hypotheses, to discard it on the grounds that it probably couldn't be made to work. Is to go too far, beyond any reasonable degree of integrity and purity. All right, we have slow glass. How do we find an idea for a story to use it in? One useful starting point is to think about possible uses and consequences of the use of slow glass. Decorative uses, certainly. Hang a slab of it beside a Polynesian beach for a few months and then fit it into a window of a Scandinavian home so that the occupants can look out on palm trees and a coral lagoon all winter long. Recording of entertainment events. Viewers could look through slow glass to watch live performances of plays that were done years ago. Crimes committed behind slow glass windows will come to light long after the fact, perhaps with complex effects on jurisprudence. The dying could speak to their unborn descendants. Complex business transactions could be recorded to guard against later challenge, and so on and so on. Many such ideas, and others besides, must have occurred to Bob Shaw as he began to sketch out what would become Light of Other Days, and he set some of them aside for use in later stories. But for the very first slow glass story, he wisely chose a simple and compelling human situation. The power of slow glass to recapture for us a moment of the past that is otherwise forever beyond our grasp. James Blish, in a valuable essay on his working methods published in the August 1967 issue of the Bulletin of the Science Fiction Writers of America, declared, Given the story which arrives in my head, background first, I find it works to ask myself next, whom does this hurt? The leading character comes out of the answer to this question. It's indeed a useful device for finding the emotional focus of a story, but sometimes, as we see here, the emotional focus of the story and the leading character are not necessarily the same focus. Who might be hurt by slow glass? Perhaps someone who suffered a great bereavement, and who has years of his lost loved ones recorded on slow glass. The images coming through the glass would give him the illusion that the dead are still with him, which perhaps would be some consolation. But yet he must know that it is only an illusion, and he must live with the awareness that the time inevitably will come when the last of the images has worked its way through the spiral tunnels of the slow glass's atoms, and then even the illusion would be gone. And Shaw has his tragic glassmaker, the Scots villager Hagen. Wisely, though, he shows us Hagen at one remove. His narrator, the troubled husband, Garland, has his own problems, and it is in the random search for some sort of peace from those that he encounters the glassmaker, and comes gradually to understand the man's true situation, and does indeed find peace in that understanding. The story's gentle, understated nature is clear from the brief, lovely opening statement. Leaving the village behind, we followed the heady sweeps of the road up into a land of slow glass. That one-sentence paragraph gives us an image of rural tranquility, and then perhaps of mountain starkness, and leaves us finally perplexed by that mysterious phrase, slow glass. It propels us into a long and splendidly worked second paragraph that offers a richer view of the scenery and an even more puzzling glimpse of slow glass. It also provides us with one of those offhand bits of background detail rendered in the throwaway manner pioneered by Robert A. Heinlein. Quote, the car's turbine was pulling smoothly and quietly in the damp air. Cars with turbines belong to the future. The point is made, but not stressed. The third paragraph leads us from the perplexing windows on the hillside to the conflict between Selina and Garland. There are problems in their marriage. She is pregnant, and she is angry about it. The accidental pregnancy has forced husband and wife to contemplate things about themselves and about each other that they had skillfully managed previously to avoid dealing with. All this is a rare touch of emotional realism in a science fiction story, particularly in one that was written more than 20 years ago. Most science fiction in that time, and all too much of it today, is set in a never-never land of bland emotions, where such real-world matters as marriage and children and divorce are sidestepped entirely, or else handled in a perfunctory and almost embarrassed manner. As we've seen, there are stories in which such things would only dilute and distort the main business of the piece. In this book, Common Time, 4-in-1, The Monsters Colony, and perhaps several others, would only be harmed if they dwelled on the private problems, as opposed to the problems posed by the science fiction concept of the story, of their protagonists. But in Light of Other Days, the marital problems of the Garlands are inseparable from the science fiction situation. This is a story about love, and the loss of love that comes with time. The love that the Garlands must once have felt for each other has been eroded by stress. The love of Hagen for his wife has been sundered more savagely by a sudden accident. One loss is irrevocable, but has been cushioned by the miracle of slow glass. The other may yet be repaired, and here slow glass again is instrumental in bringing that about. It is only a little story, it's almost a miniature, built around an enormous concept. Yet, in this one-incident tale, the tension that exists between husband and wife is resolved by the climactic moment of compassion that springs from the uniquely science-fictional revelation of Hagen's sorrow that the slow glass provides. Light passes out of a house, Garland tells his wife, as well as in. Now that's an astonishing line, a poet's line, encapsulating in a few words the meaning of the whole story, and sending husband and wife away, clinging to one another as they have not done for a long time. The effect is profound and moving. There's nothing new about stories of marital reconciliation, which is not a theme usually considered fruitful for science fiction, but this is the only reconciliation ever brought about by the slow movement of photons through a pane of dark glass. It is a story that could not have been told in any way other than as science fiction. It is a story that is marvellously well conceived and marvellously well told. Day Million by Frederik Pohl. On this day I want to tell you about, which will be about 10,000 years from now, there were a boy, a girl, and a love story. Now, although I haven't said much so far, none of it's true. The boy was not what you and I would normally think of as a boy, because he was 187 years old, nor was the girl a girl, for other reasons. And the love story did not entail that sublimation of the urge to rape, and concurrent postponement of the instinct to submit, which we at present understand in such matters. You won't care much for this story if you don't grasp these facts at once. If, however, you will make the effort, you'll likely enough find it jam-packed, chock-full, and tip-top crammed with laughter, tears, and poignant sentiment, which may or may not be worthwhile. The reason the girl was not a girl was that she was a boy. How angrily you recoil from the page. You say, who the hell wants to read about a pair of queers? Calm yourself. Here are no hot-breathing secrets of perversion for the coterie trade. In fact, if you were to see this girl, you would not guess that she was in any sense a boy. Breasts, too. Reproductive organs, female. Hips, callipygian. Face hairless. Supraorbital lobes, non-existent. You would term her female on sight, although it is true that you might wonder just what species she was a female of, being confused by the tail, the silky pelt, and the gill slits behind each ear. And now you recoil again. Oh, cripes, man, take my word for it. This is a sweet kid, and if you, as a normal male, spent as much as an hour in a room with her, you would bend heaven and earth to get her into the sack. Dora, we will call her that. Her name was Omicron Dibase 7 Group Totaut S Doradus 5314, the last part of which is a colour specification corresponding to a shade of green. Dora, I say, was feminine, charming, and cute. I admit she doesn't sound that way. She was, as you might put it, a dancer. Her art involved qualities of intellection and expertise of a very high order, requiring both tremendous natural capacities and endless practice. It was performed in null gravity, and I can best describe it by saying that it was something like the performance of a contortionist and something like classical ballet, maybe resembling Danilova's Dying Swan. It was also pretty damn sexy, in the symbolic way, to be sure, but face it, most of the things we call sexy are symbolic, you know, except perhaps an exhibitionist's open clothing. On Day Million, when Dora danced, the people who saw her panted. And you would, too. Oh, about this business of her being a boy, well, it didn't matter to her audiences that genetically she was male. It wouldn't matter to you, if you were among them, because you wouldn't know it. Not unless you took a biopsy cutting of her flesh and put it under an electron microscope to find the XY chromosome. And it didn't matter to them because they didn't care. Through techniques which are not only complex but haven't yet been discovered, these people were able to determine a great deal about the aptitudes and easements of babies quite a long time before they were born, at about the second horizon of cell division to be exact, when the segmenting egg is becoming a free blastocyst. And then they naturally helped those aptitudes along, wouldn't we? If we find a child with an aptitude for music, we give him a scholarship to Juilliard. If they found a child whose aptitudes were for being a woman, they made him one. As sex had long been dissociated from reproduction, this is relatively easy to do and cause no trouble, and no, well, at least very little comment. How much is very little? Oh, about as much as would be caused by our own tampering with divine will by filling a tooth. Less than would be caused by wearing a hearing aid. Does it still sound awful? Then look closely at the next busty babe you meet, and reflect that she may be a Dora. For adults who are genetically male, but automatically female, are far from unknown, even in our own time. An accident of environment in the womb overwhelms the blueprints of heredity. The difference is that with us it happens only by accident, and we don't know about it, except rarely, after close study, whereas the people of day million did it often, on purpose, because they wanted to. Well, that's enough to tell you about Dora. It would only confuse you to add that she's 7 feet tall and smells of peanut butter. Let's begin the story. On day million, Dora swam out of her house, entered a transportation tube, was sucked briskly to the surface in its flow of water, and ejected in its plume of spray to an elastic platform in front of her, call it her rehearsal hall. "Oh, hell!" she cried in pretty confusion, reaching out to catch her balance and finding herself tumbled against a total stranger, whom we will call Don. They met. Cute. Don was on his way to have his legs renewed, and love was the farthest thing from his mind, but when absent-mindedly taking a shortcut across the landing platform for submarines and finding himself drenched, he discovered his arms full of the loveliest girl he'd ever seen. He knew at once that they were meant for each other. "Will you marry me?" he asked, and she said softly, "Wednesday." And the promise was like a caress. Don was tall, muscular, bronzed, and exciting. His name was no more Don than Dora's was Dora, but the personal part of it was Adonis in tribute to his vibrant maleness, and so we will call him Don for short. His personality, colour code in angstrom units, was 5,290, or only a few degrees bluer than Dora's 5,314, a measure of what they had intuitively discovered at first sight, that they possessed many affinities of taste and interest. I despair of telling you exactly what it was that Don did for a living. Oh, I don't mean for the sake of making money. I mean for the sake of giving purpose and meaning to his life, to keep him from going off his nut with boredom. Except to say that it did involve a lot of travelling. He travelled in interstellar spaceships. In order to make a spaceship go really fast, about 31 male and 7 genetically female human beings had to do certain things, and Don was one of the 31. Actually, he contemplated options. This involved a lot of exposure to radiation flux, not so much from his own station in the propulsive system as in the spillover from the next stage, where a genetic female preferred selections, and the subnuclear particles making the selections she preferred demolished themselves in a shower of quanta. Well, you don't give a rat's ass for that, but it meant that Don had to be clad at all times in a skin of light, resilient, extremely strong copper-coloured metal. I've already mentioned this, but you probably thought I meant he was sunburned. More than that, he was a cybernetic man. Most of his ruder parts had been long since replaced with mechanisms of vastly more permanence and use. A cadmium centrifuge, not a heart, pumped his blood. His lungs moved only when he wanted to speak out loud, for a cascade of osmotic filters rebreathed oxygen out of his own wastes. In a way, he probably would have looked peculiar to a man from the 20th century with his glowing eyes and his 7-fingered hands, but to himself, and of course to Dora, he looked mighty manly and grand. In the course of his voyages, Don had circled Proxima Centauri, Procyon, and the puzzling worlds of Miraceti. He had carried agricultural templates to the planets of Canopus and brought back warm, witty pets from the pale companion of Aldebaran. Blue hot or red cool, he had seen 1,000 stars and their 10,000 planets. He had in fact been travelling the star lanes, with only brief leaves on Earth, for pushing 2 centuries. But you don't care about that either. It's people who make stories, not the circumstances they find themselves in, and you want to hear about these 2 people. Well, they made it. The great thing they had for each other grew and flowered, and burst into fruition on Wednesday, just as Dora had promised. They met at the encoding room, with a couple of well-wishing friends apiece to cheer them on, and, while their identities were being taped and stored, they smiled and whispered to each other, and bore the jokes of their friends with blushing repartee. Then they exchanged their mathematical analogues and went away, Dora to her dwelling beneath the surface of the sea, and Don to his ship. It was an idyll, really. They lived happily ever after. Or, anyway, until they decided not to bother any more, and died. Of course, they never set eyes on each other again. Oh, I can see you now, you eaters of charcoal, broiled steak, scratching an incipient bunion with one hand and holding the story with the other, while the stereo player's dandy or monk. You don't believe a word of it, do you? Not for 1 minute. People wouldn't live like that, you say, with a grunt as you get up to put fresh ice in a drink. And yet, there's Dora, hurrying back through the flushing commuter pipes towards her underwater home. She prefers it there. Has had herself somatically altered to breathe the stuff. If I tell you with what sweet fulfillment she fits the recorded analogue of Don into the symbol manipulator, hooks herself in and turns herself on, if I try to tell you any of that, you will simply stare, or glare, and grumble. What the hell kind of love-making is this, you'll ask? And yet, I assure you, friends, I really do assure you that Dora's ecstasies are as creamy and passionate as any of James Bond's lady spies, and one hell of a lot more so than anything you are going to find in real life. Go ahead, glare, grumble, Dora doesn't care. If she thinks of you at all, her 30 times great-great-grandfather, she thinks you're a pretty primordial sort of brute, and you are. Why, Dora is farther removed from you than you are from the Australopithecines of 5,000 centuries ago. You could not swim a second in the strong currents of her life. You don't think progress goes in a straight line, do you? Do you recognize that it is an ascending, accelerating, maybe even exponential curve? It takes hell's own time to get started, but when it does, it goes like a bomb. And you Scotch-drinking steak-eater in your relaxercising chair, you've just barely lighted the primer cord of the fuse. What is it now, the 6th or 700,000th day after Christ? Dora lives in day million, the millionth day of the Christian era, 10,000 years from now. Her body fats are polyunsaturated, like Crisco. Her wastes are hemodialyzed out of her bloodstream while she sleeps. That means she doesn't have to go to the bathroom. On whim, to pass a slow half-hour, she can command more energy than the entire nation of Portugal can spend today, and use it to launch a weekend satellite or remold a crater on the moon. She loves Don very much. She keeps his every gesture, mannerism, nuance, touch of hand, thrill of intercourse, passion of kiss, stored in symbolic mathematical form. And when she wants him, all she has to do is turn the machine on, and she has him. And Don, of course, has Dora, adrift on a sponson city a few hundred yards over her head, or orbiting Arcturus 50 light-years away. Don has only to command his own symbol manipulator to rescue Dora from the ferrite files and bring her to life for him, and there she is, rapturously, tirelessly they love all night. Oh, not in the flesh, of course. But then his flesh has been extensively altered, and it wouldn't really be much fun. He doesn't need the flesh for pleasure. Genital organs feel nothing, neither do hands. Nor breasts, nor lips. They are only receptors, accepting and transmitting impulses. It is the brain that feels. It is the interpretation of those impulses that makes agony or orgasm. And Don's symbol manipulator gives him the analogue of cuddling, the analogue of kissing, the analogue of wild, ardent hours with the eternal, exquisite, and incorruptible analogue of Dora. Or Diane, or Sweet Rose, or Laughing Alicia. For to be sure, they have each of them exchanged analogues before, and they will again. Rats, you say. It looks crazy to me. And you, with your aftershave lotion and your little red car, pushing papers across a desk all day and chasing tail all night, tell me, just how the hell do you think you would look to Tiglath-Pileser, say, or Attila the Hun? Day Million, a boy, a girl, a love story. All science fiction, as I indicated in the foreword to this book, is in truth fantasy, that is, the free play of the imagination in the realms of the unreal. And yet there are degrees and degrees of fantasy, which is why we're able to make the distinction, for purposes of publishing, categorization between fantasy and science fiction. The dividing point is the matter of probability. What we normally call fantasy, that stuff about elves and unicorns, magical staffs, rings of power, gods and goddesses, demons and sorcerers, is based in thematic material that we generally agree is improbable, to the point of impossibility. Science fiction is that branch of fantasy that deals with fantastic situations that nevertheless do not seem flatly impossible to us. For example, it is difficult, but not, so far as we know, impossible to build a sort of spaceship that takes Garrard on his voyage in common time. It's unlikely, but not inherently impossible that such a voyager might meet something like the Klinestetten Biedemung in the course of his journey. If we ever did manage to travel to planets outside our solar system, and if any such planets exist, which as of today is unproven, though probable, it would be unsettling but not impossible to encounter life forms such as those portrayed in 4-in-1 or Common Time. If android humans could be built, and we don't know any law of science that tells us that they can't, it would be unlikely but not impossible for one of them to malfunction in the way described in Fondly Fahrenheit, and so on. Within these limits, though, it's possible to identify different levels of probability. Consider the three remarkable views of the distant future that are included here: Aldiss's Hothouse, Cordwainer Smith's Scanners Live in Vain, and Frederik Pohl's Day Million. I think the likelihood that any of these possible futures will actually become real is infinitesimal. Each exists only as a self-contained vision, a fantasy of time to come, a poetic construct. But each also represents a different approach to the problem of making a wildly fantastic situation look plausible. Smith has not actually drawn on the formal resources of science at all. He postulates a hypothetical great pain caused by space travel, which we have subsequently learned does not exist, and proposes a surgical operation to desensitize space travelers to it. Taken on its own terms, it is a fascinating and bizarre idea, worked out with great power and intensity. We can interpret it as a metaphorical view of the difficulties of ordinary human interaction, if we like, or we can simply accept it as a gaudy and extraordinarily vivid dream. Smith's cool, stark narrative voice makes the world of the Habermans seem probable, at least so long as we are immersed in it as readers. Aldiss has imagined in considerable detail, and with some recourse to the realities of the scientific view of the world. His fantastic vegetable monsters, while imaginary, are designed with care, and some are based on plants of today. The banyan, for instance, which forms huge thickets in today's jungles and might well span whole continents in those of Aldiss's remote tomorrow. He explains how changes in solar radiation levels have induced the mutations that have so vastly transformed the vegetable kingdom. A genetic explanation, rather than a magical one, even when he crosses the line into impossibility. The spider webs that reach to the moon. It's a stunning image, but one that violates the laws of celestial mechanics. He works at making his gorgeous, if nonsensical ideas seem valid by speaking of axial revolutions and reciprocal braking effects. Hothouse, like Scanners Live in Vain, is a fantasy, but Aldiss, to an even greater extent than Smith, invokes the talismans of science to strengthen the reality texture of his story. Day Million is a fantasy too. Nothing like it will ever happen, we can be pretty sure, but because Fred Pohl has taken immense care to ground his fantastic assumptions in many aspects of contemporary science and technology, his fantasy carries a kind of conviction quite absent from the other two stories. We already know that space travel will involve us in none of the problems that might have required the inventions of Habermans and scanners, But because Smith's story is such powerful fiction, we willingly ignore that difficulty and allow ourselves to be drawn into Martel's strange world as though it were real. Pedants like Isaac Asimov and James Blish call our attention to the impossibility of Aldiss's 238,000-mile-long spiderwebs, and we shrug and say, yes, but the image of the traverses is so beautiful, and we forgive the author his trespasses. In Day Million, though, there is nothing to forgive. Everything is clear-eyed speculation, solidly grounded, a cadmium centrifuge, pumps Don's blood, osmotic filters, rebreathe his wastes. Pohl tells you the code names of Don and Dora in angstrom units and knows which way along the spectrum the numbers run. He is aware that XY chromosomes signify males, that Australopithecines were the dominant humanoid species 5 million years ago, that blue suns are hot and red ones are cool. Each paragraph of the story, each sentence, in fact, demonstrates that Pohl has devoted most of his life to attaining the broadest and deepest possible understanding of the universe as we comprehend it today. And out of that knowledge he has drawn these dazzlingly brilliant speculations on what human life could be like 10,000 years from now. The chances that it will be like that are minute, but no matter. This is a fantasy, a dream, a vision of the future. But because it is that special kind of fantasy that we call science fiction, the strength and depth of the scientific underpinning gives it unusual solidity. Fiction is lies that we try to pass off as truth, and in writing science fiction, one good way to disguise your lies as truth is to do it as Fred Pohl has done it here, by cloaking them in genuine knowledge, rather than in clever subterfuges or outright gobbledygook. Of course, all the scientific details in the world wouldn't have made Day Million the classic that it is if Pohl had not also done such a spectacular job of storytelling. The story is audacious, outrageous, wildly experimental. It shows how far one can deviate from the assumptions and requirements of conventional magazine fiction without rebuffing the reader. It's not a story for every reader, nor ought every story, or even any story but this, be written this way. But it is an extraordinary demonstration of narrative originality, an experiment that works on every level. The very first clause, "On this day I want to tell you about," signals that the author, by interjecting herself so strongly, intends to destroy the illusion so favoured by writers of fiction, that the reader is viewing actual events through a window magically opened before his eyes. Pohl says it bluntly. You aren't really seeing these things happen, I'm simply telling you about it all. It isn't happening 10,000 years from now, it's going to happen, maybe, but what is really happening is that you're sitting in your armchair and I'm telling you a story. To make sure that we know that it's just a story, Pohl reminds us of it in the second paragraph. Quote, "You won't care much for this story if you don't grasp these facts at once." Unquote. And again throughout the piece, right up to the magnificently sardonic and revelatory last paragraph, Pohl speaks directly to the reader, a technique in direct opposition to the practice of every major writer of fiction of the 20th century. Though they might sometimes have their narrator speak to the audiences, none would ever step out of the page to do so in their own persons. But none of those other writers, not Hemingway, not Joyce, not Faulkner, not Below, not Henry James, ever wrote a story like Day Million. Pohl's purpose here is not so much the recreation of a fictional reality, as it is the reorientation of the reader, and so he talks straight to the reader, tough talk at that, saying, "You don't understand a thing, buddy, but you have no idea how fast the world is changing around your ears, and let me open your eyes." In Day Million, Pohl is gripped by a genuinely revolutionary vision of the future, one of the few in all of science fiction that really tries to take into account the accelerating pace of change. Long before the term future shock became a cliché, Pohl realized that the world is in a state of rapid metamorphosis, in which change has been coming at an almost unimaginable rate, and in which that rate will continue to accelerate. Reality makes science fiction look timid. What most writers imagine as the world of 2583 will be old stuff before the year 2050. And if we could see the true world of 2583, it would be virtually unrecognizable to us. So, Pohl invents an unfathomable but plausible world of 10,000 years from now. No mere random hodgepodge of oddities, but a rationally conceived set of interlocking transformations. And he tells us brusquely, quote, Dora is further removed from you than you are from the Australopithecines of 5,000 centuries ago. You could not swim a second in the strong current of her life. You don't think progress goes in a straight line, do you? End quote. Day Million is framed in the form of a challenge to our complacency. But it is also a story. And indeed, it's actually less unconventional in form than it seems at first glance. The closer we look at it, the less experimental it appears, which may be one reason for its impact. Pohl lets us know right away that he intends to build it around the most familiar of story materials. Quote, on this day I want to tell you about, which will be about 10,000 years from now, there were a boy, a girl, and a love story. Well, indeed there are. And buried in the narrative, we will indeed find boy meets girl and boy gets girl. The usual intervening complication, boy loses girl, isn't there. That may be the story's most significant deviation from any formula. There is also a conventional narrative hook, the familiar science fiction technique of heading immediately into a paradox. Quote, there were a boy and a girl, Pohl says. And a moment later he contradicts himself. The boy isn't really a boy because he's 187 years old, and the girl isn't a girl because she's a boy. We are snared by the puzzle of that immediate self-contradiction. Pohl tells us that we are likely to recoil in horror from the apparent homosexuality of the situation, but even that is quickly contradicted in a way that plants the hook even deeper. Then comes courtship, marriage, and a one-sentence substitute for normal plot complications, separation. Of course, they never set eyes on each other again, he says. The remaining few hundred words of the little story resolve the plot by telling us how Don and Dora can be happily married while never once meeting again. And then Pohl turns directly to us once more to deliver that final sardonic shove. In stepping out from behind the conventional 20th century shield of auctorial invisibility, Pohl actually places himself in a direct line that goes back to the earliest known storytellers. The wrath of Achilles is my theme, says Homer, in the first line of the Iliad. The hero of the tale, which I beg the muse to help me tell, is that resourceful man who roamed the wide world after he had sacked the holy citadel of Troy, is how the Odyssey begins. I sing of arms, and the man who first from Troy's frontier, displaced by destiny, came to the Lavinian shores, Virgil tells us, at the outset of the Aeneid. Cervantes insinuates himself everywhere in the narrative flow of Don Quixote, leaving no doubt that you are reading a story, rather than viewing some self-generated set of events. In the 19th century, it was not at all unusual for writers like Dickens or Thackeray to break into the text in their own voices. Quote, I know that the tune I am piping is a very mild one, although there are some terrific chapters coming presently, Thackeray declares in Chapter 6 of Vanity Fair. Continue, quote, and must beg the good-natured reader to remember that we are only discoursing at present about a stockbroker's family in Russell Square. In our own time, that kind of interjection became first unfashionable and then taboo. Pohl revives it here for the best of reasons. He wants you to listen to something that he, Fred Pohl, wants to tell you. And he wants you to believe him. Cripes, man, take my word for it, he urges. So, the mode of telling is part of the effect, sly, insinuating, audacious. It seems modern and experimental, and in many ways it is, but actually Pohl has reverted to the earliest storytelling tradition, that of the bard strumming his harp beside the campfire.
Because he handles that aspect of the story with such supreme confidence, he carries it off successfully. A little arrogance is part of every successful writer's equipment. I have a story to tell you, and you're going to love it, so shut up and listen. Day Million was state-of-the-art science fiction, an astonishing tour de force when it first appeared in 1966 in an obscure imitator of Playboy called Rogue. That magazine is long forgotten, but Day Million is as fresh and startling now as it was more than 2 decades ago. It is a model of thoughtful, speculative vision. It is a model of original and bold storytelling. To think well and to write well, those are the minimum requirements for writing great science fiction. High demands, but those who choose science fiction as the centre of their writing accept these requirements unresentfully. Fred Pohl has shown again and again, but never more impressively than in Day Million, that he meets those minimum requirements and then some. So, in their various ways, have the dozen of other writers whose stories are included here, and, I hope, so do I. With the exception of Cordwainer Smith, there is no one in this book who did not devote a major portion of his adult life to the writing of science fiction. By a rough calculation, I find that the writing careers of everyone in this book aggregate a total of nearly 500 years. That's a long time for 14 people to spend wrestling with the phantoms of the far reaches of time and space. What we all discovered during the course of those 5 centuries of the typewriter or the word processor is that science fiction can be a wondrously exhilarating, liberating, exciting thing to write as well as to read. It was that exhilaration and excitement that drew us to science fiction in the first place, almost invariably when we were very young. It was for the sake of that exhilaration and excitement that we took up the writing of it. And it was to facilitate the expression of our visions and fantasies that we devoted ourselves with such zeal to the study of the art and craft of writing. As perhaps you have now begun to do yourself. And perhaps you find yourself now as intimidated by all I've said on the subject of narrative technique and the special demands of writing science fiction as I was back in my teens, when I read with mounting dismay Thomas Uzel's book and the critical essays of Knight and Blish. I know how you feel. So much to learn. Such intricacies, such complexities. I was overwhelmed by it all. I thought of giving up. But what I wanted to do was write science fiction. And ultimately, that was what pulled me onward, despite my fears. And ultimately, that is what will pull you onward, if you dream, as I did, of taking your place among the tribe of writers. No one ever said it was easy, nor will I pretend that it is now. But the rewards are great. That is the end of Robert Silverberg's anthology, Worlds of Wonder, 13 classic science fiction stories.